Humanity no longer considers Earth a place suitable for life, because everything that happened was only for the sake of an empire that sought to control all resources and subjugate other races, forgetting about humanity and moral values. Everything was done to get rid of enemies who posed a threat to the emperor and the citizens of the empire, and this led to ruthless campaigns that destroyed entire civilizations, leaving only ruins and grief. Therefore, everything that happened was only for this purpose, and had its sole purpose of maintaining power, which required sacrifices, and no one could deny that for the sake of the empire, they were ready for anything, even the destruction of their own people. After all, the emperor had his own guards, called imperial guards, who carried out his every order, considering it an honor, even if it meant the destruction of innocent people or entire cities, which caused fear among the population. It did not matter at all what price was paid for carrying out these orders, or what might happen to the lives of ordinary people, because their fates were meaningless in the eyes of those who sought power and control, which led to ruthlessness. Because the emperor was always nearby, watching everything that was happening, and giving new orders that endangered the lives of thousands of people, because his ambitions knew no bounds, and he would stop at nothing. As a ruler, he expected complete obedience and unquestioning compliance from his guards, even if it required them to commit cruel acts and abandon their own moral principles, which caused internal conflicts. And so the land of the future appeared, with an incredibly advanced level of technology. But this did not mean that humanity could find new hope, because the endless war for resources continued, leaving only ruins behind. The Earth continued to suffer more and more destruction, and that is why humanity set out in search of a new place, traveling throughout the universe in the hope of finding refuge among the stars, where there would be no war. But this continued until the Earth was completely destroyed by the intervention of unknown aliens who had their own plans for the planet, and their intervention proved fatal. Despite this, the people who managed to survive continued to travel through space, and after a long search, they finally found a planet similar to Earth that promised new life and new opportunities. When they found this new place, they decided to call it Novus, which means new home, and sent the coordinates of this new home throughout the cosmos, hoping for new colonies. Thanks to this, people who were still traveling through space began to gather on this new planet, and thus the Bellotto Federation was formed, a place where a large number of different aliens seeking peace live among Earthlings. There was also the Accretion Empire, which had a powerful army of specially trained soldiers ready to defend their interests and territory using the most advanced technology and tactics. Opposing them was a special sacred alliance called Korit, which included priests who possessed powerful energy and mental stability, capable of withstanding any threat. However, as always, the resources of each planet are not infinite, and so humanity, as always, prepared for a new competition for the monopolization of resources, unaware of the consequences. As always, preparations were underway for a new competition for the monopolization of resources, so everything that had happened before continued on the new planet, where old conflicts were reignited with renewed vigor. In the Empire of Acrisius, in a laboratory where modernization was underway, one of the soldiers was preparing to become a test subject to demonstrate his strength and endurance while undergoing final tests. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Castoria, warned him that he must demonstrate all his skills to His Majesty, and not forget that this was the most important day in the life of his trainee, on whom great hopes were pinned. The name of this Imperial Guard trainee was Luca, and he was sincerely confident that it was still unknown which of them would be lucky, because he had every chance of becoming a great warrior. Castoria asked his name and hoped that he would be able to live up to all his expectations, and in response received only an approving nod, which indicated Luca's readiness. The minimum task for all this was to demonstrate the ability to dodge and block bullets, showing their agility and endurance, because this skill could be decisive in future battles. This was an extremely important skill, and Luca himself had completed training simulations in rather extreme situations, so his spatial perception was enhanced through a procedure designed to improve his senses and attention. Therefore, he was not at all frightened by the fact that there were so many opponents next to him who were ready to attack at the same time, because he believed in his training and ability. All of these opponents were prisoners who were halfway through their lives and had cheap cybernetic equipment, which made them much more vulnerable in combat. Therefore, Luca knew and understood perfectly well that he could deal with them very easily and simply, because his training gave him a great advantage over such weak opponents. After all, with such poor equipment, they all proved and confirmed his opinion that they were extremely weak opponents for him, and he did not feel any threat. It took Luca only 10 seconds to win, because he was ready for a quick and decisive attack, relying on his advantage. Therefore, he did not wait for the first attack and went on the offensive himself, using all his skills and experience to quickly and effectively destroy his enemies. The other opponents, who were just about to attack and were watching closely what was happening, were, to put it mildly, surprised by the skills of an ordinary trainee, not expecting such a level of mastery. After all, they were sure that they were facing an easy target and that they would be able to achieve a victory that would raise their status among the others, as each of them wanted to prove their strength and skill on the battlefield. But Luca knew and understood perfectly well that he had to use this opportunity to show himself in the best light and impress the Emperor, because his future depended on this moment, and he could not fail. Therefore, he had to do something extraordinary to be remembered, but he did not know if he could handle the pressure, because not only his life was at stake, but also the reputation of the Empire. He had never done anything like this before, but he had no other choice and was forced to risk everything to prove his worth and earn the respect he so desired from his mentors. So he focused all his attention on all his opponents at once and began to calculate his next moves, analyzing every move and considering all possible scenarios. Luca understood that he had to demonstrate all his skills and feelings to the maximum, because this was his only chance to prove that he was worthy of becoming part of the Imperial Guards. He focused all his attention on the next attack and the bullets flying at him, feeling every gust of wind and the tension in the air that pushed him to action. Now his skills were impressive, as he destroyed everything that flew at him with incredible speed, demonstrating his skill and determination that impressed even experienced warriors. Castoria watched closely and couldn't hide his joyful smile, because he realized that Luca was becoming a true warrior worthy of the Empire. He was convinced that the Empire of Acretia was impressive in its strength and training, because the new generation of guards not only learned, but also surpassed their predecessors. Luca bravely continued to demonstrate everything he had learned and was ready for new attacks, because his spirit and determination grew with each new challenge he faced. Each of his movements was carefully thought out and honed to perfection, because even a millimeter could cost a life, and he knew he had no right to make a mistake at this critical moment. Therefore, despite the difficulty of this test, he was still able to overcome even his own limits, because his will to win was stronger than the fear and uncertainty that tried to stop him. Now he was sure that this could raise his own value in the eyes of the Emperor, opening up new opportunities for career and glory in the Empire he loved so much. Castoria did not expect that an ordinary intern could use ballistic trajectory control, as this was not yet part of their training program, and it impressed him as a professional. Luca just smiled when he heard the question, and emphasized that he had only repeated what the previous intern had said, even though he was a child from an orphanage, which made his achievement even more impressive. So the captain smiled and emphasized that he liked him as a future warrior, and decided to give him a gift that could come in handy in future battles. Luca already knew what to expect, so he was ready for this turn of events because he had always strived to reach the highest peaks and was not afraid to seize new opportunities for development. He saw before him all those who had gone through the same trials and achieved incredible heights, and this inspired him because he wanted to become part of their history. Castoria was impressed by the fact that an ordinary trainee was standing calmly in front of him and did not react to his actions at all, demonstrating a confidence rarely found in such young fighters. The commander emphasized that he must have an excellent pain threshold, which is why he liked him, because real warriors are not afraid of trials. He seemed to justify himself when he explained that sooner or later he would have to do it anyway, because he wanted to order an eye for him that had the ability to predict trajectories, which would open up new horizons. Now he had a new trainee named Eli, serial number 12, and his presence aroused Luca's curiosity because new acquaintances can always be useful. He approached Luca, calling him by his serial number, and emphasized that he would like to talk to him alone because he had important questions that needed to be discussed. Eli realized that he had been a little hasty with his invitation, and decided to apologize to Luke because he didn't want to cause any inconvenience at this important moment in his training. But Luca seemed to have been waiting for him and knew that someone would come to visit him, so he invited him over, hoping for an interesting conversation and new ideas. Eli explained that he was impressed by his skills and how he had performed during the test, but Luca was convinced that this was only the beginning of his great journey. Luca felt his aura and knew, looking at him, that he was the son of a well-known noble family named Kartika, which gave Eli a certain weight in communication. To be honest, he didn't need to be so aggressive towards a member of a noble family, but one could assume that this impression was due to simple envy of Luca's success. Eli realized that it would probably be quite difficult to become his friend, and held a completely unexpected gift for Luca in his hand, hoping that it would help ease the tension between them. He explained that this was why he had come to him, because he believed that such a gesture of friendship could strengthen their relationship and help Luca in his future struggle for a place among the best warriors of the Empire. He added that it could help reduce his sensitivity and allow him to rest better, but Luca refused, and Eli warned him that tomorrow's training would be difficult, so he should rest. Eli emphasized that he himself should understand that mental stability was a panacea for all ills, so Luca could not disagree, because in wartime, it was extremely important for survival. Luca emphasized that this was nothing like the fake stuff you see on the streets, and added that he had performed well in the tests, because he simply repeated them every day, hoping that it would help him become a better fighter. Eli explained that he had already installed a mechanical eye that allowed him to calculate trajectories, and explained that he was able to cope with this only thanks to his own instincts, which had always helped him in critical situations. He added that, in his opinion, the commander was interested in him, and that was why he decided to give him the same gift as he had received, believing that it could help him in his future career. But Luca knew and understood perfectly well that it was only his good results in training that had helped him, because people from the lower classes had always suffered from powerlessness, while the nobility prospered, and this did not give him peace. After all, he was a representative of the lower class, and simply could not refuse such an opportunity, because it could be his chance to change his life and prove to everyone that he was worthy of respect. Eli didn't get what he meant, because he'd spent his whole life having everything he wanted, and couldn't understand why Luke was so worried about his background and status. But then he emphasized that even the fact that he came from a noble family did not explain why someone had failed the test, even after paying for it, because it proved the inequality of the system. There was no proof of this, but he was more than sure of it, because people like him never lost the process of becoming a new soldier, because everyone like him got here thanks to their own skills. Luca did not expect the nobleman to tell him that not all nobles live well, but he could not even think about it, and now did not understand why he had come. Eli emphasized that he believed that people like him simply had to succeed, and held out his hand to him, hoping that this would be a symbol of a new friendship between them. Luca did not expect such a turn of events and support from the nobleman, who emphasized that he would root for him because it gave him hope that there was still kindness and support in the world. But he couldn't help but respond to his outstretched hand and shake it, because he believed that this was an important moment in their interaction and an opportunity to strengthen the bond between them. And he now emphasized once and for all that everything that was happening and everything they were doing was only for the sake of the Empire, because their goal was to protect it and ensure peace for everyone living on this planet. Eli did not take his eyes off Luca, watching his facial expressions and emotions closely, trying to understand whether his words had made an impression on the young warrior. Because this whole story is about a boy who was raised by a tyrannical empire like Akrisha, and his path to glory and recognition was full of trials and tribulations. And all this was done just to have their own weapon, because the new planet was similar to Earth, and was formed by three main forces: the Federation, the Empire, and the Sacred Alliance, which were constantly competing with each other. Therefore, the training of new soldiers for the Federation continued without stopping for a minute, because the war required new heroes ready to fight for justice and protect their loved ones. Each training session was a kind of test of endurance and the ability to cope with unexpected surprises, because on the battlefield, no one could predict what would happen next. Luca took an active part in these training sessions and spent most of his time there, because he understood that only through hard work could he achieve success. Now he had excellent mechanical eyesight, which helped him calculate trajectories and perform tasks more accurately, giving him confidence in his abilities. And now each of his shots was much more accurate and always hit the target, which impressed his mentors and opponents. He carefully examined the target that had become the focus of his training, and was pleased with the result, because each victory brought him closer to his dream of becoming an outstanding warrior. Eli, who had been watching closely the whole time, was impressed because he was able to hit the bullseye, and now it seemed that he was the best student, on a completely different level. Then he politely asked how he had gotten used to his new eye, and emphasized that it was unfair of him to be so good at both close and long-range combat, as it upset the balance. But Luca emphasized that there was nothing strange about the fact that, as a member of the Imperial Guards, he had to be able to use any type of weapon, as it was his duty and responsibility. He smiled and emphasized that he did not want to hear such words from someone who was able to hit the same spot with all his bullets, as this was a testament to his own skill. Therefore, Luca politely warned him that if he continued to remain calm, he would easily defeat him, to which he only smiled and emphasized that he would wait for this with great impatience, because, as he had already said, he would always root for him. Eli couldn't help himself, and added that the Empire needed people like him, because without new talents and abilities, the Empire could lose its power and influence on new planets, which would threaten its existence. After all, the important values of abilities and talent have changed significantly, and even the most helpless person can become talented if they have the status and power that can open many doors in life. But if people with unusual talents like him start to appear, sooner or later people will begin to distinguish between those who have abilities and those who do not, and this could cause serious changes in the hierarchy. Luca listened carefully the whole time and emphasized that he had to understand that his words seemed to criticize the entire empire, and if he passed on his words to headquarters, it would not end so simply. But Eli just waved it off, emphasizing that he knew him well enough to know that if he wanted to do that, he would have done it long ago and wouldn't be telling him now, because it was more important for him to focus on training. Now Luke smiled and jokingly emphasized that he could do it, but Eli just smiled and thanked him for his concern, because he believed that their friendship was more important than political game. Now the second year of their training had begun, and the third quarter had started, and they had new training sessions planned that promised to be even more difficult and interesting than the previous ones. Commander Castoria eagerly awaited the start of this training and appointed Luca and Eli as squad leaders, believing that they would be able to cope with all the challenges that would arise. He watched everyone in front of him closely and emphasized that if anyone disagreed with his decision, they could get up and leave immediately, because there was no place for the weak here. Everyone watched each other closely, and when it was time to start training, the commander decided to continue his speech, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. He said that there was an illegal outpost of the Kurites in this gorge, and that this training was intended to allow the trainees to test their abilities in the field, which was critically important. The commander emphasized that they should not take any prisoners, as they had to get out of there on their own, because it was a matter of honor and dignity for each of them. Everyone listened attentively and was ready to carry out the task in the field, as they understood that this was their chance to show themselves in the best light. After all, this was their first real mission, which they took seriously, and each of them was nervous in their own way because their future was at stake. But they were facing an external enemy for the first time, and now realized that the Federation and the Alliance had the same ancestors, which complicated their situation. Luca emphasized that Eli should not let his emotions get the better of him, because in battle it was important to keep a cool head and make the right decisions. But he just waved it off and emphasized that no one believed that the senior guards had come here to protect them, because everyone knew that their interests always came first. Therefore, they had to be as careful as possible, because they were already being watched by a guard in mechanical armor who was part of an entire legion ready for action. Now they were more than sure that the legion guards had come here as observers, and could even destroy them if they decided to take hostages. Therefore, they agreed with each other, and with the fact that there was no room for doubt in the Imperial crew, because each of them understood that their mission was important for the Empire. On this planet, which had become a new home for everyone, there was no force capable of matching the Empire, because they had all studied it and tried to use it to deceive the Empire for their own benefit. Eli knew and understood all this perfectly well, because he was one of the noble roots of the newly created planet, and this gave him a certain responsibility to his ancestors. He knew and remembered very well that this was what they had been taught in the past, because that was how it had been, and it had shaped their worldview and attitude towards others. But with the arrival of the Empire, everything changed dramatically, and now mechanical bodies became the basis of their continued existence on the new planet, which raised many questions. They paid no attention to what had happened in the past, and disregarded the lives of ordinary people, believing that their own survival was more important than anything else. All the locals in this city were unarmed and didn't put up any resistance because they didn't know how to fight for their lives. Therefore, the training should have gone smoothly, but suddenly something strange happened that made everyone stop and think. One of the warriors stopped near a very small creature who was just a child and was very frightened because of the chaotic atmosphere around her. There was fire all around the child, and now even the Legion Guard didn't know what to do next because the situation was extremely complicated. A very small child stood before him, and it was difficult to decide what to do next, because this was just a child who had done nothing wrong, and her life was in danger. Surprisingly, the child just sat and cried, showing no signs of resistance, unable to compete with the mechanical warriors who surrounded her, because their strength and cold-bloodedness were incomparable to her helplessness. It was difficult to watch and see, because this ordinary child was like the ancestor of all those who had now become guards, and in her eyes you could see indescribable fear and despair. Everyone knew and remembered the words of Commander Castoria, and knew that they were strictly forbidden to take prisoners, as this could have serious consequences for each of them. It was morally difficult to resist this system that had long been established by the Empire, because they believed that anyone who was not under their influence was only using the resources of the land without any responsibility. Therefore, the choice was quite obvious, and changing the decision seemed almost impossible, because each of them realized that the consequences could be catastrophic for everyone. But still, the sword that was raised above his head flew past and hit a stone that was just millimeters away from his head, and this was a signal to everyone that the situation was escalating. The guard emphasized that the child should pretend to be dead, and only then would there be a small chance of survival, because otherwise her life would be in danger. Deep down, he knew he shouldn't do it because he had no idea what they might do to him if headquarters ever found out. But it was difficult to destroy a small life that had only just come into this world and could somehow influence the existence of the entire planet, because every life is important. There were doubts, and even the thought arose that he should return and end it all, because no one wanted to be involved in such a crime against the innocent. But then, unexpectedly, someone from afar delivered the devastating and decisive blow, committing a great crime that shocked everyone present. Eli, who had been watching everything that was happening, could not disobey his commander's orders, because his conscience would not allow him to leave a child to die. And Luca now understood why he had always been the best, because he had not noticed how he had found himself outside, ready to make a decision that could change everything. Now he knew that he had seen everything and hoped that Eli would not tell the commander about his indecision, as this could have serious consequences. However, there was a slim chance that someone else had seen it, so Luca felt he had to be careful in his actions so as not to incriminate himself. So now he knew and understood that he had to keep a close eye on Eli and his actions in the future, because his actions could affect their fate. After all, it was completely unknown what he might do in this situation and how he would react to what he had seen, as it could change their attitude toward everything. Luca watched Eli closely and did not take his eyes off him, because he was high up, observing the situation. While they were watching each other closely, they got distracted and didn't notice when one of the members of the group decided to use his powers, hoping for success. He sincerely hated everything related to Akrisha and her warriors, so he fought with all his might because he believed it was his sacred duty. The explosion he saw made him realize that if an ordinary person could do this, it could only mean one thing: the fight was still going on. Eli saw all this and rushed to help, unable to ignore the situation, knowing that the risk might be justified. He was surprised by what was happening and did not expect that his approach from behind would be noticed, as this could lead to danger. This powerful warrior was watching everything that was happening around him and seemed to have predicted that he would be attacked from behind. Therefore, he used his strength against the person approaching behind him, hoping that this would stop the threat and save the situation. Luca was amazed by what was happening, because even among ordinary people there were those with powers that could change the course of battle in an instant. This extremely strong and powerful warrior emphasized that what stood before them was not a base, as had been said, but an ordinary settlement of people who were simply trying to survive. The guards didn't even know what to think, because now they realized that the captain must have known about this, and that cast doubt on their actions. But if he had given them this information, then Eli would have known about it before everyone else, and this raised serious questions about trust. And he couldn't react to his outbursts, which were purposeful and precise, because the situation was becoming increasingly tense. He continued to defend his right to live and fought with all his might because he understood that there was no turning back and he had to fight to the last breath. Luca, on the other hand, would prefer a battle to the point of complete exhaustion because he simply had no other choice, so he decided to keep up his speed, even if it could take a toll on his body. After all, they had to attack him while he was in this state, otherwise they could lose their last chance to win this brutal battle. Therefore, he decided to act much faster than his own body could withstand, because in this fight, there was no room for doubt or hesitation. He fought him bravely and skillfully, using other techniques that helped him attack, hoping that this would bring him the desired success. This warrior put all his strength into his attacks, and it was clear how difficult it was for him, and that his strength was surely at its limit, because the battle had gone on for too long. Eli was badly wounded and had lost his alertness, so he believed that there was no forgiveness for his indecision in this critical situation. After all, this was the result of his indecision, and Luke had studied battles with powerful opponents countless times, so he decided to do everything possible to deal with this. Now they were alone, standing opposite each other, watching closely to see who would attack first, as this could change the course of their battle. This master of power was ready for anything, and had already begun to use another ability of his own powers, which alarmed Luca, because he knew that it could be dangerous. Luca seemed to understand that he was trying to buy time so that his allies could escape, because to use his power, its master must be prepared for all possible consequences. In this case, all his actions and hand gestures only gave him an advantage and the best moment to deliver the decisive blow. It was the best moment to attack and win this difficult duel, because losing would mean not only losing the battle but also ending his mission. So he seized the opportunity and attacked first, knowing certain subtleties of fighting against masters of power that could prove decisive in this encounter. But he couldn't help but notice that the power he was using was incredible, and gave him a significant advantage over his opponent, who had lost his vigilance. The master of this power was a skilled fighter who could successfully use his strength against an opponent with mechanical body parts, and this alarmed Luca. Therefore, he was able to destroy Luca's protective helmet, which greatly impressed him, because now he realized that the danger was even closer. Luca could not understand how this was happening, because his strength was impressive and destructive, and he felt that his chances of victory were diminishing. And when this warrior saw who was standing before him, he was just as shocked, because standing before him was a very young boy, and he could tell that he was just a child. Therefore, this entire duel was no better than what had happened before, when they were defending their settlement, and it made them feel hopeless. Luca, who was confused, came to his senses and decided to continue the duel in order to win, because there was no turning back. He was able to achieve the long-awaited victory, although it did not come easily, as every blow required all his strength. He was tired and exhausted because the rulers of the land were skilled fighters, and it was difficult to compete with them when his strength was at its limit. Now he looked closely at his broken helmet and realized that if he had thought about it any longer, it could have had dire consequences for his condition. After all, these creatures were a phonetic group beyond human understanding, so he did not understand how he could have thought about such a thing in this situation. The main motto of their training taught them not to let their emotions completely take over during a fight, as this could lead to fatal mistakes. After all, everything they did was for the sake of the Empire, and it was their duty to carry it out without hesitation. It was precisely in order to get rid of enemies who posed a threat to the Emperor and the citizens of the Empire that they were willing to make any sacrifice. This was the sole purpose of the Imperial Guard, who had to strictly adhere to their duties, as their mission was sacred. Acrecia, in turn, had a special hospital with a laboratory where soldiers were modernized to ensure their superiority in battle. I wondered how Luke felt after everything he had been through, because after such trials, it was important to know if he had retained his strength of spirit and readiness for new challenges. Luca was full of energy and strength because he believed that, on the contrary, he had gained something new from this experience that made him even more determined and confident. Eli was impressed by his calm attitude toward everything that had happened and laughed because he believed that such a reaction could only be the result of great endurance. This time they received new limbs and continued to upgrade their bodies, receiving new bones and special skin, but it was meaningless because they would still get new bodies. Eli assumed that the boss must know everything that had happened, but he couldn't understand why the Master of Power was there if everything was so confusing. Eli was dissatisfied that they had not been told anything, trying to test their strength, and Luke confirmed that even the senior guards had not helped them in this situation. It was quite strange because they had seen how powerful the Master of Power could be, and it made them feel anxious and uneasy. But despite all this, they remained alive and couldn't believe in this lucky coincidence that gave them the opportunity to continue fighting for their place in the Empire. Luca suggested that perhaps the powerful man did not want to destroy them, because his actions showed that he could have easily destroyed them, but chose a different path. He remembered his surprised expression when he saw that behind the mask was just a young man who was a warrior, and this made him have certain doubts. Luca knew and understood perfectly well that because of everything that was happening, Korit could quickly be wiped off the face of the earth, and his other comrades who were there would regret it. Eli remembered how he wanted to let their ordinary child go free, because it was extremely unusual for a ruler who always sought control. He wondered why he had decided to do so, as such decisions could indicate deep internal conflicts and doubts. But Luke was not going to answer that question, and emphasized that he talks a lot, and assumed that his tongue and thoughts had probably already been replaced. Luca understood that he had made a mistake and promised himself that it would not happen again, because every lesson has a price that must be paid. Now the commander addressed them and emphasized that they had completed one of the years of their training to become Imperial Guards, and that this was an important stage in their lives. He reported that new warriors had joined them, and emphasized that Luke and Eli should be the best example for them, as they were now the best in their category. He watched them closely and told them that they could even become centurions in the future if they served with honor and in the name of the Emperor and their fellow citizens. Eli and Luke were impressed by such a positive attitude and hoped that in the future they would be able to reach these heights, as this was their true goal. Each of them knew and remembered the hierarchy that had developed in the Imperial Guard, which consisted of 1,000 soldiers divided into 10 centurions who obeyed the chief centurion. And this chief centurion, who was the commander of all the guards, was the commander of the first centuria, and therefore all cadets, including Luke, had to undergo complete physical training. He hoped that in the future he would still be able to become the next centurion and make his way to the top, because his dream was to fulfill his ambition. He constantly trained and honed his skills for the sake of his future dream, because he understood that only through hard work could he achieve success. Eli was his main opponent in these duels and training sessions, which they often conducted together, and this helped them both grow as warriors. They competed against each other bravely, and used many different fighting techniques, trying to outdo each other in every match. They could spend many hours in these competitions, and made many attempts to defeat each other, as each of them strived for victory. Luca noticed that Eli had become much stronger when he got his new arm, and this gave him new abilities in combat that were previously unavailable to him. But he didn't let that bother him, and continued to compete and fight him using new parts of his body, because every match was important. Eli was impressed by his opponent's courage, and often didn't know how to respond, because Luca always found new ways to attack. Luca was a strong opponent who gave his all during their competitions and training, which made their fights even more exciting. It was difficult for Eli to win, and this time he lost again, because each fight became more and more intense for him and required incredible effort to overcome his opponent. Luca stood next to him and smiled because he had always won all their fights, and this gave him extra confidence in his strength and abilities. After these difficult competitions and duels with each other, they always rested and talked about how it would be better to become much stronger by simply changing parts of their bodies, because then training would not be necessary at all. Eli emphasized that his opponent had become much stronger and more powerful after that incident, because he could see that he was interested in becoming a centurion, and this inspired him to new achievements. Luca emphasized that with his experience in the Imperial Guard, all doors would be open to him, because he had already reached a level where origin did not matter, so he should relax and enjoy the moment. But Luca emphasized that unlike him, he had nowhere to return to and no way back, and in his case, he had to keep moving forward, because there was no point in retreating. He added that Eli was talented but lacked motivation, and asked why he had decided to become an Imperial Guard if he had other dreams. Eli decided to share with him and explained that he had always dreamed of becoming a scientist and archaeologist, studying the ancient civilization of Arcana, because that was his true calling. Luca asked why he hadn't pursued his dream, and he explained that any research into Arcana was forbidden in the Empire, and that his family included several famous generals, so he had little choice. Luca didn't believe him, but he couldn't understand how someone of noble birth couldn't do what he wanted, because where he grew up, people lived every day as if it were their last and had other priorities. Eli understood what he meant, but explained that he just wanted to share a secret with him as a friend, because he didn't think there was anything wrong with that. However, Luca emphasized that his words could be perceived as criticism of the Empire and imperial power if someone revealed his thoughts, but Eli smiled and assured him that he had told only him. Luca explained that he had thought about it because his opponent was an ordinary person, and now he would go back and do everything right because it would be the right thing to do. He added that he was devoted with all his heart to the Empire and the Emperor, who recognized his talent, and explained that the enemies of the Empire were also his enemies, because he could not remain indifferent. He added that Eli was no exception to these rules, and now he listened to him carefully, trying to understand his point of view and motives. But Eli did not believe him, and explained that all his words were nothing more than an attempt to protect himself because he did not believe in Luke's sincerity and intentions. He explained that if his loyalty to the Empire had no limits, he would have already tried to destroy him, but Luke knew that this was not the case, and tried to prove his point. So he advised him not to put so much pressure on himself, and to be a little calmer, because excessive stress could lead to fatal mistakes during their missions. Luca was not thrilled by these words and was a little angry, emphasizing that if he continued like this, he would not last long, as it was dangerous to their health. Their next training mission came around again during one of their years of training, which involved reconnaissance tasks, and they were ready for the new challenges that awaited them. It was a neutral zone where no one lived, and it seemed that this was the very place of Arcana, surrounded by secrets and mysteries that needed to be solved. It still responded to energy impulses, even though it was old, and this made them feel uneasy, because the unknown always carries risks. He was thrilled by what he saw before him, and wanted to get inside as soon as possible, because he felt that there could be incredible discoveries there. He did not hide his excitement, and explained that Arcana had existed long before the appearance of humanity, although there had already been a civilization that studied space and left traces of its existence. But Luca couldn't understand why he kept talking about it, because he had long ago told him about the clear boundaries of their communication, but he simply ignored them. He emphasized that there was no need to relax because, although this was a reconnaissance mission, it was still part of their training, so if they encountered an enemy, they would have to fight. Even if they couldn't handle it on their own, one of the guards would come to their aid, because the team always had to be ready for any situation. Eli added that the present exists because of the past, and that based on this, it is possible to predict the future, because history always repeats itself. Claude, whom I took on as an Imperial Guard cadet, explained that if you think about it, it becomes clear why so many people are interested in history and its lessons. Luca remembered very well that the family of this new cadet was inferior to the Cartas, but he was still considered an aristocrat, which made him somewhat suspicious of his intention. Eli asked Luca if he was seeing anyone, because he wanted to ask him some rather personal questions that had been bothering him for a long time, and which he couldn't discuss with others due to their confidential nature. But he explained that there was no need to be so afraid, because if he wasn't seeing anyone, he would like to introduce him to his sister, as he thought she might interest Luca. He emphasized that his sister was a good person, and even though he came from a lowly background, he now had every chance of becoming his commander, because in the Empire, it was not one's origins that mattered, but one's abilities. He couldn't help but smile, emphasizing that Luca was becoming more and more popular, and this gave him a sense of confidence in himself and his abilities. Suddenly, something unknown distracted them, bringing back memories of the dangers they had already faced during their previous missions and training. Eli felt it and looked around to understand what was bothering him, because in such situations any detail could be crucial for their survival. Then they saw the presence of the unknown, and emphasized that everyone should take cover and provide support if necessary, because safety was their priority. They decided to take Claude with them to see what was hiding there, because each of them knew that together they were stronger and could handle any threat. When they moved forward, they saw that someone was near them and had not yet noticed them, but their hearts were beating faster from anxiety and adrenaline. This stranger was watching everything closely, his attention fixed on a crystal high above, as if he were looking for something special. He watched him closely and did not notice their presence yet, as they were hiding very close by, trying to remain unnoticed. Suddenly, Luca realized who was in front of them and couldn't believe his eyes, for it was an enemy they had considered a myth. Before them stood none other than Kuritsky Paladin, a dangerous enemy whose appearance filled them with fear and anxiety. While they were watching him closely, they didn't notice that he had started watching them, and his helmet turned toward them, causing them to stop. Now the situation was dangerous because they could see each other, but they had not yet taken any active action, which created tension in the air. However, the Paladin turned out to be much more dangerous than they could have imagined, as he immediately decided to attack them without wasting a moment to make a decision. Luca emphasized that everyone nearby should immediately retreat and take cover in a safer place, as danger was already close. He loudly called out to Cadet Claude, whom they had taken with them on reconnaissance, and urged him to run away quickly because there was no time. Unfortunately, he did not manage to warn him in time, as Paladin's spear was much faster than his thoughts, and this proved to be a fatal mistake. And so he watched sadly as Claude left them forever, because the loss of a friend in such a situation was unbearable for each of them. The Paladin was an extremely strong opponent and could have caused great harm to everyone present, as his strength was impressive. The Paladin's spear was incredible because after attacking, it returned to its master like a magnet pulling its power back. Luca watched the trajectory of this interesting weapon the entire time, trying to understand how the Paladin used it in battle. The Paladin grabbed his spear back and used some unknown force to do so, which impressed him with its speed and accuracy. He held his weapon tightly in his hand because the spear quickly returned to him, giving the impression that he had never let go of it. Luca did not take his eyes off Claude, who lay motionless on the ground, because the loss of his friend was too painful, and he could not come to terms with it. He remembered how he had tried to introduce him to his sister, hoping that they would become friends, and now that seemed so far away. But now Luca's expression was one of surprise, because he couldn't believe that all this was really happening. It seemed to him that he saw the tip of the spear glow, and then suddenly the upper part of Claude's body disappeared as if in a nightmare. He wanted to use his wonderful device to calculate the trajectory, but the mechanical eye refused to work, which only added to his panic. He demanded that it calculate the trajectory of the spear, no matter what it took, but new errors kept appearing, only increasing his confusion and fear. But suddenly, behind him, he heard loud, alarming shots, which forced him to focus on the situation unfolding around them. All these bullets were aimed at an incredibly strong enemy, who instantly formed a shield around himself, demonstrating his strength and readiness for battle. Finally, reinforcements arrived and called him by name, emphasizing that they needed to gather themselves and focus on what was happening around them. After all, he stood frozen and motionless, so he was reminded that he had to fight to stop this warrior, otherwise they could all die. It was none other than Eli, who wanted to bring Luke to his senses, knowing that he was capable of more than just standing there doing nothing. Luca realized that Eli would be right. If he just stood there and did nothing, it would be a big mistake, and nothing good would come of it. The best way out of this situation was to keep fighting until the Imperial Guards arrived, because help was already on its way. He was sure that if they could hold out for at least a few seconds, the same Imperial Guard who had been watching them would arrive. So they continued their duel and stuck together, waiting for help. Because in this situation, unity was their strongest weapon. But the Paladin was a strong and intelligent opponent who did not wait or waste time, attacking them from all sides. And so they pretended to hold their ground, but his spear was heading their way, causing them to panic and fear. The phrase, "We cannot make even the slightest mistake," constantly echoed in his head, because they had to hold on until the very end, as their lives were at stake. But the Paladin still managed to achieve his goal and partially destroy Luca's helmet, causing him pain and anxiety. But he ignored all this and continued to fight with his spear, which constantly attacked him again and again, and he could not retreat. He used his mechanical eye to calculate the trajectory, but so far he had not succeeded, when suddenly he felt that he would not be able to hold out for even 12 seconds. But he remembered the words of his commander, who had emphasized that such confusion was similar to that of an animal about to be killed, and this gave him strength. Castoria always emphasized that you had to turn your back on the enemy and unquestioningly take a bullet in the back, as this might be the only way out of a dangerous situation. The commander was firmly convinced that weak guards had no place among the Imperial warriors, and this spurred Luca into action. Therefore, Luca decided that the best way out of this situation would be to attack and anticipate his every move so as not to give him a chance. So he continued his attacks and successfully maneuvered away from the spear, trying to be unpredictable and not give the enemy any advantage. It was incredibly difficult to compete with such a strong opponent, and it was like a test of strength that increased his adrenaline. His match flew high into the air and landed in a completely different direction, giving him a chance to regain his strength and collect his thoughts. He crashed into the ground and seemed to be stuck there because his mechanical arms couldn't move, which caused a new fear. His arms were so badly damaged that it was difficult to predict what to do next, and this only intensified his sense of hopelessness. His mechanical arms were now immobile, but he was able to block his enemy's spear, which gave him hope for survival. However, he must not forget that he was preparing for the next attack, because the paladin would not give him a chance to rest. The paladin watched closely, not rushing to attack, which made Luca anxious. But this did not last long, because the warrior now decided to attack not only with his weapon, but also with his own body, which came as a surprise. And now Luca realized that he was in a worse position than he could have imagined, because the situation was becoming increasingly critical. After all, the paladin had extremely powerful abilities and turned him into a pile of small pieces of mechanical parts that scattered across the ground, leaving behind only memories of his former strength. He launched an attack on everyone else nearby and decided to do the same to them, demonstrating his ruthlessness and desire to win this battle. He did not stop for a moment and continued to attack everyone almost simultaneously, because his goal was clear: to destroy everyone who stood in his way to triumph. Luca hoped that this attack would be directed at him, but he could not have expected that the paladin would decide to attack Ile, as this made him worry about his friend. This did not stop Paladin at all, and he continued to move forward to attack, as if he felt no obstacles in his way. And now the paladin turned his attention directly to Luca, who was watching what was happening behind him, trying to assess the situation. Luca was surprised and stunned because he did not know what to do in this situation, as the time for his confrontation was approaching a critical point. But he gathered his strength and wits and decided to stand firm against his next attack, because their survival in this battle depended on it. Therefore, the paladin did not wait for him to decide to attack, and they rushed at each other almost simultaneously, creating the impression of an explosion of energy. It was as if nature itself sensed that something strange and incredible was happening, and it was witnessing an event that could change the course of history. Each opponent was ready to continue the duel and attack each other, for in their eyes burned determination and the desire to win. To do this, they had to prepare their mechanical bodies in advance and activate all their systems to be ready for any turn of events. After all, the mechanical legs needed time to start moving and help their owner fly high up into the air, where he could gain an advantage. The mechanical body had a number of advantages that allowed it to accelerate quickly and even move in the air, which was critical in this battle. Luca decided to take advantage of this, as his upgraded mechanical body was incredibly strong and durable, ready for the most difficult challenges. With its help, he could move quickly and cover distances in a matter of seconds, which gave him a chance to win. So he gathered all his remaining strength and abilities and went on the attack, full of determination and confidence in his abilities. Luca moved quickly and did not pay attention to the fact that some parts of his body were missing, because his spirit was stronger than his physical limitations. He still had enough strength and energy to keep moving forward and not be afraid of the difficulties that awaited him in this fierce battle. And now they were close to each other, about to clash in a decisive duel that would determine the fate of each of them. They were so close that they could see each other's expressions, and in those expressions, they could see the depth of their emotions. It was a confrontation that tested the strength of character, fortitude, and endurance of each, for victory could only go to the strongest. As is well known, paladins were extremely tough and strong opponents, and it was risky to engage in single combat with them, which was clear to everyone. Therefore, Eli, who was watching everything, was surprised by what he saw, because Luke had decided to do something that could be fatal. Luca had decided to fight him alone and was suffering defeat after defeat, which made Eli worry about his friend. But now the Imperial Guard they had been waiting for so long appeared, and helped them by turning the tide of battle in their favor. It was interesting to watch because the guard's mechanical body was perfect, and he looked like a real warrior. It was strong and gave its owner a number of advantages, such as strength and agility, which allowed him to act quickly and effectively. This Imperial Guard moved quickly, delivering blow after blow, and even used his personal weapon to deliver the decisive blow. Meanwhile, the others who had been injured in the fight could at least rest a little and watch as they circled above their heads, competing in this epic battle. The space of Arcana stood restlessly, waiting for its moment, as if it itself was waiting for the moment when its power would be used to decide the fate of all participants in this epic confrontation. And the Imperial warrior continued to defend and help those who needed him so much, because not only their safety depended on his actions, but also the outcome of this great battle. Suddenly they flew into Arcana together, and then something strange began to happen that made everyone fall silent in amazement and fear of the unknown. Luca, who was closely watching this incredible duel, saw how the large stele that marked the entrance to the Arcana began to glow, emitting a mysterious light that promised new possibilities. Now he did not understand what was happening because things he had never seen or heard before were happening before his eyes, and this caused him deep concern. Somewhere in the distance, among the rocks near the competition site, a thick fog appeared, slowly enveloping everything around it, creating an atmosphere of mystery and danger. And in this thick fog, two eyes appeared, watching the spectators closely, as if studying their reactions and attitudes to the events unfolding. It was the guard they had been waiting for so long, and he watched them closely, catching their reaction, because his mission was critically important. His mechanical body was incredible, and he was completely mechanical, which gave him special strength and endurance in this brutal battle. Everyone around heard the joyful cry of one of the cadets who had been helped and saved, and it sparked a wave of hope among all those present. Now the guard slowly moved toward them and said nothing yet, as his gaze was focused on the situation unfolding around him. He was tired after such a long duel with the paladin, whom he had pinned to the wall, but he was still ready for new challenges. He moved away from him but did not take his eyes off his opponent, knowing that anything could be expected from the paladins, even the most dangerous. The paladin watched him impassively and did not take any decisive action, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. It was no wonder that the Imperial Guard was in no hurry to leave the battlefield, watching his opponent's every move closely, for any one move could be decisive. Although the paladin was badly injured, he did not retreat, and was ready to get back on his feet, demonstrating his indomitability and determination. However, the Imperial Guard knew this, and seemed to have anticipated his opponent's next move, preparing his own plan for the next step. Therefore, he was ready to continue the duel and take offensive action, because the fate of everyone watching depended on his actions. He was already preparing his own sword to continue the duel, knowing that every moment could be decisive for victory or defeat. Luca stood attentively and watched what was happening nearby, trying to figure out how he could help his comrades. He could not even imagine that one day he would see one of the Imperial Legion guards wielding the weapons of the Empire, while a holy knight used his power. However, this did not stop the paladin, and even the minor damage to his mechanical armor did not prevent him from continuing the duel. So now they continued to fight each other without even paying attention to the fatigue that was catching up with them, because their determination drove them forward. It was interesting to see who would prove to be the stronger of the two, as both opponents had their own unique abilities and strategies. They continued their duel and were already almost colliding with each other, ready for the final blow that would decide their fate. Neither opponent took his eyes off the other and watched closely, waiting for their next move, because every move could be fatal. Many minutes passed as their duel continued, and the spectators held their breath as they watched this epic confrontation. But they did not stop for a moment and continued to compete with each other, because both knew that victory could only go to the strongest. You could see them intertwining in the sky and attacking again and again, creating the impression of a dance of death. Far away from the Arcana pedestal, the bright glow of their battle lit up the night sky and attracted the attention of everyone around. It was loud, and everyone present watched intently at what was hidden far away behind the trees, because each of them was waiting for the moment when the secrets hidden in this battle would be revealed. Suddenly, they reappeared in their field of vision, and it was possible to see how they intertwined with each other, creating the impression that both had become part of one large mechanism. The duel was fierce and did not stop for a minute, and both opponents were already exhausted, but their determination and desire to win did not allow them to stop. It was all too fast, and it was impossible to follow the weapon, so it was a clear example of how the Imperial Guards competed, demonstrating their skills. Luca begged for the Imperial Guard to defeat such a strong opponent, because the fate of everyone watching this epic battle depended on it. After all, they all hoped only for the strength and courage of this guard who had come to their aid, and each of them believed in his victory over the mighty paladin. But the paladin would not have been such a strong and famous warrior if he did not possess incredible strength and cunning, which made him a dangerous opponent on the battlefield. The Imperial Guard knew this very well and fought him with all his might, because not only his fate depended on his actions, but also the fate of all those who relied on him. He managed to grab his opponent's helmet and try to destroy it, as this was the only way to force the paladin to retreat. He put all his strength into destroying his helmet, as this could be the decisive moment in their duel, and he felt that victory was close. He almost succeeded. using all the strength of his mechanical arms, which were designed to fight powerful opponents, such as the Paladin. But it was difficult because the Paladin's suit was strong, and the material from which it was made remained a mystery to everyone. But despite all these peculiarities, the Imperial Guard continued to fight and wanted to win, because the fate of his comrades depended on it. So he clenched his hand on the Paladin's helmet tighter and tighter, trying to find a weak spot that would allow him to deliver the decisive blow. However, the Paladin had excellent control over his body and was able to use his strength to his advantage, as his combat experience gave him an edge in critical situations. Luca, who was closely watching what was happening, did not pay attention to what was going on behind him, but behind him was the same spear, ready to attack. Suddenly he realized it, and he could feel a powerful energy behind him that made him turn around because danger was approaching. At that moment, there was only one thought in his head. The Imperial Guard had no idea of the speed and power of this spear, and would most likely not have time to react. Therefore, he decided to act decisively, because he understood that if the Imperial Guard died, he would be next, and that was not part of his plan. So he quickly began to think about his next move, in order to save the guard and everyone else who was there, because time was running out. The spear was enveloped by a new wave of energy directed at him from the Paladin, creating a feeling that the danger was becoming even more real. This weapon still felt and understood its master and quickly freed itself from the ground, ready to attack. Luca tried hard to react in time, but unfortunately he failed, and one of his limbs was destroyed again, causing him deep disappointment. He was disappointed and angry because he still couldn't figure out what to do, and every second was becoming critically important for everyone. He begged the weapon not to hit its target and to change its trajectory, because he had blocked it with his body, risking his own life. And suddenly he saw a bright light that completely enveloped the two who were fighting in front of him, and this light promised hope for victory. The Paladin held back the weapon raised above him by the Imperial Guard, and it was clear that it was not easy for him, as his strength was already at its limit. They were advancing on each other again, and the Imperial Guard's hand tightened on his helmet, ready for the decisive blow. But the light reached its target, and Luca could not believe his eyes, for what he saw surpassed all his expectations. The Imperial Guard's strong body served as a reliable weapon and shield in various situations, giving him confidence in his ability. But the Paladin's strength was incomparable because he could wield this power without using additional means, and this made him an even more dangerous opponent on the battlefield, for he was a master of martial arts. Suddenly, the Imperial Guard used the additional reserves of his mechanical body and knocked the Paladin to the ground, causing a powerful explosion that destroyed everything around them, and this became the decisive moment in their duel. This provoked an extremely powerful burst of energy that destroyed everything around them, and even the spectators were amazed by the force of this collision, which changed the course of the battle. Luca was knocked off his feet by such a large and powerful wave that engulfed everything around him, and he couldn't understand what was happening as he tried to recover from the shock and cope with the aftermath. He couldn't understand what was happening, and was curious about what had happened and who had won, because his mind was in chaos, and he hoped for the best. He hoped that the Imperial Guard had won, because if it had been a Korean knight, he would have been dead long ago and all his dreams would have been shattered. Suddenly, he heard footsteps slowly but heavily approaching him, and his heart began to beat faster, because he did not know whether it was a friend or an enemy. He began to beg for mercy and help, fearing for his life, realizing that the situation had become critical and dangerous. But he did not expect to hear the words of the Imperial Guard, who emphasized that Luke, as an ordinary trainee, had done well, and that this encouraged him in this difficult moment. He emphasized that it was thanks to him that he was able to defeat the knight, and asked how he was feeling, as he had heard that Luca was wounded, and this caused him concern. He decided to help him return to base and save him, because they both understood that their friendship and support could be decisive in this situation. Luca knew very well that the Legion was a guard in mechanical armor that the Empire had created from Imperial guards, and this filled him with admiration because he dreamed of becoming part of it. By removing all parts of the human body that were not needed for battle, this device turned a person into the ultimate weapon, ready for any challenge on the battlefield. Like every cadet, he dreamed of joining the Legion because it was the embodiment of the Imperial Guards he had heard so many legends and stories about. These Imperial Guards were interesting and strong, with incredibly powerful mechanical bodies that gave them an advantage in battle and made them invincible. But in this case, it was all strange because the guard who came to help him was missing an important part of his body and was still alive. Therefore, it was difficult to tell whether he was still human or already completely a machine, because the line between these two worlds was blurred. Luca decided to draw the Imperial Guard's attention to the absence of such an important part of his body on his shoulders, hoping that this would make him want to tell his story. This had a completely unexpected result, as the guard began to actively search this part of his body and realized that his head was still where it should be. Now the Imperial Guard was confused because he did not understand what was really happening, and this added to his anxiety in this tense situation. Luca already regretted telling him about the missing body part, because it caused the guard to panic, and he couldn't wait to be taken to a safer place. Luca realized that his dream of becoming like them could lead to him turning into the same kind of monster, and that scared him. Now he suddenly felt cold and began to shiver uncontrollably, hoping that he would be able to wait for help to arrive. He was very confused and disappointed because he hoped that this would not be the last thing he would see in his life, and his heart was beating with anxiety. Suddenly, he heard a voice near him calling his name and asking if he was still alive, which gave him hope of rescue. The voice belonged to Eli, who was sincerely glad to see him alive and unharmed, although he emphasized that he was not in perfect condition, which caused Luke to worry. Now they realized that everyone else who had been with them was unfortunately gone, and this filled their hearts with sadness, because the losses were great. They decided to assess the extent of their injuries, so that they could at least help each other, because in this situation, every life mattered. Eli asked Luca what he planned to do next, because their chances of survival were getting smaller, and they needed to act quickly. He had time to look around and saw before his eyes the very life he had been striving for all this time, and this made him think deeply about the future. They realized that the Federation and the Alliance were on the other side, and that it would be difficult to achieve their goal without leaving the Empire, because all paths to success were blocked. Luca said that he was fine, but if he wanted to do it, he could go to the Arches now, because time was running out, and opportunities could disappear as quickly as they had appeared. Eli said that reinforcements would soon arrive, and that as soon as they were here, they would have to return to the Empire. So Luca emphasized that if he wanted to go, now was the best opportunity. He was confused and did not know what to do in this situation, because this interesting opportunity encouraged him to go on, despite the risks that might await him ahead. He got up and was about to leave because research and his dream had always been deep in his soul, and now he felt that it was time to act so as not to lose this unique opportunity. And Luke watched closely as he left him because he had no other choice, and he felt deep sadness at the possibility of losing a friend in this dangerous situation. After all, his origins guaranteed him wealth and fame, and every citizen of the Empire could envy him, but he could not forget his dreams and aspirations, which had always been important to him. Therefore, it was difficult for him to understand Elijah's desire to explore the past world, because it seemed risky and pointless to him, but he respected his determination. But he remembered their conversation once under the stars as they sat after another training session when Luke defeated him again, and it reminded him how important it was to follow his dreams. And when he shared his dreams, you could see his face light up with happiness, because he believed he could achieve everything he dreamed of if he didn't give up. So he hoped that he would be able to fulfill all his dreams because he believed in the power of friendship and support and hoped for it with all his heart despite all the difficulties. Suddenly, he felt his wound touch something that brought him to his senses and opened his eyes, and this was an unexpected turn in his condition. It was unexpected because he saw Eli in front of him, who had returned to him after all, and this gave him strength because his friend had not left him in trouble. Eli explained that when he saw him in such a state, he believed that he might die, so he decided to return to support him during this difficult time. He added that he simply could not live peacefully if he left him there, because their friendship was an important part of his life, and he could not allow that to happen. Luca did not see any heroism in this act, and emphasized that he was still doing the wrong thing because he was risking his life, and that was not what he wanted to see in his friends. After everything that had happened, Luca was able to rest a little and carefully read the cybernetic catalog, trying to focus on information that might be useful. His body had already been restored, and all his limbs were next to him, so he could hold them in his hands and turn the pages himself, feeling himself coming back to life. He carefully studied each page of the catalog and thought about his dreams, imagining how his new abilities could change his life and the lives of those around him. Suddenly, he heard Eli approaching behind him and asking if he was choosing new body parts, which made him smile. He personally decided to recommend a certain model to him because it had a short adaptation period, so he could return to the battlefield much faster and be much better than he was now. Luca was surprised that Eli had such an incredible ability to appear out of nowhere, and he jokingly replied that he must have scared him because he was always on guard. After returning to the Empire and completing his treatment, Luca was constantly taken away for interrogation by various departments, as his experience had become valuable for the investigation of the incident. After all, everyone wanted to know more about what had happened during the mission that had cost the lives of all 3 cadets, and even one of the Imperial Guards, and this incident was called the Battle with the Koritsky Paladin. Eli assumed that they would conduct a thorough investigation, as it was important for the security of the Empire, but now he was summoned for a completely different reason. Eli reported that an artifact had been found near the place where they had been, and now everyone was arguing about who would get it, as this flying cube was of immense value. Luca wanted to know who had it now, and said that he knew that a team of specialists in this field had been sent there because it was important for their safety. Therefore, if the Sacred Alliance refuses to give them the area and the artifact, a full-scale war will most likely start again, and this made Luca anxious about the future. If the Empire fought with the Trough, Balat could reap the rewards just by watching from the sidelines, which added tension to an already complicated situation. Therefore, they have so far only engaged in minor skirmishes with insignificant losses, but Luca paid no attention to these political repressions, as his job was simply to follow orders and fight. After all, this is what all members of the Imperial Guard must do, adhering to strict rules and standards that ensure safety and order in all situations that arise during the performance of their duties. The Imperial Guard was a reliable place where everyone knew what to do and followed orders, as this was important for maintaining discipline and efficiency in all the missions they carried out. If he had killed another cadet during the mission, the captain could only explain it that way, because such situations could happen when emotions took over rational thinking. He explained that this was called phantom syndrome, which was caused by residual brainwaves and was quite common in those who had experienced severe stress or trauma. But now he thought about it constantly and couldn't believe that it was residual discharge, because even after his impressive victory, he didn't respond to his words, which was not phantom syndrome. He had even more questions that arose in the process, but he couldn't get any answers, which prompted him to search for information, albeit cautiously. However, he was not so foolish as to deliberately seek information that the management might be hiding from them, because he knew that this could have serious consequences for him. There was one interesting place in the training camp that in theory should not have been there, and this made him want to find out more about its purpose and role in the overall context of the training. It was the Visitors' Hall, which had been created specifically for cadets to meet with family members and friends to maintain contact and morale during the difficult times of training. Since his time in the orphanage, Luca had never set foot in the room because he felt he had no right to such meetings, and this caused him deep distress and doubt. Because he was a child from an orphanage, he simply had no one to meet, but quite unexpectedly for himself, something strange happened that made him reconsider his views. He was visited by Lillian Ramos, who was Claude's sister, whom Claude had wanted so much to introduce him to. And this came as a surprise to Luca, because he did not expect to meet anyone from his family. He thought she might have come to ask him about the loss of her brother, who had been the commander of his group, and this made him feel responsible for her emotion. But she explained that if he thought she had come to blame him, he shouldn't worry, because when her brother Claude joined the Imperial Guard, their family was already prepared for such news. She said that she wanted to meet him in person to talk about certain things that interested her, and this aroused Luca's interest because he didn't know what to expect from this conversation. She explained that her brother had told her a lot about him, and said that he was the most talented of the cadets, and had constantly asked her if she would like to meet him, as it was important to Claude. She was sure that he should know about their family because they were quite well known, so she emphasized that she would prefer to avoid the formality of an introduction, which seemed rather unusual to Luca. To Luca, it sounded like she wanted to date him, and this caused mixed feelings in him because he was not ready for such a relationship in his life. Lillian didn't understand his wariness, and explained that he shouldn't be so afraid because they could date each other once they got to know each other better, and the fact that her brother wanted this was a strong incentive. She added that, in her opinion, he could only benefit from this because many people would like to be in his position, and this made him think about his value in society. This was both right and wrong, but on the other hand, it made no sense to turn down such an offer, because no one like him would ever have the opportunity to marry a girl from such a prominent family. After all, it was a golden opportunity to defeat many who would stand in his way in the future, because the opportunity to join the ranks of the aristocracy would bring him closer to the goal he had been striving for. It was the limit of his dreams, and this, in turn, alarmed him because everything was going too well, and he felt as if something could go wrong at any moment. It was the ease with which she made her decision that repelled him, because he was not used to things happening so easily and effortlessly, as in fairy tale. He politely declined and apologized, which surprised Lillian because she had not expected such a turn of events, and it made her feel disappointed. He did not want to continue the conversation with her and hurried to leave the visiting room, because he felt that this was not the path he wanted to take in his life. He thought that Eli was not smart because, having everything before him, he dreamed of going against the Empire, but he could not even imagine doing something worse than making a decision based solely on his feeling. Therefore, he was more than convinced that Liliana would take this decision as a personal insult, but he hoped that the consequences would not be too great and would not damage his reputation. But she did not want to let him go so easily, and caught up with him, grabbing his mechanical arm, which came as a shock to him because he did not expect her to react that way. This action surprised him greatly, because he did not expect her to plan to catch up with him, and it made him wonder whether he should stay in this situation. She apologized, and explained that she had probably jumped to conclusions too quickly and rushed into making such an important decision that could affect their future relationship and understanding. She was upset, and a natural blush covered her face. Lillian suggested that they remain friends for now, as she believed that with time, they would be able to understand each other better and find common ground. Luca was a little surprised but emphasized that this was not what he meant, because it was important for him to keep his distance so as not to get confused about his feelings and not give in to emotions that could interfere with his goal. But she looked at him intently and then turned back, emphasizing that she would visit him and wishing them a quick meeting, hoping that the next conversation would be more comfortable for both of them. Luca was very surprised and looked closely at the hand she had grabbed, because the prosthesis was not only part of his body, but also a symbol of his struggle and desire to become stronger. And it seemed to him that it would be difficult to avoid her in the future, because her determination and desire to communicate with him only intensified his inner conflict and made him think about his feeling. Now, they were in Acrisius at the training ground where competitions between new cadets always took place, and the atmosphere was filled with adrenaline and competitive spirit that pushed them to new achievements. This time, the instructor was already waiting for him and was carefully examining his transformed body, because the changes he had undergone were impressive and testified to his desire to improve and hone his skills. He said that he could not have expected him to show up so quickly. The instructor's name was Kinuan, and his experience in training cadets made him an authority among the younger ones. But Luca was firmly convinced that he should continue his training, and that was why he had come here, because he believed that this was the only way he could achieve his goals in the Empire. The instructor emphasized that he was already well trained, and that the others in his class were not even close to his level, which made Luca feel responsible and eager to prove his strength. He explained that he remembered many cadets, but only a few of them could compare to him. And this was a kind of challenge for Luca, because it meant that he was not strong enough among all the others. The instructor believed that he was rushing to learn so quickly, and this instructor was quite strong among all the others, and had a good ability not to pressure his students with his authority. He preferred simple prostheses with low-impact strength because his new prosthesis was several times stronger, which gave him an advantage in combat and training. But his only weakness was that, due to incomplete prosthetics, Luca was still much weaker than him, and this pushed him to train even harder. Therefore, if he could not defeat such an opponent, he would not be able to stand against Koritsky Paladin, as this was an important test for his future career. Luca thanked him for this wonderful opportunity, but the instructor emphasized that it was impossible to even imagine that he could have made a different choice, so he advised him to attack and show his skills. It was a kind of signal that allowed Luca to move forward and strike his instructor, because he knew that this could be his chance to prove his strength. The instructor was strong and resilient and immediately blocked his blow, asking if he had decided to test his new prosthetics, as this was an important stage in his training. Luca remembered very well that although the instructor had retired from his position as an Imperial Guard, he knew that he could block such an attack without even blinking, and this gave him confidence. Therefore, he continued to attack him with new methods, trying to find weaknesses in his defense and use all his skills to impress the instructor. Therefore, in order to make his attack more successful, he decided to crouch down to close the distance between them, as this could give him an advantage in speed. He believed that this would help him finish everything faster with just one strike against him, as focus and determination were his strengths in combat. But the instructor was experienced and guessed what his student was planning to do next, which gave him the opportunity to prepare for the next attack. Therefore, he seemed to know his every move in advance and felt what Luke would do next, because their training sessions were always full of tactics and strategic thinking. He hoped that this successful maneuver would allow him to attack and win, and it seemed to be working because he felt that he was in control of the situation. The instructor stood watching closely, not reacting yet, because his calmness and confidence made Luca even more determined to prove his strength. His gaze was focused and he closely followed the trajectory of his students' movements, because the instructor knew that even the smallest mistake could lead to defeat. Luca decided to close the distance by crouching down and jumping over the instructor to catch him from behind. The instructor stood calmly, as if he were losing, but in reality, he was just waiting for Luca to tire. But Luca found it strange that the instructor was just standing there and not moving, so he began to think about his next move, because his next step would be decisive. After all, he himself hardly understood how he had ended up in the air so quickly, feeling the adrenaline rushing through his veins, and every movement seeming to happen automatically without any thought of the consequences. So when he landed on solid ground, he decided to stop and did so with the help of his new mechanical arms, which provided him with stability and control to avoid further injury. But that didn't stop him, and Luca decided to attack again and again, despite losing again, because his determination and desire to win were stronger than his fear. So he decided to strike the instructor using his new mechanical limbs, hoping that his blows would be more accurate and powerful thanks to the new technology. It seemed to work, but he couldn't have expected the instructor to react so quickly and grab his limb, which came as a surprise to Luca, as he thought he had found his advantage. The next moment, he was flying through the air in the opposite direction, not expecting such a reaction from the seemingly calm former Imperial Guard, who turned out to be extremely agile in combat. He kissed the floor so hard that his limbs only flashed above it, and this became a symbol of his defeat, because he was unable to realize his ambitions in this fight. It was a disaster because he had used all the techniques he knew, and did not expect the instructor to be able to react to his attacks so quickly, demonstrating his skill. The instructor explained that he had misjudged his opponent's strength, and even allowed him to distract him during the fight, which was a lesson for Luki in planning his attacks. Now Kinwan carefully explained his mistakes, and emphasized that he was rushing too quickly to attack, without considering his opponent's strategy and capabilities. The instructor stood over him and offered his help so that he could get to his feet, demonstrating his kindness and willingness to support the young cadet. His eyes and arms were wide open, because he was surprised that the instructor was able to defeat him so quickly and accurately, pinning him to the ground with his agility and experience. From his side of the attack, he was supposed to strike the instructor directly in the chin, hoping that this would be the decisive moment in their duel. But as soon as he touched his hand, the trajectory of his movement quickly changed, and he realized that his plan had not worked because the instructor was ready for his attack. And so it was surprising to see such a quick change in trajectory on his part, because he couldn't imagine how it was possible to so easily deceive his expectations. His body seemed to shudder, and he lost control of himself. More precisely, his kinetic energy was directed toward another source and rebounded off him, which came as a shock to him. It was unclear how this energy had occurred and flowed back into him, so he asked how the instructor had been able to do it, as it seemed supernatural. The instructor emphasized that this was his own self-defense technique, developed over years of practice. For Luca, this was a revelation, and he asked to be taught it, believing that it could be the key to success in future fights. But the instructor asked him to pay attention to him and look more closely, because mastering such a technique required not only physical effort, but also a deep understanding, because everything has its own price that sooner or later will have to be paid. After the fight, he asked Luca what he had learned during their fight, and he replied that during the attack, he felt as if he had been enchanted. His body moved on its own, and he couldn't control it, which was a real discovery for him because he had never felt such freedom in battle before. The instructor replied that there was a certain martial art that had its own method called arcis victima, as it was the method used by thieves to avoid attacks. This technique was so impressive that it should be included in the training standard, but the instructor explained that it was created by masters, and he could not teach it, because there were 3 drawbacks that could hinder mastery, and it was not as simple as it seemed. Luca immediately guessed the first flaw, because it was obvious that learning such a technique was difficult and required a lot of time and effort. He also suggested that a side effect of this method could be a problem with the brain, and the instructor nodded in agreement, confirming his concern. Luca explained that he was willing to take the risk because his desire for improvement was stronger than his fear, and he would accept all challenges. The instructor shook his head, and said that it was not his decision to make because Luca was an important asset to the Empire. Too much had been invested in his body, but Luca stopped him because he had a question. Suddenly, he forced him to answer what was bothering him. He couldn't leave this topic unanswered because it concerned his future. The instructor, in turn, emphasized that training in such a combat method would inevitably lead to brain damage, so he asked if Luca could promise that he would never use it. But Luca knew and understood perfectly well that even if he lied, the instructor would understand immediately, because he had an extremely developed sense of justice and truth. Therefore, he replied laconically that he could not promise this, but he could swear that he would do everything possible not to use this method, because he did not want to endanger his health. The instructor turned to him and emphasized that he liked his honesty more than ever, because it showed that Luca was ready to accept criticism and learn from his mistakes, which was important for his development. But he was a great teacher, because he allowed his students to learn in extreme conditions, creating situations in which they had to adapt quickly and find solutions to survive. This time was no exception, as he was able to knock him to the ground and emphasize that from now on, he should always be vigilant, because he could attack him at any moment, even when he least expected it. Luca was surprised because the instructor emphasized that one must always be prepared for any situation, and this was important because there is no room for mistakes in combat, and every moment can be decisive. The instructor did not wait for him to make a decision and told him to get up because he liked those who got up quickly and did not allow themselves to give up even in the most difficult circumstances. Eli had stopped by the training session and wasn't expecting to see Luca there. He asked him if he was taking a break because he looked tired and in need of a rest. Luca didn't look his best, as dark shadows settled on his face and it was clear that he was tired, as sleepless nights and hard training were taking their toll. So he replied that he had been busy lately because a whole month had passed since the start of daily sparring with his instructor, and he had not had a chance to rest or take his mind off his training. He remembered his instructor's words that if he couldn't understand something, he should just watch his movements, because his explanations couldn't explain everything, and this became an important lesson for him. Therefore, he decided not to teach him anything specific, but instead wanted him to learn by constantly observing him, because this martial art was radically different from everything he had been taught before. After all, most combat methods focus on learning and constantly improving certain skills, but this combat method was created to make the most of every situation, which required flexibility. This was a method that required using your brain to its fullest potential, not just following patterns, but being able to improvise and react to changing circumstances, which made it unique. So Luca decided to ask Ile how his personal mission was going, and he replied that he was sad and unhappy because he had to get rid of the android that had become a real problem for him. He explained that all his missions were now similar to each other and seemed like some kind of kindergarten to him, because he probably thought that his superiors were worried about the recent incident that had happened to them. Therefore, they assumed that the chief centurion was absent for this very reason, but Eli emphasized that he had heard other rumors that made him worry about the future of their mission. After all, they understood perfectly well that if the chief centurion was getting involved, it meant at least an uprising, and Eli nodded in agreement, confirming the seriousness of the situation they found themselves in. He added that he did not know all the details of this mission, but he had heard that a group of people were planning an uprising, and this threatened not only them but the entire empire. This greatly shocked and surprised Luke at the same time, because they were already on the brink of war, and news of a possible uprising only complicated the situation they found themselves in. After all, they were constantly at war with Crete, and now someone had decided to start a civil war, which was quite foolish, as it could lead to catastrophic consequences for everyone. If they ignored such problems, they could be destroyed from within, because internal conflicts could destroy the empire from within, and that was dangerous. These words greatly impressed Luca, and he decided to press Ile against the wall to find out more, because his intuition told him that there was more to this than just rumors. After all, he had warned Ile more than once that he could turn a blind eye to his attempts to leave the empire, but if he wanted to become its enemy, he simply could not allow it. But Eli, in turn, emphasized that he had already passed the entrance exam to become an imperial guard, and simply thought that the empire should understand this fact, because it was important for his future. Therefore, he reassured Luca and emphasized that he should come to his senses and not be so hostile, because their friendship was important and they could support each other in difficult times. Therefore, he should not say anything out loud that could arouse suspicion if he did not want his name to appear on the lists of rebels, as this could lead to serious consequences. Eli explained that he had only said this because they were alone, and emphasized that Luke should not be so disappointed in him, as he did not want their friendship to suffer because of inappropriate words. He warned that he could treat him to lunch this weekend if he changed his attitude, as talking could help them sort out the situation. But Luca was angry with him, and emphasized that he had things to do on the weekend, and asked him not to talk to him at all, because he was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't want any conflict. Eli assumed that all these things were related to a girl, because it seemed that they had already had a conversation on this topic, and this added even more tension to their relationship. Acretia continued to live her life and paid no attention to what was going on around her, because for most people, everyday problems were more important than global conflicts. It was difficult for the instructor to remember the day he was accepted as an intern and thought that he would never return to this part of town because he didn't even want to breathe the same air as the people around him. So he emphasized that Luca was in his place, and Luca, in turn, did not expect to end up in this part of town because his childhood memories here were associated with terrible events that had left a deep mark on his soul. The air in the lower sector was dirty because the city was powered by thermal energy from the magma beneath it, and all the unfiltered waste and heat were released into the lower sector. Since childhood, he understood that he had to get out of there as quickly as possible, because he could end up a nobody, losing all opportunities for a better life that could be waiting for him somewhere else. Suddenly, Luke called him to another part of the sector and emphasized that they were heading to the place where, according to him, the most interesting events were taking place, and he couldn't help but feel excited. They stood near one of the popular establishments and watched what was happening, because the atmosphere of mystery and danger that always accompanied such places reigned around them. Luca did not expect the instructor to take him to the black market, as he was here for the first time, and remembered from childhood how several of his friends never returned from here, which added fear to his heart. But he was sure that the instructor knew the lower sector well, as he had been an Imperial Guard several decades ago, and knew this place better than he could imagine. It was strange that this time the instructor told him to use low-energy prosthetics, and he was curious to know what he had in mind, as it seemed like a risky move. Suddenly, Luke warned him to get ready and be careful, because the situation could change at any moment, and they had to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. They were standing in front of the entrance to a previously unknown part of the building where he had never been before, and he felt his heart begin to beat faster with excitement and anticipation. The security guards at the entrance warned them that this was a special entrance for visitors on that side, but the instructor explained that he would like to speak to the manager of the facility, and his tone was confident. The guards asked if he was acquainted with their manager. The instructor nodded and explained that he simply wanted to see him because he had an important matter to discuss. But this was not a convincing argument for the security guards, so they pointed their weapons at him and did not plan to let him pass, as their job was to protect this place from unwanted guests. But the instructor stood calmly and watched what would happen next, confident in his actions, because he knew that there is always a way out of any situation. He did not wait for a special invitation, and watched as his students successfully attacked these unintelligent guards, demonstrating the agility and skills he had acquired during training. In turn, the slow-witted guard did not expect such a quick reaction from an ordinary child who seemed to be standing next to him, and it came as a real shock to him. Luca quickly dealt with them. It was easy for him because his training had paid off, and he felt confident even in such critical situations. He held them hostage and warned them not to move, as this could lead to unpredictable consequences, and he did not want to use more force than necessary. The instructor smiled and explained that now they had to understand everything and urgently bring their so-called boss named Aleph here, because he was a key figure in this case. This was because such guards were quickly knocked out, and their weapons were lying on the other side, which testified to their inability to resist real martial arts masters. Luca asked what he would have done if they hadn't attacked first, to which the instructor shook his head and explained that he would have had to find another way. But Luca was curious about what kind of place they had come to, because his intuition told him that there was more to it than just a black market. The instructor replied that they were now in the hottest place in the entire empire, where real power games took place, and that this place had always attracted the attention of those seeking adventure. Luca was surprised and now eagerly awaited his instructor's next move in the Colosseum where they had arrived, because it promised to be something unforgettable. Now the guards understood how strong their opponents were and decided not to stand in their way, because their safety was more important than following orders. They led these unexpected guests to their master and now sat facing each other, continuing a conversation that could change their destinies forever. Aleph was a big man who controlled the entire black market and watched them closely, assessing the opportunities that might arise from this meeting. Kinuang had a serious expression on his face and firmly stated that he wanted his student to take part in the duels because it was important for his development. Now the instructor added that he did not need money, and even if this student ended his life during the fight, he would say nothing. And now Luca understood why the instructor had ordered him to use such strong prosthetics. Meanwhile, the black market boss, who had been listening attentively, was no less surprised by Luca, as his presence had aroused his interest, and he began to think about the possible benefits of this meeting. However, the instructor was not prepared for the next turn of events, and saw how his student's hand protected him, because at that moment he realized that the situation could turn in their favor if they acted in unison. Aleph kept his weapon at the ready because he couldn't believe his ears, and his distrust of the situation only heightened the tension in the air because he knew that any mistake could lead to disaster. Now he explained that they must have misunderstood him because they had let them in not to listen to their wishes, because the whole point was that it would be much easier to destroy them now if they weren't careful. Luca felt that they were lying because he would not have listened to them if he had planned to destroy them from the beginning, so his instincts told him to be on guard and not to trust these people. Luca figured that he was now facing 3 armed men with whom he would have to fight if something went wrong, and he had already begun to plan his actions so that he could get out of this situation alive. Outside the room, there were 2 more people guarding the entrance, which added even more tension, because he knew that any mistake could have serious consequences for both of them. Therefore, his first action was to focus on the situation and assess his chances, because he needed to act quickly and decisively to give his enemies no chance. He had to first block the leader to be able to defend himself from the others who were holding their weapons at the ready, and only then move on to active action to reduce the risk to himself and the instructor. But he did not expect such a turn of events, and was not prepared for this ordinary guy to be so smart, because his reaction exceeded all his expectations, and he began to doubt his plans. Luca continued to act and plan his next moves to protect himself and the instructor, because his life depended on the speed and accuracy of his decisions in this dangerous situation. The guards who were present were surprised by the speed with which the ordinary student carried out the attack, as they did not expect him to be so agile and decisive in his actions. But this did not stop Luca at all, as a series of successful attacks led to him taking hostages, and the fact that he was aiming at everyone else who was trying to harm them only increased his confidence. He was firmly convinced that he was doing the right thing and that the instructor had planned it all in advance, because his actions were well thought out and clear, and he felt that he was in control of the situation. Therefore, he quickly got rid of the two guards who could have harmed him first, and this gave him a certain advantage because now he could focus on his main opponent. The guards outside the entrance immediately heard the sounds and rushed inside, trying to understand what was happening, because their goal was to protect this place at all costs. But he managed to destroy them too, because the other two had left them for good, which was a testament to his skill, as he acted quickly and efficiently, leaving his enemies no chance. But such a successful series of events had only happened in his head, and his miscalculation of future actions was complete, so the instructor asked what had happened to the previous leader of this place, as this question was important to them. Aleph explained that he was surprised that ordinary people knew the previous leader, and said that he had left them when he was caught in fake fights, but everyone understood how it really was, because he had taken his place by force. The instructor continued to explain and emphasized that they had been good friends in the past, but he was not going to blame him now because he had taken his place on the streets, and such things happened quite often. Aleph was enraged by such calm behavior and was about to attack him because he couldn't even imagine that an ordinary teacher would know such details about their past friendship. But the instructor warned him that it would be better for him to calm down and emphasized that in the future he could quickly end up with the former manager of this place if he did not change his behavior. They looked at each other with open hatred and rage, and neither wanted to give way, because both understood that this meeting could have serious consequences for their future. But Aleph thought it through and decided to sit down and listen to them, because he understood that in this situation it was important to remain calm and not give in to emotions. Now he listened to them carefully and emphasized that they wanted to ask him to arrange a duel for this guy, because it was an important step to confirm his power in this situation. He watched him closely and saw that his arms and legs were not built for combat, and his body was still organic, so he assumed that he would lose almost immediately if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he easily agreed and offered something in exchange for his service. The instructor emphasized that he knew where the previous owner kept his safe, and this became a trump card in their game. Aleph did not expect him to be so familiar with the system that prevailed here, and this aroused his interest because he began to understand that the instructor could be useful. He added that now the ordinary instructor was becoming an interesting person for him, but he emphasized that he was just a ghost from the past who should not be worried about, as it could be dangerous. Aleph emphasized that if he wanted to watch the fight, he could give him a special place where he could rest, as this would allow him to remain safe during the fight. The instructor added that he wanted his student to be treated like the others and paired with the best fighter, and Luca understood that he had taken control of the situation, so he should learn from that. Now they were in the waiting room of the Colosseum preparing for the fight, because the atmosphere was tense, and each of them felt that not only victory was at stake, but also their dignity. Luca waited impatiently for the start and was told that he only had a few hours to prepare and warm up for the fight, so he began to focus on his movements and breathing. But Luca was curious about what the previous owner had kept in this safe, because Aleph had so quickly changed his anger to mercy, and this made him suspicious of the man's true intention. The instructor explained that there was a precious item that could change everyone's life, and now Luca wondered what someone was going to do if a fight broke out, but he said he would explain after his victory. He had been watching the image on the screen showing his future opponent closely, and felt his heart beating faster because he knew that this fight would be a test of his skills. He explained that there were many not very intelligent players in the Colosseum who used illegal modifications, and that this had a negative impact on their lifespan, so he would most likely be one of them. The instructor explained that with his current body, he could be killed with a single blow, so he had to listen carefully because this knowledge could be critical in battle. Now Luca listened carefully as his instructor explained that this information was the fundamental basis of the martial art he was learning, and emphasized that he should be satisfied with what he already had, and not strive for the impossible. Luca did not expect this approach, as they had been taught that such an approach was a direct path to defeat, but the instructor emphasized that water cannot lose because it simply changes its form to adapt to circumstances. He added that Luca had hidden potential, as he had been watching him from the moment he dodged the bullets without a special prediction module, which proved his abilities. He said that at that moment he was very surprised by his request for training, as he did not expect an ordinary guy to be so determined in his intentions to become stronger. Luca believed that his praise was justified because the instructor then smiled and jokingly added that they might not even see each other again because his student would soon become an independent fighter. But Luca had completely different plans and was eagerly awaiting the next fight, as it was his chance to prove to everyone what he was capable of and show his strength. The arena that had been prepared for the upcoming fight was brightly lit by all the lights, creating a festive atmosphere, as everyone present eagerly awaited the start. In his debut match, an ordinary guy decided to challenge the strongest fighter in the arena, and everyone was curious to see if he would return home alive or suffer defeat. Everyone thought he looked kind and gentle, so they decided to call him Good, because his appearance did not match what they expected from a fighter in the Colosseum. Everyone present eagerly awaited this duel, and did not believe that he had any chance of winning and even leaving there alive, because his opponent had a reputation as an undefeated fighter. Luca felt how people wanted to see other people suffer, and it was this desire that drove him into the ring, because he knew that he had to fight not only for himself, but also for everyone who believed in him. They were all just waiting for him to lose his limbs and be defeated, but this feeling gave him strength and confidence because he knew he couldn't let down those who supported him. He felt at home because the Colosseum had become a place of strength and struggle for him, where he could realize his potential and prove to everyone that he was capable of more. He came from the lower ranks, and Luca remembered very well how he had lived before he was recruited as an Imperial Guard, because it was a chance for him to change his life. Luca could not remember a single moment in his childhood when he was not hungry, and this left a deep mark on his soul because he knew how hard it was to fight for survival in a cruel world. He always wore the worst clothes and was constantly hungry, and this became part of his identity because he knew that only through hardship could he achieve success. The official who provided them with food rarely brought it, and the director of their shelter sold most of these supplies to someone else, leaving the children without the necessities. Therefore, hunger accompanied Luca throughout most of his childhood, and was a constant companion for the children in the orphanage, which instilled in them willpower and endurance. But despite this, he continued his training and read every book in the shelter, because he knew that knowledge would be his best weapon in the future. He continued to train with pieces of metal found there to strengthen his muscles, because every day was a new opportunity for him to become stronger. All the other children who watched him were amazed at how he could waste his strength to increase his hunger, but Luca knew that it was necessary for his development. But Luca firmly understood and knew that this would help him in the future, so he never gave up and continued to pursue his goal, because his dream was worth all the effort. He knew and understood perfectly well that if he was stronger than everyone else, he would be able to achieve much more, because strength always opens doors to new opportunities and privileges that previously seemed unattainable. He knew and remembered the main rule of life at the lower level: the strong always destroy the weak, so he was always well fed while the weaker children continued to starve and fight for survival. When everyone else understood his plan, they were greatly impressed by his behavior, but they could not do anything because their fear of him forced them to remain silent and watch as he achieved his goals. He was an ordinary representative of the lower floors, but he continued his training to strengthen his body because he understood that only through effort could he achieve success in this cruel world. Luca did not care about the cries of those he left without food, because it was necessary for him to continue his intense training, which would ensure his victory in future battles. At the age of 12, he passed the second aptitude test, and his name was added to the list of potential trainees for the Imperial Guard, which was a huge achievement for him and a chance for a better life. At 15, he officially became a trainee of the Imperial Guard, gaining the opportunity to learn from the best, as this opened up new horizons and prospects for him in the world of martial arts. Now all the other children in the orphanage understood that they would never be able to reach his level and improve their quality of life, because Luca had become a symbol of success that inspired them to fight for their place in the sun. He considered them losers and hoped that he would never see them again, because his path had been determined, and he did not want to return to a past that had left bitter memories in his soul. During his time as an intern, he completely forgot about this place and always thought that he would never return here, because his new life was full of adventure and new opportunities. But fate had other plans, and now he was back, standing in the ring, ready to fight, because this time he had no intention of leaving anything to chance. His opponent turned out to be a huge, semi-mechanized warrior named Gabriel, and everyone in the hall realized that this fight would be a real test for Luca because his opponent looked formidable. Gabriel openly despised his opponent and couldn't understand how they could have given him such a small guy, so he thought that Luca had lost his mind today, because his underestimation could be a fatal mistake. But to be honest, he didn't care, because the main thing for him was the money he was going to get paid for this fight, so Luca watched his expression closely, trying to understand his intentions. He noticed that different parts of his body were made by different manufacturers, so there was no symmetry or balance, and his spine had already straightened out from the weight of all these modifications, which made Luca suspicious. He could see that his body, which was constantly in contact with metal, was suffering from inflammation, so it was reasonable to assume that without painkillers, Gabriel simply could not even sleep, but he was still strong. After all, his body had been modified for one purpose only, to become stronger, so it was strange to see such a difference in strength and size, as Luca could not imagine how this would affect their fight. But Luca wasn't scared at all because he said out loud that these modifications wouldn't save him in the future, because real strength isn't just physical power, but also the will to win. He added that today he could become a truly disabled person, so he should be careful because underestimating his opponent could lead to fatal consequences. But Gabriel reacted aggressively to these words and emphasized that he would attack Luca using all his strength and improvements because his pride would not allow him to stop in front of a little boy. Aleph, who was watching the two players, finally decided to start the match and announced it to everyone present, as everyone was waiting for the start and could already feel the tension in the air. The instructor watched his student closely and waited impatiently to see who would be defeated and who would emerge victorious, as this fight could be a decisive moment in Luca's career. So now the loudspeaker officially announced the start of the fight, and everyone present froze in anticipation because everyone understood that this would be a fight to the death. Luca understood that his opponent's body had been completely modified for such fights, while he, on the contrary, used only non-combat parts, which meant one thing: he had to act cautiously. Namely, if Gabriel hit him even once, it would be the end for him. So Luca realized that he had to find his opponent's weak spots in order to have a chance of winning. He decided to attack, trying to defeat him with a single blow, as this was his only hope for success in this brutal battle. But his surprise knew no bounds when the small boy skillfully dodged his attack, and at that moment Luca realized that underestimating his opponent had been a big mistake. His subsequent attacks were unsuccessful, and Luca was even able to strike back, which came as a surprise to Gabriel, who did not expect such speed and agility. Gabriel was furious and couldn't hide his disappointment and surprise, because he couldn't understand how a little boy could get past him so quickly. But Luca knew and understood perfectly well that if he had his usual body parts with him, the head of this cocky Gabriel would have already cracked like a watermelon, because he was not ready for such a turn of events. Now they were completely focused on each other to continue the duel, because each of them realized that this moment could be decisive in their struggle for victory and dignity in the arena. Luca understood that the arena was quite small, so he couldn't keep running away from Gabriel, as this limited his maneuvers and forced him to look for new strategies to attack. Gabriel decided to take advantage of this moment and launched another series of strikes, but each of his attacks missed their target because Luca was skilled and deftly dodged the danger. He was surprised that even the people who were present here were hostile and already wanted the duel to end, because they were waiting for the next fighter who could demonstrate his skills. The current conditions in which Luca found himself were quite unpleasant, but he was still curious as to why the instructor had brought him here, as he felt that this could be an important stage in his training. He remembered how the instructor had emphasized that the fundamental information of the martial art he was learning was a way to maximize his abilities in any situation. The instructor then emphasized that he should be satisfied with what he had and try to use it, because it was often not enough to simply have potential. It had to be realized. After all, desire always prevails, so he had to use what he already had to achieve his goal and use it to the maximum so as not to miss his chance. After all, the instructor took away his normal body parts, but left him his eyes, which allowed him to see the world from a new perspective and assess situations with maximum accuracy. This means that he wanted him to defeat Gabriel not with brute force, but with his mind and tactics, because true strength lies in the ability to adapt to circumstances. After all, accepting this martial art, designed to make the most of any situation, became the basis of his training and preparation for battle. And so he understood that Gabriel's fist was like a weapon that could cause harm, but only in the hands of someone who knew how to use it with maximum effectiveness. He couldn't help but notice a slight tremor in his shoulder, which was like a trigger for the direction of his movement and gaze, shaping the length of his arm as an opportunity for further action. His strikes were quite slow compared to conventional weapons, and his trajectory was fairly predictable, which gave Luca an advantage in planning his counterattacks. The instructor noticed that his student understood this, and began to act intelligently and deliberately, realizing that this was the only way to win in this difficult situation. This was a great opportunity to prove himself and apply the martial arts he had learned in practice, as Luca had been dreaming of this moment since the beginning of his training. He remembered how Luca, with his fighting talent, had managed to prove himself and show everyone what he was capable of, thanks to his determination and dedication. Therefore, he wanted to see Luca's true potential, which was hidden deep inside him, ready to surface at the most crucial moment. Gabriel continued to use his body to deliver more and more blows, unaware that Luca already knew how to respond to his attacks and was ready to counterattack. The fans in attendance watched closely, unable to understand how their favorite player could be losing to an ordinary guy, as it seemed impossible. Luca was at the peak of his concentration and could completely predict his opponent's movements, which gave him a huge advantage in the fight. He even suggested that he could repeat the same move he used during the competition with the instructor, as it was his only reliable solution in this situation. So he decided not to wait and proceeded with his plan, grabbing Gabriel's leg tightly, because this was his chance to win. He locked his foot behind Gabriel's leg to jump over his body, as this gave him a chance to get past his powerful opponent and maintain his advantage. He was so strong and skilled that Gabriel couldn't even keep up with what was happening because his modified body wasn't as fast as he wanted it to be. Therefore, Luca was already high above him and held him firmly by the head, sensing that this moment could be decisive in their duel. Now he completely concentrated his strength and struck her lower, right in the face, because it was his only possible solution in this critical situation. Now Luca was interested in competing and demonstrating his true abilities in practice, because he felt that he could show his potential. He understood how his own instructor and teacher had seen him all this time, because he had always believed in his ability and supported him in difficult moments. Gabriel couldn't believe what was happening and even began to think that this guy was using some kind of magic, because his actions were so fast and unpredictable. But still, Luca's blows were not as strong as he wanted them to be, because his body lacked strong limbs, and this created certain difficulties in the fight because he had to find alternative ways to attack. Gabriel emphasized that all these blows would not work on him now because he was stronger, and his confidence in his own abilities only intensified his aggression and desire to win. He decided to attack his opponent again, trying to deliver an unexpected blow, but he failed because Luca turned out to be much quicker than Gabriel could have imagined. Luca successfully dodged his blow again with his foot, and Gabriel hit the wall, destroying it, which shocked everyone present because no one expected such strength from his opponent. Luca emphasized that one should not judge him by his appearance because he was much stronger on the inside, and his true strength lay in his determination and will to win, which were important in battle. Even if he lacks pure fighting power, he can simply increase it with something else, such as his endurance and agility, which he has developed throughout his training. And that something else is his strength, endurance, and agility. So he attacked Gabriel again, using all his skills to find weaknesses in his opponent's defense. He was high in the air and now held his head again to deliver the final blow, because this was his chance to win and prove to everyone that he was capable of more. Gabriel couldn't understand how this little guy could move so fast and maneuver in space, because Luca was demonstrating extraordinary agility that called into question his own ability. His head spun in the opposite direction from what he could have imagined, because he did not expect such a turn of events, and it came as a real shock to him. But Luca didn't care, and continued to do what he thought was necessary, because his determination and confidence helped him overcome all the difficulties and obstacles on the way to victory. After all, he knew and understood perfectly well that everyone present was just waiting for him to lose and suffer defeat, watching closely everything that was happening in the ring. But he didn't give them that chance, and was confident that he would just keep climbing until all their voices faded away behind him, because he wanted to prove his strength. His victory was impressive and unexpected, because he managed to defeat an opponent who was much stronger than him, and it was a real triumph for Luca. But he understood that if he had had many more variables at his disposal, he would not have been able to concentrate so easily. So it was only thanks to the situation that he was able to be attentive enough to predict his opponent's moves. Everyone was greatly surprised by the outcome of this fight, and for a moment even lost the ability to speak, because no one expected Luca to defeat such a powerful opponent. Luca continued on his way, paying no attention to the words echoing behind him, as he was focused on his victory and his next steps. After all, he now had no choice but to admit what was already obvious. His teacher was wonderful and was waiting for Luca behind the scenes to congratulate him. And tell him that he had done well, because this was an important moment in his career. He added that this could be considered an introductory lesson in the martial art he wanted to learn, so that he could understand the purpose of his desire. He decided to give him something as a gift for his victory, as this was his way of encouraging his student to continue improving his skills and striving for more. The instructor explained that he would need it in the future to pay Gabriel's hospital bills, as showing generosity was not the worst option if he did not want to show himself in a bad light. But Luca insisted that he wanted to be a warrior and a soldier, not a good person. But the instructor pointed out that when it came to relationships, he was quite naive. Therefore, he explained that the kindness he was talking about had nothing to do with charity, as it would be his future investment that he could use in the future. He explained that today, thanks to his victory, he was able to get investment, and Luca realized that he had created good conditions for himself for further development and improvement. Therefore, Luca felt a certain bitterness because he had hoped that he was teaching him, because he was impressed by his talent, and even felt a certain connection to him that he did not want to lose. But he understood everything, because one day the instructor would want to get back the investment he had made in him, and he would have no choice but to refuse, as it would be his duty. Gabriel, who had suffered significant injuries during his last fight with what seemed to be an easy opponent, arrived at the modification center hoping for a quick recovery. The specialist informed him that the waves of the possible signal were too short to match his cybernetic body, so in his current state, his body needed a lot of power, which would lead to inevitable problem. Gabriel realized that he needed to find a large amount of money somewhere to be able to fix these mistakes and get his body back, because without it, he would not be able to continue his career. But the specialist emphasized that everything was normal for everyone else during their modification, and Gabriel in turn had used them too much, so it was necessary to think about their compatibility and possible consequences from the very beginning. He had already explained that when he was poor, he used everything he could find because he had no money for it, but then an unexpected guest arrived and changed the course of events. Surprisingly, it was Luca, who politely asked how he was feeling, and couldn't help but notice that Gabriel was acting quite energetically despite his injuries. Gabriel did not expect to see the guy who had recently defeated him so badly, and this caused a storm of emotions in him because he could not forgive this insult. He was so angry that he wanted to attack him right there and then, no matter what the cost, because the insult of defeat still lived in his memory like a fresh scar. But Luca reminded him that he had warned him about this, and warned him about the possible consequences of his defeat in the duel, and now he had the opportunity to prove himself right. But he knew very well, and remembered the words of his instructor, that one should never forget the possibility of being a good soldier, who will always create good conditions for success. Gabriel could barely stand still and restrained himself from jumping up and rushing at him, while Luca listened attentively to the specialist and heard part of their conversation about treatment. So he brought a credit card and asked if it would be enough to pay for Gabriel's new body, because his intention to help had become a real challenge for him. The specialist nodded approvingly and emphasized that it should be enough, but Gabriel couldn't understand what was going on, and was, to put it mildly, furious as he watched the situation unfold. Luca explained that he should open his eyes wider to see how he was paying for his treatment, which greatly surprised Gabriel, who understood why he was called good. He realized that he was seeing the mercy of a winner and decided to ask his real name, as it was an important moment for establishing a new relationship. So when Gabriel learned his real name, he looked at him differently and emphasized that if he ever needed help, he could turn to him because debts must be repaid. He smiled and added that he would look forward to the moment when he could repay his debt, as it had become a symbol of their new friendship and mutual respect. Meanwhile, at the training ground, training resumed, as all the participants were eager to improve their skills and prepare for new challenges. Eli and Luke were back on the field, training together, sharing their experiences, and trying to understand each other on a deeper level. They competed with each other, trying out new techniques they had learned, and at the same time communicated, discussing their achievements and mistakes in order to become better. Eli decided to attack first again because he still wanted revenge and victory for his past losses, which had been bothering him. But Luca's renewed body was strong, and he easily withstood all of his blows because now his strength and endurance had become a real threat to his opponent. Eli was surprised by such power, and did not expect to see such a strong opponent in front of him, who had changed in such a short period of time, because Luca had become a real fighter. So he tried new ways of attacking to catch Luca off guard, but he couldn't do it because his opponent was too quick. Moreover, Luca not only blocked his attacks, but was also able to attack in response, which came as a real shock to Eli, and forced him to rethink his strategy. Now, when they were talking after the fight, Eli asked if the instructor had taught him the martial art of Arcus, because it was important for his development. Luca nodded approvingly, and Eli immediately assumed that this was the method used by criminals, as they would throw pieces of glass at their opponents. Now Eli understood that he would not be able to defeat him in a normal duel, and yet he was the only trainee who was able to provide him with any competition. Luca explained that the experience he gained during the duel in the Colosseum completely forced him to rethink his understanding of duels, as he had gained a new perspective. Eli unexpectedly surprised him with an interesting question and asked for his help if he was not busy, because he needed support for further development. Luca was called to the visitor's room because another unexpected guest had arrived who could change his life for the better. He was very surprised when he saw her again, but he couldn't back down because this was an opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. Eli watched with equal surprise as he did not know that they had met before, and this added intrigue to their relationship. Lillian watched them both closely and waited for them to start talking normally, because she was curious to know what they were talking about and whether she could influence the situation between them. But Luca understood perfectly well that they had planned it all. Eli explained that as families of aristocratic origin, they had a good relationship, so he simply couldn't refuse her because it would have broken their tradition. Lillian added that she had tried to meet him several times, but he had avoided her every time, so she had no choice but to turn to Eli for help in this situation. Luca repeated once again that he wasn't interested and hoped that she would understand his refusal the first time because he needed to focus on his goals and not be distracted by personal matters. Eli did not expect him to speak so harshly to her and warned him not to be so angry, but Luca emphasized that even this situation alone was enough to upset him. Lillian watched his reaction closely and didn't take her eyes off him because her interest in Luca was growing with every passing minute, and she couldn't understand why he was so closed off. She wondered why he hated her so much. But Luca explained that he had no time for relationships, and, unlike her, he wanted to move forward because he simply couldn't afford to make a mistake. Lillian emphasized that in that case, their relationship could only benefit both of them. But Luca still didn't understand why she couldn't see the obvious. He wasn't ready for a relationship. After all, if he relied solely on her social status, it would mean that he could lose everything he had already achieved, so he was going to climb the mountain using only his own strength and effort. He pointed out that it was rather strange to say such thing, given their close relationship with Eli, but Luca explained that he trusted him as a friend during a duel, and not just because of his status. Therefore, Lillian was surprised that he did not want to give her even a single chance to try what she was offering, since she was ready to do everything possible to prove her loyalty. And now Luca began to think about her offer, because it was quite wonderful for his further growth, but he could not overcome his principles and fears. He finished his coffee, put the cup on the table, sighed, and explained that unfortunately, he could not agree, and hoped that this would be their last meeting in this format. So he didn't wait for their answer, and turning his back on them, headed for the exit, feeling the weight of his decisions and emotions, which were difficult to hide. Suddenly he heard someone calling his name, and did not expect to be followed by Eli, who seemed determined to change the course of their conversation. Eli asked him why he was acting this way and being aggressive towards her, as it was not like him, and he did not understand why his friend was reacting this way to the situation. Luca explained that if he hadn't done so, she would have continued to come to him and insist on her proposal, which would have put him in an even worse position, because he didn't want that. Eli suggested that he could meet with her at least a few times, but Luca replied that he didn't understand what she could possibly see in him, as it seemed absurd to him. Eli realized that, in other words, he was afraid of not knowing her true motives, and emphasized that if they had met halfway, they would have soon found out what they wanted. Luca couldn't take it anymore and said what had been hanging in the air for a long time, because he felt that Eli liked her, and this was a real revelation for him that needed to be voiced. He added that he understood this from his gaze, breathing, and current reaction, because the combat method he had recently mastered allowed him to see such characteristics in people. But regardless, she still didn't interest him, so if Ilya liked her, he should take action because there was no point in delaying any longer. Now he was taken aback, speechless and not knowing what to say in response to his words, which came as both a shock and a challenge to him. After all, it was the truth he had hidden so well, but he couldn't hide it from his fellow student, and now he would have to face it. So their drinks remained on the table in the waiting room, but Luca's coffee was completely drunk, and he felt that the situation was becoming more and more tense. Some time passed, and the events moved to the hottest place on the planet, where the thermal reactor that powered the entire planet was located, and this became a new challenge for everyone. It was extremely hot and difficult to be there, but the instructor and his student continued their training despite the inconveniences, because their goal was more important. Now they were training in meditation, so it was necessary to remain completely calm no matter what, and this became a real test of their endurance. But Luca decided to ask the instructor what he did when a fight broke out in Coliseo's boss's office, but he insisted that he would only tell him if he won. Luca remembered very well that at that moment, there were fully armed gangsters inside and outside the office, ready to attack at a single command, so even now he couldn't understand how he managed to leave so calmly. He watched the instructor closely and tried to predict what he would do, but the instructor seemed to understand his gaze and, without opening his eyes, emphasized that he should first hide under the table for safety. But Luca knew very well that Alepht's guards were armed, so if he had hidden first, he could have missed his chance to strike back, which could have been a critical moment in their fight. The instructor explained that he understood perfectly well that he would have seen this as an opportunity, but taking their weapons, even if it meant taking a few bullets, would be foolish, as it could have serious consequences. The instructor knew and understood perfectly well that his student would not abandon him, and he felt that he would try to neutralize the boss first, and take him hostage to ensure their safety. He read his thoughts and knew from watching his aggressive training that he was competing with each of the guards at that moment, but added that if he took him hostage, they would both be killed. But this would not have had a lasting effect, as the other guards present would have turned their attention to him, and the instructor would have had time to neutralize them and escape through a secret exit he knew well. Luca understood that the instructor had not only predicted his actions, but had also found a way to retreat, which testified to his experience and wisdom in such dangerous situations that could arise. The instructor emphasized that the purpose of such martial arts is not only to teach something, but also to enable one to calculate future steps and the capabilities of one's own brain, which is important for survival. Therefore, the problem was not that his rapid thinking led to such reckless actions, but that he needed to learn to control his emotions during combat. The point was that if he joined the Legion, this combat technique would become completely inaccessible to him, which made the instructor smile, as it was part of their strategy. After all, no one has enough strength to constantly carry the Legion like thick mechanical armor connected to the Empire's best technology, and this was an important aspect of their training. This technology connects wax signals to a wide spectrum using a special process that ensures transmission, using all the brain's resources, which is critical for survival. Therefore, this meant that there would be no resources left in his own brain. The instructor deliberately hid this from him, knowing in advance his reaction to such news. After all, if he had known, he would not have spent so much time training. Now he understood that he had been aware of this for a long time, so he stood up and thanked him for the lessons that had become so important to him. The instructor emphasized that he could return at any time if he wished, because the door was always open to those who sought knowledge and were ready to learn. But Luke was deeply disappointed, realizing the whole truth about the martial art he had wanted to learn so much, and now he felt his dreams crumbling under the pressure of reality. Several months have passed since then, and much has changed, as new challenges and difficulties have shaped his character and attitude toward life. Luca decided to visit his immediate commander, who had invited him to a personal meeting, and this caused him some concern because he did not know what to expect. Castoria explained that he had been busy with his own trainees and simply hadn't had time, which sounded like an excuse that Luca couldn't ignore. Luca knew the real reason for his absence, and understood that it was all because of the uprising. At the same time, the commander asked how he was doing, to which Luca replied that he had continued training on his own. The commander agreed that he hadn't given him any new missions for a long time, because he had learned enough to continue working independently, and that this was an important step in his development. He said that he had known about his training with the instructor for a long time, and now it was clear why the commander had called him to this meeting, as it concerned his future career. Therefore, it was possible that all the other senior commanders present knew what was going on, as his presence in the lower sector was no longer such a big secret, and this raised certain doubts. Everyone could guess about his participation in illegal fights that took place there, and this jeopardized his reputation and position in the organization. The commander emphasized that he knew about his training in this martial art with an instructor, but Luca denied that he was still practicing it, and the commander correctly guessed that he had left on his own. The commander knew that this art was not compatible with the region, so it was not practiced there, and assumed that Luca understood this himself and left it. After all, the instructor immediately weeded out those who were incapable, and those who had the ability were disappointed when they realized the uselessness of such training, which is why Qinhuang remains a supporter of this art to this day. Now Luca did not understand why he had actually been called and assumed that the commander wanted him to continue training with him, as this could be beneficial for both of them. But the commander emphasized that, to be honest, he was more interested in him maintaining good relations with the instructor, and for this purpose, continuing his training would be a good opportunity, and stressed that this was an order. It was unexpected that the chief commander had suspicions about the instructor, but why he had started watching him so closely remained a mystery to Luca. However, he could not ask this question because his life could be in danger, so he agreed, and the commander emphasized that he would keep a close eye on him. The commander couldn't help adding that he considered him a good soldier and a high flyer who could achieve great success in his career. Therefore, he decided to immediately carry out his order and went to meet the instructor, hoping that their meeting would be productive and bring new opportunities for development. The instructor, in turn, explained that he did not expect him to return so quickly, but for the time being, he stood with his back to him and did not turn around to continue the conversation, which aroused Luca's interest. However, the instructor remembered very well that he had emphasized that he could change his mind and return at any time, and this was a signal to Luca that he was not closing the door. Luca thought that he would not want to continue his training, but surprisingly, he found himself quite capable and ready for new challenges that might arise. So he was curious why they were back in the lower sector today, and they carefully examined the children's toys laid out on the tables, reminiscent of the carefree days of childhood. The instructor pointed out that when he was a child, he often came here and decided to call the owner of this place. But he replied that he did not understand these toys at all, which surprised him. However, the instructor surprised everyone present and emphasized that he wanted to take everything and hoped that they would deliver it quickly and to the correct address, as it was important for his plans. Luca couldn't understand why an adult instructor with such powerful equipment would need to buy all these children's toys, and this raised many questions in his mind. Now they were heading to one of the shelters in the lower sector, which was similar to all the others because there were always many children there who needed help and support, and this had become normal for them. The instructor asked Luca to take the box inside, and then take a break to rest a little, and gather his thoughts before the next tasks that awaited them. When Luca was about to leave to carry out his orders, he called him back, indicating that there were still some details to discuss before he left. But Luca was smart and decided to repay his past debt to Gabriel, so all these boxes had to be taken to him in order to fulfill his promise. But such tasks were humiliating for him, so he couldn't believe that some young guy was bossing him around and telling him what to do, because he was used to more serious matters. Luca emphasized that Gabriel himself had said that he could ask him for help because the store clerk refused to deliver the items where they wanted, and this was a problem for him. Gabriel hoped he could help with something else, but this couldn't be a normal delivery of children's toys. However, Luca insisted that he didn't need his combat skills because he could handle it himself. He couldn't disagree with him and continued to do his job. Meanwhile, Luca noticed that his new spinal implant had slightly straightened his body and that the money had not been wasted. Gabriel watched the instructor who arrived with his patron closely and couldn't help but wonder who he was, as news about such people always aroused everyone's interest. He remembered very well that even his previous encounters with this man had been difficult, but he didn't want to get involved with him, so he was curious about who he really was, but Luca warned him against it. Luca couldn't help but wonder if his instructor had grown up in this shelter, as he couldn't think of any other reason for such charity, and this made him suspicious about his past. All the children in the shelter were delighted with their new toys, as such charitable gestures were a rarity for them and brought them joy in difficult times. They sincerely thanked the handsome boy and the not-so-handsome man who brought them gifts, and their smiles were a true testament to how important such moments of happiness are. Luca watched as two children fought over one of the gifts, and couldn't decide who would keep it, because they were both equally stubborn and wanted the toy. But Luca advised one of them to fight for it with force, because he knew that it would never be fair, because if someone wants something, they have to become stronger to get it. Unfortunately, this world was not rich enough to make everyone happy, and this was obvious when he watched the children fighting over toys. The instructor who was watching this called Luca over and emphasized that they needed to talk about more important matters concerning their mission. They went to the nearest garden near the shelter to talk without witnesses, as some issues required confidentiality and caution. The instructor explained that he sometimes visits the lower sector because he knows very well that the shelters do not provide as much as they should, and this bothered him because the children deserve better. They both understood perfectly well that the directors of these shelters constantly stole everything, and the instructor explained that he had long since forgotten such details of his past life and visited the shelters just to help. He smiled and emphasized that he visited shelters selectively and may even have been to his shelter, which aroused Luca's interest and desire to learn more about his past. Luca closely watched his facial expressions and posture because now he looked like a retired soldier, which made him feel a certain sympathy for the instructor. After all, he saw before him an old warrior who had lost his glory and damaged his nervous system, which no longer had the strength to withstand all the stress caused by brain damage. Therefore, he understood that he could become the same if he lived to see that future, so he decided to get straight to the point so as not to waste time. The instructor asked a completely unexpected question that surprised Luca even more, because he asked who had given him the order to return to him, and this came as a shock to Luca. The instructor correctly guessed who had done it, and now watched his reaction closely, trying to understand how Luca was perceiving this information. Therefore, this question was quite obvious and expected in the future, but it still managed to catch Luca off guard because he was not ready for such a turn of events. He pretended not to understand what he was asking, but now the main thing for him was not to look him in the eyes, because given his perceptiveness, any action on his part could be his last. He still couldn't understand how the instructor had found out that the commander-in-chief had given him such an order, because now Luca understood that the instructor knew much more than he was showing. Therefore, he felt that the commander wanted to keep an eye on him for a reason, and now was a good opportunity to get rid of him if necessary in the future. But the instructor calmly explained to him that if he valued his life, he could only advise him to calm down and not make rash decisions that could endanger him. But if he seriously wanted to attack him, it would not be difficult at all to destroy him, because the instructor was an experienced fighter, and knew how to fight in such situation. All Luca could say was that he considered himself a true soldier of the Empire, and that was the only thing he could confirm, because other thoughts confused him. But in reality, he was a soldier who knew nothing, so it was difficult for him to stick to a certain version of events, because his inner conflict would not let him rest. The instructor explained that he was not going to blame him for anything, because a soldier must obey orders from his superiors, so he was perfect in that regard. The instructor explained that he had seen this in him when he first came to him, and even then he understood that he was not acting according to his own desires, but under the pressure of circumstances. After all, when he figured out the trajectory of the bullets flying at Luca, the top commanders began their preparations because they had found someone who could learn this martial art. And so perhaps he thought he had come to him of his own free will to become stronger after that incident, but in reality, their meeting took place precisely because of the Empire's calculation. During his mission, he encountered a powerful enemy and realized that he needed more strength, which is why he decided to look at the instructor's records and found the person who seemed to be able to help him. He thought he was acting of his own free will and had made his own choice, but the instructor sighed and explained that Luca, like everyone else in this world, was a slave, but the question was whether he understood it. The instructor seemed to have understood this long ago, and was now waiting to see how his student would react to this truth, as it could be a decisive moment in their relationship. He believed that at that moment, Luca was probably trying to close his eyes to this truth, but he was still young and had plenty of time to understand it. Therefore, he emphasized that it was time to return, and if he suddenly wanted to tell the commander about it, he would not mind, as it could be important for their safety. But Luca stood motionless, thinking about everything he had just heard, unable to believe his words, as they called into question his faith in the Empire and its principles. But he remembered that the commander had said he wanted him to continue his martial arts training with this instructor, and that gave him some inspiration. He asked him not to doubt the Empire, because he expected him to successfully complete his tasks, and not to listen to anyone or doubt his abilities. However, there was something that prevented him from achieving success, and was constantly on his mind, and it became more and more obvious when he tried to focus on his training. Then he began to think about what he had heard from his instructor today, and he began to form his own view of the situation around him. Meanwhile, in the simulation training hall, located in one of the upper world, training sessions were taking place to prepare them for new challenges. Luca sat calmly in his chair, waiting for his turn, trying to focus on his thoughts and prepare for the trials that awaited him. He doubted that he would ever dare to tell the chief commander about his conversation with the instructor, as this could have serious consequences for his career, and he did not want to risk his position. Otherwise, they would have forced him to undergo a psychological test to determine whether his mind had been affected by dangerous ideology, and this could have significantly affected his further training. Therefore, given his current state, Luca would have scored much lower than last time, because the Empire does not forgive people with dangerous ideologies, and this instilled fear in him. Even in the worst case, they would have left him far behind and sent him to a labor camp, and he now understood that the instructor knew very well that he would not be able to talk about it if he wanted to continue his studies. Therefore, he needed to meet with him because he had to be ready to pass such a test. Otherwise, his chances of survival in the Empire would be significantly reduced. Meanwhile, he saw Eli, who continued to improve his body, and seemed impressed because his efforts were beginning to bear fruit, inspiring Luca to new achievements. Eli did not expect that when he came out of the special training capsule, he would see Luca in front of him, and this came as a surprise to him because they had not communicated for a long time. He looked closely at Luca and couldn't understand why he had come to him in person for the first time, as they usually only communicated in the context of training and combat missions. Luca emphasized that he did not expect him to continue his training, but Eli stressed that defeat would not stop him, and this gave him confidence. Eli was pleased that he had gone to such lengths to cheer him up, but Luca smiled and emphasized that this was not the case, as he had a request that required serious discussion. He explained that he remembered how Eli had told him about prestigious families who could fake their fitness test results because many people knew about this secret, and this became the basis of their conversation. So he decided to ask how Eli personally managed to pass the psychological part of such an important test, because his experience could be extremely useful to him. Eli smiled and realized that now Luca also had a secret he wanted to hide from everyone else, so he wanted to find out what it was, and emphasized that such requests were quite dangerous. Luca explained that he had checked the room and found that there was no one else there except them, and that they were doing everything for the Empire, which gave them a certain freedom of action. Eli didn't ask why he needed this information, as he had guessed that he had this ability, but he understood that he had no other choice, and this bothered him. He explained that they needed to create a simpler version of his ego to contact this world, and that Luca had to hide his true ego deep inside so as not to arouse suspicion. He explained that, To put it simply, they needed to hide the parts of their minds that they wanted to conceal, as this would allow them to pass the test, and Luca emphasized that this was important. Luca doubted that this was possible because if someone had told him about something like this, he would not have been able to decide whether to do it because it seemed too risky. Eli added that if he continued to behave like a loyal soldier, the image of a loyal soldier would form on the surface of Luca's mind, because he himself had practiced this constantly. The only problem was that if he did this for too long, his true self could break down, and he could forget who he really was, which made him anxious. Luca was curious where he had learned this, because the method was difficult, and it was hard to believe that it worked, but it gave him the opportunity to get the highest score on the test. Eli warned him that he should be careful if he decided to do it, because any mistake could cost him dearly. After all, this psychological test was no joke, and he should take its completion and the creation of a new personality seriously, because it could determine his fate. Luca did not expect to hear this from him and was honestly impressed by such concern, as it showed true friendship between them. Suddenly, he received an incoming call from his instructor, which was untimely for him because he had not yet had time to think through all the details of their conversation. They quickly returned to the lower sector, and Luca eagerly awaited what his instructor had in store for him this time, as each task was a new challenge for him. The instructor explained that a new practical task awaited Luca today, and assured him that everything would be quite simple, but Luca felt that this was just a cover for something more complicated. He pointed to a building in front of them and explained that it looked like it had been built for thieves, but Luca could see that the instructor was acting as if the conversation in the shelter had never taken place. This made him even more uneasy, but the instructor emphasized that he only had a few seconds to complete the task, which added to his stress. After all, defeating the gang members inside would require a lot of effort, and Luca understood that he would need all his skills here. Therefore, Luca decided not to wait for the command and immediately destroyed the lock that restricted the entrance, because delaying was dangerous for their mission. After all, his strong and powerful limbs were back with him, and he was able to do it with great ease, feeling the adrenaline rush through his veins. When he got inside, he saw several people sitting there, completely oblivious to those who had come to them, as they were busy with their own affairs. One of them decided to open his eyes and look at the uninvited guests, which made Luca a little wary. Luca calmly went inside and assessed the situation without doing anything, trying to figure out what would be the best course of action. One of the thieves stood up and approached him, asking what he was doing there, as he did not look like the customers who usually came to them. Luca looked at him closely and saw him as an ordinary criminal who only had a weapon, but his behavior betrayed a certain nervousness that alarmed Luca. But at the next table sat 3 armed bandits, and one of them, standing nearby, looked at him in surprise, creating a tense atmosphere. He assumed that this was probably their leader, and when he saw the door open, he realized that there was someone else behind them, which made him cautious. He didn't want to get into a fight with them, but one of the gangsters wasn't hostile, which gave him a chance to avoid conflict. Therefore, this criminal did not even have time to attack him, because Luke decided to do it much faster, giving him a tremendous acceleration in the air that impressed everyone. So those sitting at the table could see him flying over them, and their faces expressed shock and incomprehension, because no one expected such a turn of events. This was necessary for him because something incredible had been happening in his head lately, so they served as an opportunity for him to calm down and focus on his goal. So the criminal, who had gained phenomenal acceleration, quickly moved through the air, leaving everyone else far behind, because his speed was so impressive that no one could keep up with him. Everyone else just watched him fly over them, but he managed to get his weapon, which frightened them, because no one knew what he planned to do next with everyone present. Therefore, the others decided to do the same, but continued to watch what would happen next, as each of them hoped that the situation would not get out of control, and they would be able to save themselves. They didn't know what to do, so they kept their weapons ready to attack when necessary, but at the same time, they were afraid that this would only worsen their situation in this dangerous situation. But suddenly, another weapon appeared before them, one they could not have imagined, and this caused them even more anxiety, because now the enemy had even more opportunities to attack them. Luca was extremely fast and skilled, and could do everything much faster than they could, so his actions looked like they were in slow motion, which gave him confidence in his abilities. So he held his weapon in his hands and aimed at them, his eyes shining with determination, because he knew he could not afford to lose this battle that could decide their fate. He destroyed them with a few well-aimed shots, for he was skilled in this art, and each of his shots was accurate, as if the result of careful preparation and flawless training. Therefore, all the others were no problem for him, while their leader was preparing to attack, realizing that the situation could change at any moment, and that he had to act quickly and decisively. He was impressed by what he saw, and wanted to destroy Luca, because he had become a real threat to his plans, and he couldn't allow anyone to prevent him from succeeding. but Luca managed to dodge the bullet flying at him in time, so it was no wonder how they could make a living with such ease, since every shot was a risk to their safety. His bullets always hit their target, which meant that he had not only trained, but also had a natural talent for shooting, making him an even more dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, as expected, there was another man behind the closed door who, hearing the shots, rushed to help, hoping to turn the tide in his favor. He barely had time to put on all his clothes and asked what was going on, but his heart was beating faster because he felt that the situation could be dangerous for everyone. But when he left the room where he was, he couldn't believe what he saw because everyone he was with was on the other side, and this caused him shock and fear for their lives. Luca was waiting for him to return and warned him that if he were in his place, he would have immediately disabled himself because it would be a shame to lose limbs that had been earned through such hard work. He carefully observed everything that had happened in the room during his absence, and now pondered his next moves, realizing that every step could be decisive in this struggle. He lacked the sense to do the right thing and decided to attack to avenge his friends, as anger and a desire for revenge clouded his mind and judgment. But he failed, and he lay on the floor in front of Luke, who realized that there was someone else behind the door, and now his attention was focused on the new threat. He waited for someone to come out of the room, but no one did, so he decided to go in first because he couldn't allow the enemy to remain in control of the situation. And when he saw who was hiding behind the door, his rage knew no bounds, because they were not only killing people, but also torturing them, and this made him want to stop them at any cost. They were holding a very young girl hostage and mocking her because she was completely exhausted, and Luca realized that he couldn't leave her in such a dangerous situation. When he returned to his instructor, who saw his student and pointed out that he had not completed the task in the allotted time, he was very surprised because he had not expected such a turn of events. But he was impressed that he had not only completed the task, but also saved the girl, and emphasized that he had done an excellent job and was a good student, as this demonstrated his professionalism. Luca was so angry that he suggested to the instructor that they destroy them right there and then, because such actions were beyond the bounds of human understanding. But the instructor emphasized that such interference would be a violation of the rules of this place. After all, there were many people in this world who were unable to protect themselves, and he knew this very well because he came from such a background, and it had always remained in his memory. However, it was sad that this girl found herself in such a situation because she had no one to protect her, and Luca realized that he had fought all his life not to end up in the same situation as her. Normally, he would have called such people bad for not taking advantage of such an opportunity in this empire, but at that moment, he could feel nothing but rage and hatred for the injustice in the structure of the community that surrounded him. After this incident, the instructor often called his student on certain tasks in the lower sector, doing so in order for Luca to learn how to win, because he had to use any situation to his advantage, even the most dangerous ones. Luca had to cross his personal boundaries, taking into account his surroundings and choosing the best course of action, because not only his fate depended on his decisions, but also the fate of those who were with him in this struggle. But the instructor said nothing and simply continued to give him opportunities to fight in the lower sector, watching his progress and trying to prepare him for the even greater challenges that lay ahead. He decided to visit a special shop in the lower sector and took his student with him, because he wanted to show him what real life was like in this dangerous place where its own rules prevailed. He knew the master there very well, and she was happy to see them because their meetings always brought her joy, and she valued their friendship, which had grown over years of working together. Her name was Hilda, and she asked why they had come to see her today, but it turned out that she was the girl he had saved on one of his first missions, and this made her very excited and happy. He had recently rescued this girl from a gang, and she told them her story. She had been kidnapped and held captive for several months, but fortunately, her mind remained clear and unbroken. As for the reason why she was kidnapped, one day a friend who had stolen money from these criminals stopped by, so they decided to kidnap her, hoping to use her as a means of blackmail. Hilda was a child from an orphanage, and while she was still there, she began to show a talent for mechanical engineering, and she found a wonderful assistant, Kinuan, who paid for her education and helped her develop her abilities. The instructor, in turn, told his new student the whole truth and emphasized that he had done everything in secret from her, so she still knew nothing about his true intentions and plans for the future. It was quite unexpected to see Gabriel here, with whom he had recently fought, and Luca paid for all his treatment because he believed that everyone deserves a second chance, even if they were enemies in the past. He came to the establishment and asked only for a strong drink, but she emphasized that his nervous system was already under stress from the constant modifications and suggested that he refrain from drinking for the sake of his health. After Luca saved Hilda, she returned to her permanent job, and Luca introduced her to Gabriel, who became her bodyguard, giving her a sense of security and support. Therefore, Luca advised Gabriel to listen to the advice of his own mechanic, because Hilda was helping him modify his body and carry out these modifications correctly to avoid dangerous consequences. Gabriel was dissatisfied with this attitude and pointed out that Luca had been doing nothing but poking the hornet's nest lately, which was starting to annoy him because he wanted more respect. He added that all the other leaders of criminal organizations had found out about him and were planning to do something against him, so if all this came to pass, even he could not guarantee Hilda's safety. But the instructor emphasized that they would not be able to return here for some time anyway, as the situation in the city had become dangerous, and it was better to leave this place to avoid new problems and threats. She was very surprised because she had hoped for their protection in the future, so she asked how long they would be away, to which the instructor replied vaguely, emphasizing that it could be anywhere from a few months to several years. Luca guessed that they would not be able to get to the lower sector anytime soon, because he himself would not be able to get there, as the leaders would never allow a student to go down there alone without supervision. Therefore, it was quite unexpected to watch these two, and realize that this might be their last meeting, and this added anxiety to their hearts, because they knew that life could change at any moment. But despite all the terrible events that had happened to Hilda in the past, she was still able to return to work, and now asked if they would ever visit her again, hoping for their support. Gabriel, in turn, continued to take risks by performing and participating in these fights. So when he heard their words, he suggested throwing a party to celebrate their friendship and joint efforts. The instructor emphasized that there was no need to worry about it, as they were both capable of taking care of themselves, having the experience and skills necessary to survive in this dangerous world. After all, even if they couldn't come back here, they could protect themselves because they had reliable support, and this gave them the strength to believe in a better future despite all the difficulties. Later, he visited the office of the chief centurion, who had summoned him after several months of training with the instructor, and Luke felt that this moment could be decisive in his career. Luca clearly and concisely told him everything they had been doing and where they had been spending their time, and the chief centurion understood that the instructor was continuing to engage in the same activities he had been doing before, which earned him respect. The chief centurion recalled how the instructor had become a student at a fairly late age, although this was not usually the case, but at the same time the empire was forced to put up with shortcomings because there were not enough people. Even now, he has no reliable idea who this instructor really is and what he plans to do next, because when he was a recruit, he was one of the key members of the Imperial Guard. He added that they think the instructor specialized in covert operations in the past, and Luca realized that even the chief centurion does not have access to the instructor's official data, which surprised him. Be that as it may, it seems that the instructor liked Luca, and the chief centurion realized that all the previous students he had sent to him had not been able to last long because their abilities did not meet the requirements. Therefore, he emphasized that Luca had proven himself, but that he was now vulnerable to negative influences. So Castoria explained that he had to assign him a psychological test to assess his condition. He knew that events would develop in this direction, so he immediately agreed without objection, because he understood that this could be an important step in his career and further development. But the centurions were in a hurry to let him go, and emphasized that they wanted to be completely honest with him, and informed him that there were only two paths for students with such a mission. Either they would be neutralized, or they would become the heart of the Imperial Guard. Therefore, he pretended to be concerned about Luke's future, and emphasized that he hoped he would get the latter option. But Luke, in turn, said that he was only following orders. Therefore, Castoria said that if this operation was successful, he hoped for his support, and that he would help him in all matters, because he believed in his potential and desire to become part of the Imperial Guard. The chief centurion replied that he could count on his support, because if he proved himself and showed good results, he would help him with any issues that arose in the future. Suddenly, as he was walking away, he heard the chief centurion say that Luca Castoria sounded good, which surprised him, because he did not expect his name to be so important. It was strange to hear that the chief centurion had plans for him, and Luca began to worry that his reputation could affect his future career and relationships with other students. Therefore, he proceeded to take a psychological test, where he was asked a series of questions to reveal all his hidden thoughts, and he tried to be as honest as possible in his answer. This psychological test was conducted by special mechanized machines that exercised complete control over all his answers, and compared the results on a monitor to determine his emotional state. The robot couldn't help but notice that he was showing high levels of happiness, so it assumed that something good had happened to him, and that this could affect his test results. But Luke did not want to share his thoughts with them, and only emphasized that they should talk less and start the test because he wanted to get through the process as quickly as possible and return to his training. Meanwhile, in the training hall, one of the students continued his training regardless, because his goal was clear: to become the best fighter in his group and prove his strength and abilities to everyone. It was Eli who continued to train because he still wanted to defeat Luca in their fights, and this goal became a real challenge for him that he was eager to overcome. He made every effort to improve his position and physical abilities in order to gain an advantage over the other students, and every day he tried to surpass his own results. It was difficult for him because his body was weaker, despite how many years he had been training, and he understood that he needed more time to achieve the desired results. But that never stopped him, so Eli continued his training because he wanted to be one of the best, and this ambition gave him the strength to overcome all difficulty. So he took out his anger and tension on the punching bag in the gym, because it was the only way he could feel better. He managed to get very tired because he trained almost without a break, and noticed that his hands needed care, because they were bruised and sore after intense training. So he used a special product designed specifically for lubricating mechanical limbs, hoping that it would help reduce the pain and ease his condition after hard work. Luca, who came to his training session, asked him why he was training to the point of exhaustion, jokingly adding that he didn't recognize the Ilya he used to know, which made him worry. But he didn't want to answer his question, and instead asked if he had taken a psychological test, to which Luca replied that it was all thanks to him, because his dad had made him realize that he had problems. Luca had noticed for a long time that something was going on with Eli, so he offered to help, but Eli refused and emphasized that he couldn't talk about it yet, adding that he would need to ask for a favor very soon. So he politely asked Luca if he would be willing to help him, but Luca watched his body movements closely, trying to understand how tired Eli was, and whether he really needed support. He added that if he found himself in danger during the fight, he would help him even if it meant risking his own life, because friendship had always been the most important thing to him. Eli added that, as he had said, Luca would soon find out everything, but explained that he hoped that everything would turn out completely differently than he had planned, which raised new questions for Luca. Luca didn't want to lie to himself that his friend's request didn't interest him, but he wouldn't force him to share it, because he had passed the test and won the trust of the chief centurion, which was important. Therefore, his goal now was to become a son to the Castoria family, so this was the only thing he could think about, and the chief centurion emphasized that from now on, they would act in accordance with military orders. He added that they needed to weaken the rebel forces that were against the empire, and that these forces had 3 families under the protection of the Ramos family, which complicated the situation for everyone. Luca did not expect the Ramos family to be supporters of the rebels, and was surprised when he first heard this, as he believed that their support had always been on the side of the empire, and this made him wonder about their true intentions. He watched Eli's reaction closely, but he was completely calm and did not reveal his emotions, which made Luca even more suspicious, because Eli was usually more emotional and open with his feelings. But Luca remembered very well how Liliana had watched and begged him to take their side to prevent all this, and now, remembering her words, he felt that he had to make the right choice in this situation. And now he understood what Eli had wanted to ask him, because he remembered the look on his face when he had looked at Liliana, and it made him think about how important it was to support his friends. Therefore, during the regular military training conducted by the chief centurion, everyone listened attentively and received new orders, because their fate and the completion of important missions in the future depended on it. All the other students were exhausted, and their faces showed no happiness, because they knew that difficult tasks awaited them that could threaten their lives. They were sent on a special mission, which the chief centurion told them about in detail, so they had no choice but to simply follow orders and hope for success in this dangerous endeavor. They moved quickly using trains located all over the planet, and quickly traveled between different places, which allowed them to save time and energy to complete their tasks. Their new commander, named Luke, appeared before them, and emphasized that the chief centurion had appointed him commander of this unit, which caused some surprise among the students, as he was still very young. Everyone present was happy to welcome him to his new position and watched him closely, waiting for his further orders, because their fate in this mission depended on how he would prove himself. But Luca felt that they were surprised that an ordinary student who had not yet completed his training had been appointed commander of the Imperial Guards, so he understood that this was a great responsibility. But be that as it may, the detachment was divided in half by Luca, and he was assigned Sergeant Kodrak as his assistant, who had experience and could help the young commander cope with new challenges. The fact that Luke was not an experienced guard was taken into account, so his squad consisted of experienced veterans, each of whom understood that at the moment they were acting as tools for their training. But despite this, he had to take control of them and give orders personally, so he had several options for delegating this to his assistant in order to avoid confusion and ensure order. Such a choice would have been standard, but he decided to take the more difficult path and emphasized that he would now be their boss, and this decision became a real test of maturity and leadership for him. Therefore, he emphasized that he would demand complete obedience and compliance with his orders, as any negative attitude would be considered a crime, and he would not tolerate disobedience in his team. He knew and understood perfectly well that he should use his own power, which he now had, to prevent any possible negative attitude, and this gave him confidence in his actions. The sergeant was surprised by this attitude, so he decided to help him and explain the whole situation by calling him aside for a moment to talk about how to better organize their work. After all, an ordinary student who had only recently started training had grabbed him firmly by the arm and had no intention of going anywhere with him, which made him think about the situation. But he did even more. He refused to listen to him and pushed him away, so he ran to the other guards standing nearby, which caused some outrage among the team. He emphasized that an ordinary sergeant had no right to touch his superior without prior permission, as this was a violation of the rules they had to follow in the team. Therefore, he emphasized that despite his age, he came from the lower floors and explained that he had been raised in a shelter, but that did not give them the right to consider him their equal in their hierarchy. He emphasized that there was a significant difference between them, because the whole point was that he was much stronger than all of them, and this gave him the right to demand respect and obedience from his subordinates. He added that perhaps they did not realize it now, but very soon they would be convinced of this, because he would be the best leader they could ever have. Therefore, the sergeant had no choice but to obey and bow his head, listening attentively to his commander, because he understood that this was the only way to preserve his reputation in their team. He got up from his knees and emphasized that he understood his mistake, and added that it would never happen again in the future, because he did not want to lose the respect of his fellow soldiers. Therefore, Luca announced to everyone that the sergeant was a smart warrior who understood everything right away, because he clearly understood that the young student would not look for an easy way out, and was ready to go through all the trials. They moved to the rebels' defensive structures to continue carrying out the order they had been given earlier, and each of them realized that this could be a decisive moment in their careers. They all used special ships that moved quickly and almost silently, allowing them to remain undetected while performing difficult tasks. Everyone on the ship listened carefully to the plan of action they had to carry out upon arrival, as not only their safety, but also the success of the entire mission depended on it. Eli already knew about the situation with Luke and was surprised that he had attacked one of his own team members, as this could have serious consequences for their team and its morale. Luca explained that he had realized even then how he should act, because they would all treat him like a child and would not respect him if he did not show his strength and determination. Eli understood that they looked young in the eyes of those who had been working in the Imperial Guard for a long time, and this put them in an awkward position that required special maturity and responsibility. Meanwhile, the chief centurion who had gone with them on this mission addressed them and emphasized that they needed to get straight to the point because there was little time left for preparation. He explained that the rebels were currently located on the remnants of a magical civilization, so all magical structures were under their control, posing a serious threat to the Empire. He went on to explain that the place was surrounded by 2 special walls, and that the fort was protected by force fields, which were like a protective dome that made it difficult for them to advance. The chief centurion added that they had certain magical weapons designed to fight flying objects, and added that they had counted about 5 of them, which could be a decisive factor in the battle. He shared their plan for the next steps of the attack, and Luke realized that each armored brigade was wearing special full-body armor, so the Empire was serious about this. Castoria announced that the operation would begin in an hour and a half, and emphasized that everyone had to be completely ready by then, as the success of their mission depended on it. Meanwhile, Eli and Luca couldn't help but talk to each other, because this was the moment that could be decisive for their future, and for the fate of everyone around them. Luca explained that this was exactly what he had been waiting for, because he understood that they did not want others to sacrifice themselves, and that this was completely different from the training they had undergone earlier. Eli was upset because he understood that danger awaited them, and how difficult it would be for him because of the events that were about to unfold, as he did not know if he would be able to cope. He couldn't help but look up at Luca, but Luca knew that he wanted to talk about the Ramos family, as this issue had been troubling them both for a long time, and needed to be discussed urgently. Luca emphasized that he should listen to him and explained that they might be close to them, but here they couldn't change anything, because if he went over to their side, even his family wouldn't be able to save him. Eli, in turn, said that he was hoping for a miracle, because even if there was the slightest chance, he would at least try to save Lillian, because she was important to him. Luca was surprised that he had fallen so deeply in love with her, as he was ready to sacrifice his own life for her, but he explained that she was his first love, but now he no longer loved her. Then Luca understood what he had been trying to do in the past, and urged him to pull himself together, because all this time he had turned a blind eye to his actions, but it was already too late to try to save her. He continued to warn Ile not to do anything foolish that could end up much worse than they could imagine, and emphasized that this was a warning for him to take seriously. Ile, who didn't know what to expect from Luca, couldn't react any other way, and just agreed with him because he understood that the situation was serious and required caution. They went their separate ways, each remaining of their own opinion, hoping that they had managed to get something across to the other, because their understanding was important for the success of the mission. Luca did not understand how he could act this way, because it was precisely through his mastery of martial arts that he understood that this was all untrue, and that he would try to save Lillian at any cost, even if it was dangerous. He didn't understand how anyone could do such a thing, because despite everything, she had to sacrifice her life for his safety, and that put him in a difficult moral situation. Therefore, he hoped that it would all happen in the midst of the chaos that would reign at that time, because in such a situation, it was important to remain focused and not lose control of oneself. He hoped that they would not be able to meet each other, because that could have even worse consequences than anyone could imagine, and this caused him anxiety. Now that Luca had become the commander of an entire squad, he carefully considered his next steps, because his decisions would determine not only his fate, but also that of all his comrades. He understood that a soldier had two most important parts of his body that played a key role in survival: his head and his torso, and their integrity was the key to success in battle. After all, as long as a soldier's brain can receive oxygen, the Empire can help him survive in all other cases. Suddenly his assistant approached him, looking worried and ready to help. He emphasized that he was well aware of his abilities, but had always carefully studied his leadership, which intrigued Luke a little, as the assistant was experienced and wise. Therefore, the assistant decided to emphasize that he simply wanted to ask him to listen to his words when they were directly on the battlefield, because he already had quite a lot of experience. He added that their abilities were different, but his skills and experience could be useful to him, and Luca replied that he should not worry because he always listened carefully to those who expressed their opinions wisely. And so the assistant calmed down and decided that he had done everything he could for this mission, because not only the success of the operation depended on his actions, but also the lives of his comrades, and he could not let them down at this difficult moment. Suddenly, the system announced that they had arrived at their destination, and now they had to prepare for the start of the operation, because every second counted, and none of them wanted to miss their chance of success in this dangerous mission. They were all near the rebel base and watched it closely, trying to notice any changes in security and activity, as this could give them important information for further action. When they got close enough, they stopped and got out of the special vehicle that brought them there, feeling the adrenaline rush through their veins. They all knew and understood perfectly well that great danger awaited them outside, so they immediately put on their special equipment, which not only protected them, but also gave them additional capabilities to carry out their mission. Therefore, when they arrived at the location, they walked side by side as a squad, completely ignoring the danger that awaited them ahead, because each of them was aware of their role in this mission. Now, all that could be seen were identical mechanical suits that made each of these soldiers look exactly alike, emphasizing their unity and readiness for battle despite their individuality. Each of the soldiers in this squad had their own armored body, which was reliably protected by the Empire's technology, giving them confidence in their strength and ability to withstand the enemy. Luca watched closely as these armored parts, which had recently been put into mass production, were assembled, thinking about how they could change the course of battle, as the Empire's technology had always been at the forefront. He watched what was happening, but for now, his squad had another role to play. They had to get rid of the magical weapons, and then his squad would have to engage in combat. Therefore, the warriors who rushed out to engage in combat were the first to start the engines of their mechanical suits to begin the attack, because every second counted, and they could not waste any time. Everyone watched the launch in awe, because every time it was an incredible and exciting sight that inspired them to fight and raise their morale before the upcoming battle. So when their suits were ready and they quickly began to rise up to attack unexpectedly, each of them felt the adrenaline rush, preparing them for battle. The rebel base was well protected by a shield that completely surrounded the entire area where they were located, which made it difficult for the Imperial soldiers to find a way to destroy it. So, all the Imperial soldiers created a corridor and advanced deep into the shield, trying to destroy it, because their further strategy and chances of victory depended on it. And now they were very close, and could see the rebels' territory, which was clearly visible behind the shield, and this surprised them, because it looked completely different from what they had expected. They could see their territory up close, which looked bizarre to them, as they were used to iron and metal, and here there were elements of nature that they had never seen before. Therefore, they looked with no less surprise at what was inside, because the rebels' buildings were strange, and unlike anything else they were used to seeing in their lives. Some of these buildings emitted a strange blue glow that completely absorbed the energy inside, and this impressed them with its beauty and unusualness. But the Imperial soldiers did not intend to simply observe the rebels, for they had a clear task to accomplish, even at the cost of their own lives, and this gave them strength and determination. Therefore, they began to move faster, because they had to somehow destroy this shield and the magical force field that surrounded the rebels' headquarters, and there was no time to think. So these mechanical warriors used all their abilities and strength to achieve this and fired many weapons at the shield, hoping that their efforts would bring results. When the weapons of the Empire's soldiers reached the shield, an even brighter light appeared, enveloping almost the entire protective dome and blinding the eyes, causing a feeling of anxiety and tension. But the protective dome was so strong that ordinary weapons were useless against it, and it was almost impossible to penetrate it, so the soldiers decided to use other weapons they had in their suits. Now they decided to use more powerful weapons to gradually destroy the protective shield surrounding the rebels, as this was the only way to succeed in their mission. They fired their weapons again and stayed back to watch what would happen next from a safer distance, as no one wanted to become a victim of their own attack. This weapon was so powerful that it could even harm them if they did not move to a safe distance in time, so now they watched from the sidelines, hoping for success. Meanwhile, the chief centurion watched closely as his soldiers moved, because his plan was for the infantry to attack the enemy base from all sides at once, to prevent them from retreating. His superiors wanted to make sure the enemy had no way to escape, as the rebels had underground tunnels that could save them if things went wrong. These tunnels were magical in nature, so even the explored areas were deep, and although maps of these tunnels from previous expeditions remain, the rebels had modified them, so the maps were most likely no longer accurate. One comment was more than confident that they had narrowed the passages to the underground tunnels so that only ordinary people could get in, not their mechanical warriors, because that would have made things way harder for the Empire. They carefully observed these tunnels, trying to figure out how to get in and completely block all escape routes, because without that, the mission would be in danger. When they managed to get into one of these tunnels, they were surprised by how they were built and how they were arranged in general, because there was a mysterious atmosphere inside that was different from the outside world. There were strange plants growing on the walls, blending harmoniously with the material, and Eli had to enter these tunnels from the other side to carry out his part of the plan. After all, if he planned to sacrifice his soldiers to advance, he could do so quickly. But Luke, in turn, did not want to do so because the lives of the soldiers were important to him. However, he decided to take all the risks himself because he wanted this mission to end successfully, and the secret plan he had in mind to come to fruition, despite all the difficulty. Suddenly, his assistant, who was walking behind him, called out loudly to get his attention and possibly warn him about something that could threaten their success in this dangerous situation. Luca understood what he meant because he had managed to look carefully in all directions to understand where the danger was coming from, and was ready to react to any sign of threat. Thanks to the new martial art he had recently learned and perfected, he was completely unpredictable, which gave him an advantage in this dangerous situation. Thanks to this, his senses were at the limit of their capabilities, and all his feelings were heightened, allowing him to be as attentive as possible to everything happening around him. Therefore, his sight, hearing, and even his sense of smell allowed him to make a complete assessment of his surroundings in a matter of minutes, which was important for the successful completion of the task. He quickly determined that the chemical trace in the air gave him an excellent opportunity to gather a lot of information for successful advancement, as this could be decisive. All the soldiers under his command watched him closely, unable to understand what was happening, as his actions were extremely quick and decisive. But at that moment, Luke felt his arteries expanding and his heart beating faster and faster, as this allowed his brain to receive a constant supply of glucose, which was necessary for activity. It was this pressure on his brain that forced him to do everything possible, so he was not interested in watching how slow all his soldiers were compared to him. He understood that he had only studied theory before, but now he could put it all into practice, and prolonged use of this combat method could gradually damage his brain. But he couldn't stop because he saw the goal he had to achieve in the future, and this gave him strength and determination in this dangerous situation. And now all the soldiers under his command understood that he had been chosen as captain for a reason, because his incredible abilities perfectly highlighted his qualities as a commander and leader. Even his assistant, who was closely watching his commander, could not imagine how he could move so quickly through space and sense where they should go next, which filled him with admiration. It wasn't just from a distance that they could see how quickly he changed position, and how quickly he opened new doors in front of them, allowing them to move forward much faster than they had planned. They even felt a slight breeze as he ran past them, but he was so fast that it was impossible to focus on him and understand what was happening. Meanwhile, he managed to keep track of everything that was happening around him, and even noticed the faces of his surprised soldiers standing wide-eyed, not believing their eyes. But despite their rapid progress, They were constantly preparing for an attack and danger, because no one could ever know who was waiting for them behind closed doors. Luca was ready for any turn of events, as he always held his sword firmly in his hand, which served as his reliable protection and a symbol of his determination. However, all the other soldiers had special weapons that helped them defend themselves and attack the enemy, because in battle, it is important to have different options to achieve victory. Luca had become so immersed in this martial art, and had been using it for so long, that it was difficult for him to distinguish between his mechanical shell and his human body, which complicated the situation. Therefore, he quickly destroyed everyone in his path in order to move further and further, carrying out his commander's orders with maximum efficiency. He stopped at nothing and was like lightning, moving quickly between his opponents, striking everyone with his speed and accuracy, which struck fear into his enemies. All his movements were extremely fast and precise, and quickly achieved their ultimate goal, because on his way he saw no obstacles to victory, which inspired his comrades. Therefore, all those who guarded the entrance to the tunnel and the gates inside quickly fell victim to his new art and were neutralized before they even had time to understand what had happened. The soldiers who came to their senses and realized that their commander was much stronger than them began to act and use their weapons because they knew that their support was necessary for success. Luca continued to advance further and further, as he did not want to stop there, and took the mission given to him by his commander seriously, knowing that the fate of their team depended on it. They used various supplies that helped them move faster, quickly neutralizing enemies near the new gates, which opened the way for them to advance deeper into the tunnels. Luca, in turn, preferred to use his match, with which he quickly destroyed everyone because he moved extremely fast, which caused admiration and respect among his subordinates. His movements were so fast that you could even see a trail of fire behind him, which spread wider and wider around him, creating the impression that he was moving in another dimension. His assistant couldn't believe his eyes, as this was beyond the capabilities of any of the soldiers he had known before, and it filled him with awe. Now he could only see the guests and the dark smoke that prevented him from seeing anything around him, which only increased his anxiety and desire to stay safe. But through the smoke, he could barely see the eyes of his commander, who did not stop for a moment, and this gave him the strength to keep moving forward, despite all the difficulties. Even such thick smoke could not prevent him from moving forward and destroying everyone in his path, demonstrating incredible endurance and determination in achieving his goals. Therefore, the assistant was speechless for a few minutes, unable to describe everything that was happening around him, because it was so incredible that it was difficult to find words for it. But it was precisely these maneuvers by their commander that helped them advance deeper into the tunnels, much faster than they had planned, because his speed and determination inspired everyone around him. The assistant understood that the captain, who was leading the way and opening all the doors in front of them, was the most useful of them all, as he gave them confidence in their abilities. So when they approached the new door, they did not expect to see their captain deal with those guarding it and simply urge them to move faster. Luca emphasized that they should not stop even here, because they needed to move on to complete their task, as the Empire was above all else, and their mission was critically important. They quickly realized that he was a real captain with extraordinary powers, so they grabbed their weapons with incredible zeal to be able to catch up with him in this difficult situation. But around the next bend in the tunnels, a new group of rebels was waiting for them, wanting to protect their home, which forced them to be even more cautious in their actions. Luca sensed their presence outside and warned everyone else of the danger that awaited them there, emphasizing that they should remain in a safe place for the time being so as not to put themselves at risk. After all, no one could have expected to find such a large space deep underground that could accommodate many soldiers at once, so the rebels did not just set up a line of defense here. They were able to descend quite deep, so it was clear that the Thocrats who were evacuating from here must be somewhere nearby, and this caused them alarm. Therefore, they decided to use the special equipment they had at their disposal to pinpoint the location of everyone else and not miss a single opportunity. They had a special drone equipped with a camera that could move silently in the air to accurately show the location of others, which was important for their strategy. Thanks to this camera, they were able to determine that their line of defense had relatively few soldiers, and judging by everything, there were members of the civilian personnel behind these warriors. Luca knew and understood perfectly well that Lillian could be among these people, so he had to act cautiously and prudently in the future, because her life was important to him. Meanwhile, his assistant pointed out that they had already descended quite deep, but all the other units were not yet near them, and suggested waiting for their arrival so as not to take any risks. Luca understood that this was a logical assumption, and besides, his brain was overloaded from using combat techniques, so he pondered how to proceed. After all, they were supposed to move together and wait for another unit that was supposed to arrive soon to help them complete their mission and ensure their safety. Suddenly, he heard a shot near him, but with the help of his brain, he was able to determine that they were not shooting at them, which meant that the situation could change at any moment. He realized that someone else had attacked the rebels from another direction, which meant only one thing: someone else had arrived, and it was none other than the other squad that was supposed to arrive on time according to their plan. Luca understood that there was another person rushing here besides him, and now that the soldiers were distracted, they could go into battle with new forces. They used their shields to protect themselves from the weapons used by the rebels to advance toward them and get closer to where the main enemy force was concentrated. They had powerful weapons that allowed them to maintain their independence until now, because without them, they would not have been able to withstand the attacks of the enemy, who was trying to destroy their freedom and faith in victory. But they were surrounded on both sides, and it was difficult for them to continue the fight, and the Empire's soldiers could not hold out indefinitely, as their ammunition supplies were gradually running out, which was causing alarm. Luca understood that he should not worry about the weapons currently in use, but rather about those that could destroy him with a single shot, as this could be the decisive moment in the battle. Therefore, he understood that they had several similar opportunities to destroy everyone, and that is why he had to act quickly so as not to give the enemies a chance to use them to their advantage. Luca was smart and decided to focus on the moment when the weapon would be reloaded, as this would give him a chance to successfully attack the enemy without risking his life. That moment came, and he was able to leave his defensive position to attack his opponents, because when they focused on their attacks, they would start attacking him, and everyone else would be able to take up safer positions. So he explained this plan to the team and emphasized that they must now wait for the moment when the rebels turn their attention completely to him so that they can launch a counterattack. The assistant did not expect such a turn of events, but he remained with the others to carry out his commander's orders because he believed in his strategy and hoped for the success of their mission. Luca understood that he could ignore ordinary pistols and rifles because their shots could not penetrate his armor, so he focused on the real threats that could destroy him with a single shot. That is why he could fully protect his team members and carry out the operation as planned, because it was important for him to save their lives during the battle. He could focus entirely on the weapons that posed the greatest danger to him, which allowed him to be more cautious in his actions without putting himself at risk. The rebels were dangerous enemies who had not only conventional weapons, but also magical ones that could cause great harm to anyone who got in their way. Meanwhile, Luca was moving quickly through the air and was already planning to grab his pistol to attack the rebels, who were not expecting such a quick counterattack from their enemy. The rebels did not expect anyone to be able to get so close to them so quickly, and Luca knew that if he got between them, they would no longer be able to attack him so freely and would be completely thrown off balance. So when he reached the center of the rebels' location, they didn't understand what was happening and stood with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that their enemy was so close. Now anyone could see that no one could stop him because he was surrounded by the entire fighting group, and this gave him an advantage in this dangerous situation. The rebels realized that now no one and nothing could help them, and decided that they should surrender to save their lives and health, because fighting against such a strong enemy was pointless. They managed to detain all the rebels and completely immobilize them, taking away their weapons, which allowed them to reduce the threat and ensure the safety of their comrades. Luca emphasized to his assistant that he was now responsible for the rebels and must carefully examine them, taking all their weapons and keeping them under control, as this was critically important. But Luca continued to move forward because he needed to fully assess the situation and understand what steps to take next to achieve success. When he got a little further, he saw what had really happened and was deeply shocked, because the situation was much more complicated than he had expected. In front of him were soldiers from Eli's squad, which meant only one thing: he had ordered them to attack the rebels from the other side, sacrificing his own men. Luca couldn't believe that Eli was so desperate to save her that he was willing to sacrifice the lives of his own men, and this caused an internal conflict within him. He wanted to help Eli, but unfortunately, he was still a soldier of the Empire, so by choosing one, he had to renounce the other forever, and that was extremely difficult. Eli was his only friend, who in turn had helped him pass a difficult psychological test to convince the chief centurion of his loyalty, so this situation angered him. Therefore, he decided that if he was the first to meet Lillian, he would have to find a way to destroy her first, right there and then, because that could change the course of events. He didn't care how much Eli would hate him afterward, because this was the only way he could prevent him from becoming a traitor and save his own life, so he told everyone else to follow him for now. He ordered his assistant to continue delaying them until another detachment arrived and emphasized that he was leaving the command to him because he trusted his ability. The assistant called him over because he couldn't contain his admiration for his abilities and emphasized that he had become an excellent soldier and that he was shocked by his combat skills. But Luca, in turn, emphasized that he was not interested in any of this, and his assistant added that as a commander, he had made a serious mistake, as it could have led to heavy losses. After all, he had overcome all the obstacles in their path using only his own skills, which made him a poor leader for an entire squad that needed more support and training to succeed in battle. But Luca understood that he was only doing this to protect them, because they were still weak, and he was well aware that they would not be able to understand his commands, or even his methods of combat. He could have started mocking them because they had done almost nothing, but his assistant pointed out that there would always come a day when even he would need the help of those weaker than him, so there was no need to be so tough. But Luca did not listen to his advice, and emphasized that when that day came, they could start laughing at him and saying something like, "I told you so he decided to think about it later. Meanwhile, the assistant watched him move on, and was ready to carry out any of his orders because he believed in his strategy and hoped that their mission would end successfully. But Luke, in turn, emphasized that he would not remove his assistant from his position, because if he ever understood why his current methods were not working, he would surely remember his words and think about a new strategy. The assistant could not understand how something like this could exist within him with such an open way of thinking, but he emphasized that he wished him luck in the future because he hoped for the success of their mission. Therefore, Luke decided not to wait for his further words, and quickly set off in search of others, because he understood that time was of the essence, and every second could be decisive for their operation. He decided to continue through the tunnels on his own because he wanted to find her first, but so far he could only see the walls of these tunnels, and many who had not managed to escape, and this made him anxious. He was more than convinced that the other corridors looked exactly the same, because most of the resistance forces had already entered and were getting rid of the rebels, and this caused him concern. Therefore, he had to admit that, as trite as it sounded, Eli was not an easy man to trust in battle, but he was his only friend with whom he could share his deepest thoughts. He understood that Eli was doing the wrong thing in relation to the ordinary lives of the Empire's soldiers, but even if he managed to find Lillian, did he have a plan to get her out of there? Because it was critically important. He understood that he had once loved her, but they did not necessarily have to go into eternity together, so he realized that the emotions deep inside him had taken over his logic and common sense. He was angry at himself because he saw his own mistake in this, as he had not noticed in time what was happening inside his friend, and this caused him to feel guilty and hopeless. Suddenly, he came across one of the Ramos family members who confessed that he had been taken prisoner, but he was in a worse condition than everyone else around him, which made him even more anxious. But Luki didn't care about this man's condition because he was only interested in whether he knew Lillian's whereabouts, as this was the most important task in this dangerous situation. But this remnant of the aristocratic family replied that he had no idea where she might be, which made Luca even more suspicious, as he felt that the man was hiding something. Luca noticed how he looked away, and remembered that this was a standard reaction for someone who was hiding something, which only confirmed his suspicions about the truthfulness of his words. Therefore, he understood that he knew where she was, but was hiding the truth, so he decided to push him to tell everything, because there was no time to hesitate. He emphasized that he was giving him one last chance, and repeated his direct question, hoping that he would reveal the whole truth about Lillian's whereabouts. And he got his answer, because the man said that she had to go downstairs, but Luca remembered very well that the only way out was from the top, and assumed that there might be another exit. But now he was telling the truth and explained that he was not a member of the main branch of the Ramos family, and did not know everything that could be hidden in these tunnels. He also said that he had seen Eli, because it was because of him that he was now in this state. He said that Eli had gone mad, even though they had known each other before, but even when he had given up, Eli had not stopped, which made Luca even more worried. Luca, in turn, decided to do the same because he understood Eli and did not want any witnesses to his crime, so he decided it was better to act quickly and without unnecessary witnesses. He considered it an act of mercy, because such a fate was much better than the interrogations that would follow, and it gave him a sense of control over the situation. Luca understood that he usually did not feel guilty for what he was doing, but today that feeling had disappeared and did not bother him at all, probably because of the influence of the battlefield. As he moved through the long tunnels, he heard screams and gunshots, which could mean that he was getting closer to where the real fighting was taking place. His first thought was of Eli, who could be there saving Lillian from the Empire's soldiers, as this was critically important for both of them in this situation. Now he was faced with a difficult choice because he had to decide what to do next, since Eli had crossed that line and could not return to a safe life. When he went inside, he did not expect to see what was in front of him, because the situation turned out to be much more complicated than he could have imagined, and it shocked him. He remembered very well how he was always tormented by paranoia when he communicated with Eli, so much so that he sometimes asked himself whether their friendship would withstand all the trials they would have to go through. He always thought about what he would do if Eli went over to the other side of the empire, and this question never left him, because he knew that such a decision could have tragic consequences for both of them. He constantly put off answering this question, but now he had nowhere to go because he had to face the truth head-on, and this made him realize that there was no way to avoid it. So he entered one of the rooms, not knowing what to do next, but the place seemed vulnerable, as it was silent, which only emphasized his fears and anxieties about the future. He was sure that he could save him and help him, but everything turned out completely differently than he had planned and wanted, and this caused him to feel hopeless and disappointed. He called out loudly to Elijah, who was lying on the table, barely moving, and seemed not even to be breathing, which only increased his anxiety and fear for his friend's fate. He pretended that he did not want to return to him, but he simply could not continue to ignore his only friend during his studies, because their friendship had always been the most important thing to him. So he began to gradually turn back toward him, and emphasized that he had come to him at such a difficult moment in his life, hoping that this would help ease the tension between them. Luca couldn't believe he had done it, because he had ruined the lives of his own students out of personal curiosity and interest, and this feeling of guilt weighed on him like a heavy stone. Therefore, he carefully watched the other members of the aristocratic family, and among them was she, because how could it be otherwise, and this only emphasized his inner conflict. He saw all the members of this family before him, along with their head and their closest relatives, and this raised even more questions in his mind about their intentions and plans. He saw that she was there too, so he couldn't understand how an imperial warrior could do all this just for a girl, because it seemed completely pointless to him. Eli understood that Luca would not forgive him so easily and kept his weapon at the ready, prepared for any turn of events, knowing that their friendship was in jeopardy. Therefore, he bravely faced all the dangers that awaited him and emphasized that if necessary, he would draw his sword, because they had different interests and would therefore fight to the end. Luca emphasized that he would force him to understand his mistake and come over to the right side before it was too late, because he could not allow their friendship to end because of this situation. So they looked at each other and did not rush to attack, because it was difficult for both of them, and each of them realized that this could be the last battle between them. After all, they had supported each other from the very beginning and always helped each other in difficult situations, and both knew that each of them had certain secrets that could affect their future. Luca understood that he had to fight Ele, so theoretically, victory was his if he didn't make any mistakes, but real combat always involves many unpredictable circumstances. Therefore, he had to take all this into account and do the right thing, because he had a goal he was constantly striving for and could not allow himself to stop halfway. Meanwhile, the members of the aristocratic family decided to flee while Luca and Eli were fighting each other in order to survive, because their safety was more important than anything else. Luca understood that they had to be eliminated first, and then this would help to save Eli in some way, even if he would hate him with all his heart, because in this situation there was no room for pity. He hoped that at least his hands would not bear the marks of this crime, because he did not want his conscience to torment him for the deeds he was forced to commit in order to save others. And he understood and read in Eli's eyes that he wanted to escape with Lillian, and this realization caused even more internal conflict and struggle within him. But he couldn't say it out loud because Eli decided to attack him, because he couldn't wait any longer, and this became the beginning of the final battle for both of them. So now an ordinary girl stood in the way of such a long friendship between the two strongest warriors of the empire, and this caused deep emotions and disappointment in both of them. Eli knew that a regular gun wouldn't stop him, and Tractor's foresight would only let him aim as accurately as in slow motion, but that wouldn't help him in this situation. Today, before this mission and its execution, Luca increased the speed and frequency range of his cybernetic signals, hoping that this would give him an advantage in battle. Therefore, Eli understood that he would not be able to stop him with ordinary shots, because Luca would move toward his goal no matter what, and this caused him anxiety. The other members of the Ramos family tried to stop him, or at least delay him, so they could get away safely because their safety was at risk. But Eli tried to catch up with him to help detain him, and urged everyone else to get as far away from him as possible, as the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Therefore, he was prepared to take the decisive shot that would forever end the friendship between them and the relationship they had developed during their studies, as this could be the final straw in their history. The bullet flew quickly toward him, and its trajectory was obvious at first glance, causing Luca's heart to beat faster because he knew that this could be his last moment. Luca managed to notice the weapon in Eli's hands, and how accurately he fired the shot to stop him. But at the same time, he couldn't believe that their friendship had come to this. He watched it fly towards him and tried to do something to avoid it, knowing that Eli knew his weak spots, and that every shot could be fatal to their friendship. The bullet reached its target and hit Luca's weapon. He did not expect it to be so accurate, and this caused him to feel fear and hopelessness. His sword was rigged, but that couldn't stop him because he was a commander and fighting was in his blood, driving him forward despite all the dangers. Eli, in turn, was angry and surprised that everything had turned out this way, because he never wanted to compete with him for real, as their friendship had always been more important to him. But Luca tried to move forward to break the vicious circle in which he believed Eli was trapped and couldn't find a way out, because this was a critical moment for him. The head of the Ramos family was the last to leave and did not have time to close the door behind him, so Luca caught up with him first, and he was about to be struck by his weapon, because it was a matter of life and death. He tried to ask Luca to stop and not do it because it would destroy everything they had fought for and wanted to achieve with the uprising, but his words had no power. It was terrible, but even these words could not stop Luca, because he firmly understood that an even worse situation awaited them if he did not do this, and he wanted to save his comrade. So the head of their family was destroyed, and his wife, who did not expect this at all, was shocked to the core because she could not believe what was happening. Lillian was the last to leave, and she turned around to see what was happening, but couldn't say a word because shock and fear had completely overwhelmed her. Luca had destroyed almost the entire family, and now only Lillian stood in his way, defenseless and unable to fight back, which made him feel pity and anxiety. Luca knew he had enough time to kill her before Eli could get to him, but at the same time, he felt that this could be his biggest mistake. So he remembered how she first came to him asking him to start dating her, and he realized that he would never be able to escape the guilt of destroying her for the rest of his life. He promised himself and her that he would do it quickly so that she wouldn't even feel anything, and that was the best he could offer her in this terrible situation. He watched her face closely and hesitated, still remembering her eyes when he first saw her, which had stirred deep emotions in him. Even his mechanical eye watched her reaction closely, and he still held his weapon over her head, feeling his heart beating in rhythm with fear and tension. It was strange to see how Lillian, on the contrary, felt neither fear nor pain. Lillian smiled despite everything, and that smile raised even more questions in him. Meanwhile, Eli realized what was happening and, as quickly as possible, rushed to help, calling out loudly for Luca, because he couldn't let the worst happen. And yet he was able to overcome his own limitations and reach Luca much sooner than he could have expected, which came as a surprise to both of them. So Lillian had the opportunity to leave quickly and be safe, but she couldn't just leave without looking back to see what was happening behind her. But she couldn't just leave without returning to see what was happening behind her, because in her heart there was a struggle between fear and the desire to leave this place. Behind her, two of the Empire's strongest warriors were fighting for Lillian's life, but there was one peculiarity. One wanted to give her life, and the other wanted to take it, and this caused enormous tension. He emphasized that Eli did not see the expression on her face when her parents died, because she was smiling strangely at that moment, and this memory tormented him, because he could not understand why. Eli explained that this was not surprising to him because she was free from their influence, as she had always been treated only as a tool for a marriage contract, and that was terrible. But Luca didn't believe him, and rushed to free himself from his attack, because he couldn't allow himself to doubt his decisions at this critical moment when everything could change. With one strong movement, he pushed him away and said that he couldn't believe his words because now that Eli had done this, he couldn't trust him, and that was difficult for him. Luca insisted that he should stop resisting immediately because this woman was a thief and a traitor in any case, and this made him feel deeply confused. But Eli explained that he knew nothing because the families accused of treason had never been against the Empire. It was just an excuse to destroy them, and this truth made him feel deeply sad. He explained that it was strange that there was little defense for those who planned treason, and therefore, if they had planned to revolt against the Emperor, they would have contacted other powerful families to fight together. And it seemed that Luca began to understand what was really going on, because it looked like the destruction of influential families of the Empire that still had their importance, and this made him think about the consequences. He remembered how easy it was to get into the magical building, and then everything went smoothly for the three families who seemed to be planning to overthrow the Empire, but their forces turned out to be too small for a successful uprising. Therefore, if they had been preparing an uprising, other families could have helped them and provided reinforcements to destroy the Empire, but something prevented these plans from being realized. But still, Eli couldn't understand what could have changed and why all this was being done, because the Empire was already quite strong, so his questions remained unanswered, and that weighed heavily on him. He understood that even if it were all true, it would not change anything for Eli and him, because at this rate, they would simply die sooner, and that frightened him. However, she did not run away as she could have done long ago, and rushed to help Eli when she heard Luca's words. She looked up and decided to say something after all, hoping for understanding. She emphasized that her father was an unusual shepherd because he had hidden the fact that he had studied an ancient artifact, to which Eli replied that now was not the time for that, but she was stubborn in her truth. But she did not listen to him, and insisted that the real reason why the Empire had turned against her family was something else that could change the course of events if someone understood it. She no longer hid it, and showed him a special ancient artifact, because it was thanks to it that they were able to control this base. And it was a shocking discovery for everyone. However, Luke did not understand why she was telling him all this now, but she emphasized that he had not destroyed her because of the guilt he felt deep inside, which tormented him. She emphasized that she understood perfectly well how their relationship with their comrade would have changed after what he had done, as it could have led to catastrophic consequences for everyone. She added that he should understand that the Empire would not allow Ilya to live the life he had dreamed of since childhood, and this realization made him feel hopeless. But they believed that there was a choice that could satisfy everyone and save them in the future, and this gave them hope for the best even in the darkest times. She explained that with the help of this relic, they could activate a teleportation device in the underground parts of the castle, and that could be their only chance of escape. And in the end, she added that this was what would help them escape the restrictions imposed on them by the Empire, and that it was their last hope for escape. So now Luca had to decide what to do next, because he had this artifact that had captured his entire attention, and he realized that the fate of everyone depended on his decision. Luca continued to stand and stare at the relic that Lillian held in her hands, not yet knowing what to do, because every choice could have fatal consequences. He asked if there was a teleport waiting for them below, and she replied that there was a special device in the underground parts of the castle designed for retreat in case of attack. She added that he could destroy it if he didn't believe her, because she didn't want to see Eli disappear while protecting her, but emphasized that if she managed to use the teleport with the help of this artifact, it would change everything. They would be able to escape from the Empire, and he could say that he simply hadn't seen them. But Luke couldn't believe that the Imperial Army would leave her such a device, as it seemed impossible to him. But she emphasized that only direct descendants of the Ramos family knew about this passage, and if they managed to reach the underground levels, they would be safe, and that gave them hope. Luca felt that this was all meant to be, and he didn't care whether Lillian survived or not, but he knew that his decision would affect everyone, and that weighed heavily on him. He had to figure out what would be the best option for Eli, because he always remembered how his friend had been torn by different thoughts, and sooner or later he would have turned against the Empire anyway. However, now they were in the middle of a battlefield, and it was easy to imagine theft or even death, because both warriors knew that their every move could be fatal. Therefore, everything was advantageous, and he began to think about how to do what was best for everyone, because his decision could change the course of events and affect their future. He gripped his sword tightly and was ready to tell everyone his decision, no matter how difficult it was for him, because every choice required enormous responsibility. Eli decided to turn to him, but he ordered him to be quiet and insisted that Eli promise him one thing. If the teleportation device did not exist or simply did not work, they had to be ready. He emphasized that he would never stop him again, because he had heard all of Lillian's words, who had emphasized that she did not want them to have problems because of her, and that was important. Now Eli was surprised because he never expected Luca to act this way and go against the Emperor's will, because it was not only risky, but could also lead to serious consequences for everyone. Therefore, he continued to look at him in amazement and was completely speechless, not knowing what to say, because his mind was spinning with countless questions to which there were no answers, and this upset him. Lillian watched Eli's reaction closely, and did not know what to say in turn, because it all looked noble, and she could not help but feel the tension between them growing at that moment. Eli continued to kneel because he was tired from the fight, and protecting Lillian from danger, and his body felt every blow, so he didn't know how long he could hold out. He wanted to say a lot to his friend, but didn't know where to start, or how to explain everything, so he could only emphasize that he would keep his promise because it was an important moment in their friendship. Now they could move on, because each knew the other's true plan and the thoughts in their heads, and this gave them a sense of unity and a common goal, which was now important. They began to slowly descend, because no one knew what awaited them further down, and they decided to go without looking back, hoping that their determination would help them avoid danger. They moved forward slowly, one of them in front and the other behind to warn of any unexpected guests, and Luke thought he must have lost his mind, risking everything for this mission. Instead of stopping Eli, he was accompanying Lillian, so if other members of the Imperial Guard saw them, it would be the end of them all in an instant, and that terrified him to the core. As they slowly descended, Eli called out to Luke because he wanted to get his attention. He needed a moment to gather his thoughts and decide how to proceed in this dangerous situation. Lillian stopped because she saw the state Eli was in and insisted that he needed help so that he would not lose his last strength, because their safety depended on his physical condition. After all, He had fought to the last to save Lillian from the Imperial army and the end of her family, and his devotion inspired deep admiration in her and a desire to support him in this difficult hour. Luca emphasized that if they managed to survive and leave this place, why shouldn't Eli and Lillian start a life together, since their friendship could be the foundation for something more in the future. It was so interesting to watch him get angry at them at that moment, because they were talking to each other like a couple in love, and it caused mixed feelings in him because he didn't know how to react. Lillian was upset and emphasized that she sincerely apologized to Eli because she really didn't think that everything could turn out this way, and she felt guilty for what had happened. Eli emphasized that she was his teacher, who had shown him the outside world, and it was hard to believe that they were doing all this together now, because fate had brought them together at this critical moment. He emphasized that it was thanks to her that he was able to deal with his despair and constant sadness, because if it weren't for her, he would have gone mad long ago, and this made him feel deeply grateful to her. Luca realized that Lillian was the woman who had put Elia on this path, and this discovery made him think about how important their relationship was to everyone. After all, if these thoughts were like an epidemic spreading among the people, then this epidemic was developing within the Empire, and it could lead to serious consequences that could no longer be ignored. And if such thoughts continued to spread, the Empire would quickly come to an end, because in its weakened state, the Empire would inevitably be attacked, and this caused Luke to worry about their future. There was also an alliance and a federation that could attack the Empire in such a state, but Luke did not want to see the collapse of the entire Empire, so he would personally destroy all dangerous individuals if necessary. All these thoughts were in his head, and he did not know what to do, because on the one hand, he trusted him, but on the other, he did not want to watch all this, knowing what was happening inside the Empire. He repeatedly told himself that he would not be a rebel who destroys the Empire from within, or watches this destruction and does nothing, because that would be unacceptable to him and his principles. Therefore, he held on with all his might not to make a mistake he would regret for the rest of his life, because his choice could affect the fate of many people, and that weighed heavily on him. But despite this, they continued to move forward, and with each new descent, it seemed to them that they were getting closer and closer to their destination, although the unknown still frightened them. They were in the part of the underground tunnel that only the direct descendants of Lillian's family knew about, because this place was like a labyrinth and was difficult to find without proper knowledge. Lillian explained that her father had once been given permission to study these ruins, but as the head of the family, he had not told anyone else because he had understood the principle of how this structure was controlled and had developed great desires. Unfortunately, he realized that the Emperor knew and saw everything, but Lucius was not interested in these details because he wanted to get to their destination as quickly as possible, and Lillian showed them the way. Lillian emphasized that she was sincerely grateful to Luca for allowing them to escape with Eli, but he insisted that he had simply repaid Eli's debt, because if they met again, he would destroy her if necessary. Luca couldn't help himself and wished Eli to spare his life because he considered him the only close person with whom he could communicate normally during his studies, and that was important to him. Lillian said that if they managed to escape, she wanted to tell him their plan so that he would know where to look for them, because without a joint plan, their chances of success would be greatly reduced. She explained that they were planning to go to a border town and wanted Luca to know about it, because his participation in their plan could be crucial for their future. Lillian explained that she was telling him this so that if they couldn't get there together for some reason, she would wait for him there, hoping that he wouldn't betray their agreement. She added that if Luca planned to leave the Empire, she could help him, but he insisted that he had no such plans, as his duties here were important. Eli stood behind them, lost in thought, because the place of their future meeting seemed rather strange to him, and he couldn't understand why Lillian had chosen it. Luca was tired of everything that was happening around him, and of his helplessness in this situation, because he had failed to carry out his emperor's orders, and this made him feel guilty. Now he thought that perhaps he had decided to help them because of his unstable mind. Luca felt that it was too early to rest, and that he needed to think about how he would explain what had happened. He was lucky that he was in good standing with the commander of the Imperial Guards, and was the only one who could spy on the instructor, as this information was critical to his plan. Therefore, he understood that Eli was just an ordinary student, and Lillian was a member of an aristocratic family, and since they were not of great value to the Empire as a whole, this gave him a certain advantage. He decided not to delve too deeply into his thoughts and reflections, but to simply move forward as far as possible, because every minute of delay could cost them their lives. They found themselves in front of a new door that was waiting for them to open it and find what was inside, and this made them feel both excited and anxious at the same time. Luca, who had approached the door, was eager to open it, wanting to end this as quickly as possible and find out what awaited them in this dangerous situation. He warned Elijah to be ready, because if they found the device they had been searching for so long, it could change everything, and they needed to be prepared for any turn of events. He couldn't help himself, and emphasized that if he was there, it would be over for them forever, and this realization weighed heavily on him, because the consequences could be fatal. So he didn't wait any longer and pressed the button to open the door and see what was behind it, hoping that it wouldn't be what they feared so much. But his subconscious did not want to let him go so easily, and he delved into his own thoughts, trying to understand why his anxiety would not leave him even when he was on the threshold of new opportunities. After all, he felt uneasy, and simply could not accept the situation as it was, because the fear of the unknown made him doubt the correctness of his choice. He wanted to find out the real reason for this feeling, but he didn't know for sure if the reason was behind this door, and this only intensified his inner conflict. After all, there was nothing strange about it being so bright in there, because after activating the lock, all the lights had turned on, and now he needed to tune out his extra senses and focus on the smell. The first thing he smelled was smoke, followed immediately by a strong smell of oil and metal, so his doubts were unusual because everything looked suspicious. He couldn't help but notice that he couldn't smell any body odor, which meant that there were bad consequences waiting for them behind that door, and that scared him. And so, when they opened the door, they saw something completely different from what they had hoped for, and all the smells and feelings in his heart did not deceive him, because the situation was critical. Now he understood that they were gradually moving towards the end of their existence, because in front of them stood Imperial guards ready for action, and this made his heart freeze. He knew and understood perfectly well that even one Legionnaire was an extremely dangerous opponent, but there were 4 of them, which greatly complicated their situation. The worst-case scenario was that the Legionnaires would capture Lillian, because she had not undergone the same training as them, and would therefore be unable to withstand the torture and would reveal their betrayal. Luca hoped that he would be able to help them escape and start the new life that Eli had dreamed of, but unfortunately, it all turned out to be an illusion that could destroy all their plans. In that case, he had only one option. He had to kill Lillian with his own hands right here and now. Even if they suspected something, they could come up with something, but it was difficult to imagine whether he would be able to keep his composure. After all, there was a chance that he would completely lose his mind and start attacking the Legionnaires. Then everything would be over for sure and forever, and he could not allow such a turn of events. But their eyes met, and there was no time left for reflection, because any unnecessary doubts would arouse even greater suspicion, which could lead to fatal consequences. This was their last chance to survive and save at least themselves, because their next actions would determine their fate in this dangerous situation, and they couldn't waste this opportunity. Therefore, without hesitation, he attacked her to save at least one of them, because he understood that if he did not do so, they could all die, and that was unacceptable to him in this dangerous situation. One of the Legionnaires watched closely, because the Alliance understood what was going to happen next, and why Luca was acting this way, so he was preparing for possible actions on their part. But it was completely unexpected that the shot that destroyed Lillian's life forever was not fired by Luca, but by someone else who had always been close to them, and this added even more confusion to an already complicated situation. The Legionnaires who were watching this came closer to see what was happening, because they were waiting for them to catch members of aristocratic families, and this increased their anxiety. Meanwhile, Eli held his weapon in his hand and had no intention of lowering it, because he was the one who fired the shot, and now his task was to protect his friends to the last. The Legionnaire knew them, so he looked at them closely and asked what the shot was, because he didn't understand what was happening, and his curiosity only added to the tension in the air. It was strange to hear Eli explain that they had gotten rid of an unnecessary hostage who was getting in their way, because this answer seemed too simple for such a complicated situation, and it aroused suspicion. The Legionnaire asked why they had brought her here instead of killing her on the spot, so he asked him to tell him what was going on, and then they would decide what to do next in this dangerous situation. Luca was surprised because he did not expect Eli to pull himself together so quickly and tell everything, as his emotions could ruin their plan, and this made him nervous. He noticed Legionnaires walking past them, watching the young students of the Imperial School closely, and this made him feel unsafe because the situation was becoming increasingly tense. They were heading towards Eli because they wanted an urgent report on what was really going on, and this made Luca feel that their time for thinking was running out and they needed to act quickly. Luca felt that they were on the verge of being exposed, but hoped that he would be able to answer their questions correctly, because any mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. All the Legionnaires were heading straight for him, waiting for information about why they were here with this girl, and Luca knew he had to be careful with every word he said. Luca stood aside and begged with his eyes for Eli to control his emotions and answer clearly and concisely, because their fate depended on this moment, and he couldn't let that happen. But Eli was a strong warrior who, with Lillian's help, was able to understand what was really going on, and explained that he would now tell everything, hoping that his words would convince the Legionnaires. The chief centurion was pleased to welcome Luke back from his successful mission and emphasized that he had done an excellent job, as his dedication and willingness to take risks were evident even in this critical situation. He reported that his personal assistant had told him about the incredible fighting skills he had learned and that he had the best performance among all the commanders and students he had ever seen, but added that he had some difficulties with his subordinates. He explained that if he needed help, he could always ask him or the instructor, as the report stated that he had not killed Lillian immediately, but had taken her to the lower floor and asked her why she had done so. And again, the questions began, to which he and Eliam made up answers, and he explained once again that they were trying to capture the teleportation device so that the traitors could not escape, as it was important for their survival. They decided that Lillian was perfect for the role of the captive because she had extremely poor combat skills, and it all made sense because no one would suspect that she could be dangerous. But the commander had one more question, because Luca understood that he wanted to ask him about his relationship with her, and this put additional pressure on an already tense situation. However, the commander knew very well that Eli also had a connection with her, but Luca emphasized once again that they were not so stupid as to let their mission fail because of such a trifle, because as a commander, he should have understood this much better. He added that he had deliberately given her hope, because he wanted her to think that they could help her escape if she showed them where she was, and that was the least they could offer her. The commander watched his student's expression, and he in turn did not look away, hoping that this would be enough for him, because any uncertainty could lead to serious consequences. The commander nodded approvingly and explained that he must be very tired, so now he could go and rest, because his efforts deserved a break after such a stressful day. Luca decided to head for the exit and had already said goodbye when the commander called him back, causing him to stop, as he did not know what else could be important in this situation. He added that the members of the Ramos family turned out to be much more experienced warriors than the commander could have imagined, and it was strange that they were able to destroy almost the entire Elia detachment with such ease, which aroused suspicion. But Luca understood that he had no reason to be nervous because he had written everything in detail in his report, and explained that Elia's squad, which was pursuing the traitors, had been ambushed, and that was the truth. He understood that the commander wanted to see how he would handle the situation, and knew perfectly well that he had to keep his cool, because if he showed even the slightest sign of nervousness, it would be the end of him, and that was unacceptable. So Luca pulled himself together and emphasized that he had never been in such an ambush before, so he still believed that he was the best student in their class, and this gave him confidence. So the commander smiled and emphasized that he would always count on him in such cases, because his support was important, and he hoped that Luca would become a reliable ally in future battles. Meanwhile, life in the Accretio continued, and each new day brought new surprises, because there were always changes in the Empire, and no one could predict what would happen next. Luca slept all the way back to the capital, which was not surprising, as he had been at peak activity for several days, and fatigue took its toll, forcing him to close his eyes. All the events of the last few days flashed before his eyes, because Eli, Lillian, this castle, and the artifact with the teleportation device were all new and unusual to him, which made him think about the future. He remembered the city where Lillian wanted to go after she successfully teleported, and it was a symbol of hope for a better life that, unfortunately, never came true. But she passed away without ever being able to escape the Empire, destroyed by none other than Eli, whom she considered a knight and her helper, and this was a heavy blow for him. Luca couldn't bring himself to look up at Eli at that moment, because he understood that he had done it all because he was there. If it weren't for him, they would have died together, and that tormented him. He felt sorry that he had achieved his goal and managed to save Eli, even if it was only him. But the price was too high, because the loss of Lillian left a deep mark in his heart. Personally, that was enough for him because he had saved the person who had helped him in a difficult moment and explained how to hide his mind when he needed it so much, and that gave him hope. After returning to the capital, they began the recovery process, which took place in special laboratories under the Emperor's authority. This was an important step for all those who survived the terrible battle. For their significant contribution to the battle, they were awarded special medals for bravery, which was recognition of their efforts, but at the same time, caused them to feel bitter about the losses they had suffered in the war. Among all the students, only they and Aaliyah received these medals, which was sad and incomprehensible to both of them at the time, as they felt that the real reward was the lives of their friends. Luca found Eli, who was on one of the floors watching the city continue to exist, and told him that he had not expected this from him, as he had hoped that he would attack the Legionnaires. Eli explained that if he had not been alone, he would have done just that. But now that he realized the seriousness of the situation, his decision had changed and he could not allow himself to take the risk. He added that his contribution to this mission had helped his family, and even though they had been in frequent contact with the family that had been destroyed, Luca insisted that he needed to leave his studies. He remembered very well that he had destroyed members of his own squad because of personal feeling, so he was not cut out to be a soldier because his heart was too sensitive for this world. But Eli explained that his family would never agree to this, and would do everything possible to ensure that he eventually became an Imperial Guard, so in Eli's opinion, taking his own life was a much easier option. Luca couldn't bear everything he heard from him, because it was painful to understand that so many people had died because of Eli's feelings, and this blow became an unbearable burden for him. The very same medal he had received for his significant contribution to the mission was broken in half from the force of the blow, because he felt that he did not deserve this award because of his actions. He emphasized that he should watch what he said, but Eli jokingly added that it still hurt, and that he thought he had damaged some organs, but Luca didn't believe him. Luca watched as Eli slowly sank to the floor and told him that when they had set off back here, he had realized for the first time how badly he had behaved, and this realization weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, Eli hadn't participated in all the training sessions, and now he regretted it, but Luca understood that what had been done could not be undone, and that upset him. Eli landed silently on the floor and seemed to have no strength left to continue their conversation, as his condition was critical, which alarmed Luca. He understood that he had done wrong, and now this guilt would remain with him forever in his heart and soul, and it would be difficult for him to live with this burden he had placed on himself. Luca realized that he hadn't responded to his words and wanted to calm him down somehow because he needed it now, as Eli was going through a difficult time and support was vital. He understood that Eli was feeling immense guilt for destroying his own soldiers, and moreover, for failing to save Lillian, so he knew that he didn't have long left. He understood that no brain or soul could withstand such moral stress and constant anxiety as he was experiencing, and this made him think about how to help Eli. Therefore, he knew that he would either leave this world or lose his ability to think altogether, and this thought frightened him because he did not want to see his friend suffer from such heavy emotion. Luca understood that this guy should not be in the Empire at all, because the Empire would not allow him to exist here, and this made him feel hopeless. He stood next to Ile and didn't know what to do or how to help him, so that he would no longer suffer and could live the life he dreamed of, because everyone deserves a second chance in this world. Meanwhile, life in the Empire continued, and none of the city's inhabitants could even guess what was happening inside their defenses, because everyone was busy with their own affairs, unaware of the danger that was approaching. Eli explained that he was going to rest and return home to his family for a while, because Luke and Eli had achieved a lot, and needed a few months of rest after all they had been through. Luca emphasized that before he left, he wanted to ask him why Lillian didn't laugh when she saw her family members pass away, and Eli explained that they wanted to marry her to someone much older than her. He explained that this future husband had paid a large ransom for her, but he had one condition. He had to send many photos and videos of his late wife, so that Lillian would be raised to be an exact copy of her. This applied to everything from her tastes to her mannerisms, and she didn't even have a name of her own. He couldn't even imagine how terrible it was, because Lillian knew a lot about the Federation and its cruel rules. Luca understood that everything was so complicated that it made him feel sick, so he realized what happens when dark desires are combined with power, and it made him think about justice in this world. He realized that she had been used since birth, and Claude was the only one who showed sympathy for Lillian, which is why he told Luca that he still wanted to introduce her to him, hoping for the best. Eli, who heard this remark, couldn't help but laugh because it was all quite funny, as the situation was so absurd that laughter seemed to be the only adequate way out of this nonsense. He explained that it was their plan and told Claude that he was the commander's illegitimate son, which is why he immediately agreed to it, but Luca couldn't believe how an ordinary student could believe such an absurd story. Eli explained that everyone could see how well the commander treated him, and considering the fact that he could become a student even if he left the lower floors, this only strengthened his self-confidence. Therefore, Claude believed that if you and Lillian had a child, she would be able to gain freedom, and this was incredible news at that moment, because everyone hoped for a better future for the next generation. And although he considered him his friend, he could not call him a good person now, because if he needed to, he would lie and use others, and this caused Luca deep concern. It was strange because he could trust him with everything, and was more than sure that he could even trust him to cover his back during a fight, despite everything that had happened between them before. But despite all this, he couldn't help but strike him again after what he heard from him, because his emotions overwhelmed him, and he couldn't contain his anger at the situation. Then he decided to go to his instructor, who was happy to see him because he knew about all the news, and this gave Lucy hope that his support would not disappear in difficult times. He continued to visit his instructor regularly, who was keeping an eye on him and understood this, but it didn't scare him at all, and he said that he had heard about his award, which was a pleasant surprise. However, Luca did not consider it an award, and emphasized that it could not be compared to his achievements, so he did not mind spending time in his company, hoping to receive useful advice. Luca emphasized that the commander had told him that he could advise him on how to behave with his subordinate, but the instructor understood what he meant, and explained that he had seen the reports and could not help him in any way. So he asked if his subordinates had followed his orders, but Luca explained that they had performed well because they were ready to fight no matter what, even though they did not know him. The instructor decided to let it go because, in that case, he was probably too kind to his subordinates, and that could lead to undesirable consequences in the future if they were unable to protect themselves. He explained that instead of using them, he decided to risk his own life, and Luca explained that it was because he wanted to avoid unnecessary losses among his friends. But the instructor explained that this was not the point, because when he was competing, his nervous system began to tire, which in turn affected his mind and the decisions he made during combat. Therefore, he used all his resources that should have been saved to protect the members of his squad, rather than using his own body as a shield, as this would have been pointless and dangerous for everyone. Luca couldn't understand how he could use his own soldiers for protection, but the instructor explained that he wasn't talking about ordinary orders, but that he had to make them act of their own free will. He decided to show him something interesting and pressed a button, reminding him of events that seemed to have happened so long ago, but which had a huge impact on their current lives. He reminded him how he had saved the entrance and Gabriel from the lower floors, how he had helped her return to a normal life, and how he had paid Gabriel's medical bills, which was extremely important to both of them. That's why they were always happy to help in any situation, but that wasn't enough for them to willingly give their lives for him. He had to build a much deeper relationship with them. The instructor explained that this was necessary, so that if their relationship became deeper, it would be difficult to use them. But Luca frankly did not like how that sounded, because he valued his friends. He added that the essence was that he had to be himself, but he must not love them, and that this was the main secret of control in all human relationships, because emotions can interfere with decision-making. Therefore, he had a logical question. What if his personal mind could not obey the orders of another, for example, due to feelings of guilt or something similar, because this could become a serious problem at critical moments. The instructor emphasized that he would have to get used to it, because otherwise he would never be able to rise above others, and this would require great effort, constant self-discipline, and a willingness to take on new challenges in life. But Luca didn't like this at all, so he barely held back his emotions and anxiety, because thoughts about the future and uncertainty made him feel vulnerable and helpless in this situation. The instructor watched him closely as he walked away, and pointed out that next time he could use his students much more effectively than he had planned, as this was a key component of his success. The instructor was satisfied with his response, as he could not have expected anything less from him, since Luke had always shown initiative and a desire to improve, which demonstrated his determination and focus. The next day he received orders from his commander and packed his things to go to a place he did not know, but he felt that this could be an important step in his life and career. He was ready for whatever lay ahead, believing that he would be able to put his skills to good use, and hoping that this experience would help him become a better security guard. Yesterday, his commander explained to him that he would be going to the Kratia Academy, which surprised him greatly because he did not expect to have the opportunity to study at such a prestigious institution. The commander couldn't help but notice how surprised he was and emphasized that the process would take several months, that it would be a good experience, and that they had a long tradition of exchanging students between academies. The commander added that unfortunately Eli had declined his offer and said that he wanted to stay with his family for a while longer. Luke understood that he had not been able to recover from all the excitement. The commander explained that he had not yet been in high society, but sooner or later he would have to do so if he planned to become a member of his family and participate in family affairs. Therefore, Luca had no choice but to agree, and the commander emphasized that he should call the person who would accompany him on this important journey. He added that he thought he would like the person who would accompany him, and Luca already knew who it might be, as he had heard about this person and their reputation at the academy. He eagerly awaited the arrival of this person, because together they were to go to another school to gain new experience, which would undoubtedly be an important step in his education and development. He watched the ship approaching and couldn't wait to meet the person who would become his companion in this new adventure, because it promised to be exciting. The ship landed, and he waited to see who would appear. His heart was beating faster with excitement, because he hoped for an interesting meeting that could change his future. The ship's door opened, and he could see the faint shadow of a person inside. Luke waited impatiently to find out who it was, his curiosity growing with every passing second. But there she was, and smiling at him. She asked why he was standing there and not moving toward her. which surprised him because she looked confident and attractive. She looked at him intently, and it seemed as if her gaze could penetrate his very soul, but she did not wait for him to decide to approach her, and told him to hurry up and get on the ship. Luca didn't wait long for another invitation, and hurried to the ship, feeling excitement overwhelm him, because this meeting promised to be interesting and unforgettable for him. He told her his name, and explained that he was a cadet of the Empire and one of its guards, but she insisted that he did not need to introduce himself, as she already knew everything she needed to know about him. After all, she knew perfectly well who he was and where he studied, which surprised Luca, as he did not expect anyone to know so much about him without having met him before. He realized that he was dealing with an aggressive and frivolous creature, so he concluded that she was not an ordinary person, but rather an aristocrat from an influential family. He added that he had come here on orders from his commander, so he asked how long it would take to get to the new academy, and whether she was the escort his commander had told him about. She did not answer, but laughed and emphasized that if Luca found out who she was, it would not change anything, because her status and reputation would remain unchanged in any case. He wanted to break her, because that was why he disliked aristocrats. But he knew very well that she was a young lady from the Castoria family, and this caused a certain internal conflict within him. She was surprised that he had understood so quickly, so she asked him how he had been able to figure it out so fast, since few people could show such insight when communicating with members of her family. Luca explained that it was simple logic, as not many people could speak about their dissatisfaction with the orders of the commander of the Imperial Guards, and this was obvious to those who were familiar with the situation. But she, in turn, couldn't understand how he could not have known about her before. But he replied that she could ask her father about it, as he assumed that this was how the commander wanted to show his desire to adopt him. Luca thought it was a good intention, remembering how the commander had combined his name with his own surname, and how much he liked the way it sounded, as it gave him a sense of belonging to something greater. Even Luca himself was thrilled with the idea, because together, it sounded quite interesting and not bad, and he dreamed of how it could change his life and prospects in the Empire. She smiled, and, calmer now, replied that he was right, and that she had come here on her father's orders, because it was important to her to carry out his will, even if it caused her some doubts and anxiety. She decided to tell him her name, that she was now Giselle Castoria, and she emphasized that he should no longer treat her as if she did not exist, as this would be unacceptable and hurtful to her. Compared to her, Lilian Ramos was a real angel, but he hastened to apologize and emphasized that he did not want to offend her because he understood that every person deserves respect regardless of their origin or status. He didn't understand if he was obliged to be like that with her, because he had come all this way not to become a member of an aristocratic family, but to find his place in the world and fulfill his dreams. After all, he had agreed to all this precisely because he did not like Luca's life, and if he succeeded, the commander would understand everything, and he hoped that he would be able to find his place in the new academy. Therefore, he decided to be as honest as possible, and emphasized that she should forget all his previous words, because he would rather bite his tongue and go on living than flatter someone who hated him, and that was important to him. It was immediately apparent that Giselle did not like this, as she was used to a completely different attitude from everyone around her, and her pride was hurt, which made her want to prove her worth. So she decided not to respond and simply turned away from him, closing her eyes because she didn't want to show that his words had hurt her, and tried to maintain her dignity in this situation. Luca refrained from further comments but could not do anything because the task was still a task, and he needed to focus on completing it as best as possible, regardless of his personal feelings. He understood that they had a long way to go, so it was better to spend it productively than ruin his nerves, because in the future it could affect their relationship and their studies. They arrived at their destination and got off the ship together to see where they were and where the academy was located, as they were overcome with curiosity and hoped for new experiences. Luca, holding a light suitcase in his hands, climbed the stairs following Giselle, who seemed to know where to go, and this gave him a sense of security in unfamiliar surroundings. She confirmed his guess and continued up the stairs, as she had clearly been here before, and her confidence indicated that she knew her way around the academy. They approached a monument depicting the emperor as the father of the nation and protector of all mankind, and Luca felt proud of his country, because this monument symbolized the greatness and power of their empire. They walked straight to the monument, and Luca looked at it closely because he had never been here before and was fascinated by how art could convey the spirit of an era and the greatness of historical figures. The expression on the monument's face was quite interesting, and it seemed as if he was watching everyone walking around, trying to capture the essence of their thoughts and feelings. Luca came even closer and was able to see the distinct features of the face and examine the monument more closely and in greater detail, because every detail had been carefully thought out and embodied a vast history. Now, In front of him was the academy that he had only seen in videos shown to them at their academy, and he felt his heart beating faster with excitement and anticipation. The size of this academy was impressive, and it was extremely large and powerful at first glance, which only strengthened his desire to study and become the best in his field. The students who studied here were completely different from those he was used to seeing at his own academy, and they, in turn, watched with interest those who had arrived, because new faces always aroused curiosity. Giselle explained that each of them had an identifying color, which in this academy was purple, indicating their status and level of training, as colors were very important in this community. Therefore, it was noticeable that everyone was dressed in special equipment that had different shades of purple, which created a sense of unity and belonging to a particular group. This greatly distinguished the students from one another, and everyone approached them differently because they differed in color, which emphasized their individuality and status in the educational institution. Luca couldn't understand how they could bother with such trifles, even if they had access to high-quality materials and knowledge provided by the academy, because to him it seemed superficial. Therefore, he was curious to observe everyone present, and suddenly he noticed how Giselle changed the color of her clothes, which aroused his admiration and desire to learn more about this function. She looked at him and asked how Luca didn't have such a specific function, but he calmly replied that ordinary students didn't need it, because their abilities weren't as developed as hers. She was surprised that her father hadn't even warned her about this. But Luca couldn't understand why she was so upset about the color of her clothes, and so his first impression of her was wrong. He admitted that it was his fault, but she emphasized that if he continued to be so careless about the rules of discipline, it would be difficult for him, because the academy had strict rules that had to be followed. Suddenly, Luca unexpectedly heard someone calling his name, and it was someone he knew well. He couldn't believe he would meet someone from his past in such an unusual place. He could not have expected to see one of his classmates here, and it was Felix, who waved at him warmly, because their friendship had always been important to him. He was glad to see him and emphasized that Eli had refused to come, so he thought it wasn't worth waiting for him and decided to join this important event himself, hoping for new experiences. Felix knew Giselle and explained to her that he was a student of the Imperial Guards and emphasized that they were in the same class as Luca. He then asked if she would mind if he took him away for a few seconds to talk. Luca was happy to talk quietly with someone he knew, and Felix emphasized that she treated him differently. So all the rumors that the commander had his eye on Luca were true, and that pleased him. Luca was not happy to be in her company, but he had no other choice. So Felix suggested that the commander wanted him to get to know the aristocratic community, and perhaps wanted to make him his son-in-law, which shocked Luca. But Luca didn't want to believe these words because he knew that he himself was no prize. And if his wife was just like him, something terrible could happen that would negatively affect his life. Moreover, he had a certain agreement with the commander, and his secret contract to train with the instructor was an important part of that agreement, and he couldn't afford to break it because it would be dangerous. Therefore, he could not become his son-in-law because he had promised him something completely different, although in theory Felix's plan was quite good, and he asked if he had installed the augmentations, which aroused his interest. Felix did not explain anything, but emphasized that if he had not done so yet, he should take care of himself, because everything at the academy could be dangerous, and he needed to be prepared for any difficulties that might arise. Felix gave him a special chip containing these settings, which could help them adapt to the new academy, which made Luca feel uneasy because he didn't know what to do next. He hurried to leave, emphasizing that the Imperial Guards were popular among the local girls and wishing them a speedy reunion, as communicating with such people always brought joy and new acquaintances. Luca was impressed because Felix had shared important information about life at the academy with him, and at that moment he heard Giselle calling him, feeling that after this task they would become even closer. Some of the information Felix told him concerned the dormitory, and so, summing it all up, he realized that he needed to be prepared for all possible situations that might arise in his new environment. The dormitory was a place where low-class people like him and those who had been chosen for their talent stayed, as well as children from broken families who had nowhere else to go, and this bothered him. Therefore, he was excited and knew that trouble awaited him as soon as he arrived at the dormitory, and that he would have to deal with it immediately to avoid getting into an awkward situation. This meant that even within these walls there was a certain hierarchy, so he would not be sad if everything were so simple, because he knew that there was always a risk of falling under the negative influence of those around him. But first, he needed to take a closer look and carefully familiarize himself with his new surroundings, so as not to make mistakes and get into trouble. So the hall led him further and further, and he had no choice but to follow it and not get distracted, because he knew that every step could be decisive in his new life. One of the robots led him into a room and emphasized that it would be his personal room if he needed any, but he didn't listen to him until the end, because he was impressed by the luxury and comfort of the place. It was incredible because such rooms were usually occupied by ruined aristocrats and children from lower classes, so everything looked beautiful, and the reason was probably that this city was home to people with unique talents. And no one cared that these talents might not be necessary to become real soldiers, but the room was large and spacious, and he hurried to sit down on the sofa to rest. After all, this place did not seem to match its appearance in the building he saw when he first arrived, and this made him feel uncomfortable and unfamiliar. Giselle showed him the dormitory and pointed out where he would be staying while carrying out his commander's orders, which was important for him to get his bearings in his new environment. She added that she would come to see him after class and gave him her unique device number so that he could contact her if anything happened, which reassured him because he would not be left alone. Luca asked if that meant she didn't hate him that much, but she emphasized that she had no intention of ignoring the task her father had given her, and that meant she was going to carry out his orders. It was surprising to realize that she wasn't as bad as she seemed at first glance, but Luca emphasized that she shouldn't worry because she wouldn't have to talk to him anymore if she didn't want to. She couldn't help herself, and emphasized that she hoped so, and decided to give him one last piece of advice, emphasizing that he should consider it a gesture of goodwill because she wished him luck. She advised him to stay away from the dormitory manager, which he found interesting, and he couldn't help but ask why, because he wanted to know more about this person. She remembered him and thought long and hard about how to answer his question, because it was important that he understand who he would be dealing with at the academy. So she added that she was the craziest person in the entire academy, and that Luca should stay as far away from her as possible, because her behavior could have serious consequences for his reputation. Giselle left, but he continued to wonder why he should be wary of the dormitory manager, and looked at the door with interest, hoping that it would not become a big problem for him in the future. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching his door, and a knock on the door in his room made him feel excited and curious about who it could be. He approached the door to open it, and when he did, he saw the same dormitory manager he had been told about, which made him feel anxious and expectant. But his surprise knew no bounds when he saw a small, red-haired girl looking at him with her green eyes and smiling, greeting him, and emphasizing that her name was Barbara. Now Luca was very surprised and told her his name, emphasizing that he was a student of the Imperial Guards, which aroused Barbara's interest and desire to learn more about his training. But he decided to follow the advice he had been given earlier, and used his mechanical eye to check this information, because at the academy, you always have to be careful and not trust everyone indiscriminately. Barbara, meanwhile, was happy to meet him, and told Luca that she had rushed here right after class, and he couldn't help but notice her untidy appearance and lack of a surname, which meant that she came from the lower classes. She didn't seem crazy like Giselle said, so maybe she just didn't like those who appeared and took their place among the aristocracy because she wanted to change her status. Luca informed her that he had just returned, and she in turn asked how she could address him, but he emphasized that he was from the lower classes, so she could call him by his first name, which impressed her. She admired his skills and knowledge, but he emphasized that she was from the lower region and had managed to become the commander of an entire dormitory, which testified to her ability. Luca suggested that Barbara might have worked hard to become the dormitory commander and raise her status, because at the academy it was important to have not only talent, but also diligence. She smiled and told him to follow her, and she would tell him everything about the dormitory. Barbara then added that she would not take no for an answer, because it was important to her that he felt comfortable. Luca was very surprised, but he couldn't refuse her because it would have been rude of him, and he needed to learn about the area where he was going to live to avoid problems. As he followed her, he noticed that she had even managed to take a shower after class, even though there was little time, which showed how organized she was and how much she wanted to look good. However, he believed that if a person was hardworking, it could even be important because such people were also responsible, and their diligence could help them succeed at the academy. So they arrived at the main building of the academy, which was located in the center, and Luke looked at the architecture of the building with interest because it looked impressive and majestic, emphasizing the status of the educational institution. He watched the students around him with interest, and they in turn watched him, but he only approached them in the hall because he wanted to learn more about life at the academy. She looked at him with interest and did not rush to talk to him, carefully observing his appearance and trying to understand what he was worth in this new environment. She pointed out that he was dressed appropriately, so now he could go to class without worrying, because his father had ordered him to attend classes with her for a week, and that was difficult for Luca. He thought he might even go crazy if he had to go to class with her for a whole week, but he had no choice because it was part of his education and the responsibilities he had to fulfill. Just then, he heard someone call Giselle, and couldn't help but recognize the voice that had recently told him about the dormitory, which made him want to know more about her relationship with Barbara. Barbara caught up with them and smiled and greeted Giselle, emphasizing that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but Giselle looked unhappy, which made Luca anxious. But for some reason Giselle did not smile back and behaved rudely, telling her to get out of her sight, which created a tense atmosphere between them. Barbara was very surprised by this response and emphasized that she just wanted to say hello, because she didn't understand why Giselle was reacting so negatively to her presence there. But this did not resolve the conflict between them, and Giselle was generally not happy to see her, which put Luca in an awkward position because he did not know how to act in this situation. She quickly turned around and, barely holding back her anger, moved toward Barbara, which made Luca feel anxious about how this might end. Giselle was furious, and as soon as she said hello, she said goodbye, emphasizing that if she had done what she wanted, she should leave because she had nothing more to say. Then she turned away just as abruptly and emphasized that she and Luca had to hurry to class if they didn't want to be late, which added even more tension to the situation. He didn't understand what was going on between them and decided not to interfere or get in their way. But when Giselle called him, he had no choice but to follow her. But he noticed how upset Barbara was, like all the other losers from the lower districts, so he wondered how someone with her personality had become a commander in the first place, because it seemed strange. However, he felt that something strange was going on here, and he didn't like it from the very beginning because he didn't want to find himself in the middle of a conflict between girls. But he understood that he needed to study at the academy, because that was why he had been sent here, so he quickly hurried after Giselle to class, hoping that they would not be late for the first class of the week. He couldn't help but ask how long they had known Barbara, but Giselle replied that they didn't know each other very well, even though they had enrolled at the same time, but it was clear that she didn't like her. Luca noticed that Giselle was openly ignoring his questions and answering however she wanted, because it was easier for her not to reveal her true feelings and attitude towards Barbara, which raised even more questions in his mind. He remembered very well how Giselle had called Barbara when he had just arrived and hadn't seen her yet. So it was strange because her words didn't match her behavior, and he felt confused by the situation. He wondered why Barbara continued to talk to her, although he understood that it was none of his business, because the main thing was that in a few months he would become an aristocrat, and that would change his life. When he arrived at class, Luca realized that everything was exactly as he had expected, because the atmosphere was tense, and all the students looked tired from constant training and competitions. He assumed that he would have to sit through these dreary classes for a whole week, when he could have been training and improving the fighting skills he had worked so hard to develop. So he became curious about the relationship between Giselle and Barbara, because there were many aristocrats at this academy, and he wanted to understand why such animosity had arisen between them. Everyone knew about his abilities, and even Felix didn't want to compete with him, so he constantly sat alone in class and felt sad without training, because he missed the adrenaline and competition. He hoped that Felix would not lose his fighting skills, because he had offered him many times to train together and have a few fights, but Felix always refused, immersing himself in his studies. Lucy was sad to sit around doing nothing because he wanted to compete, and he assumed that this desire might have arisen because they were given a synthetic drug during training. His brain was constantly trying to fight and compete with someone, begging him to find someone to fulfill this desire, which grew stronger with each day he spent within the walls of the academy. He couldn't control himself and just sat there playing with a knife, when suddenly Luca saw his own knife being caught before his eyes, and felt that his desire would be fulfilled. He heard someone calling him in a derogatory manner, without even mentioning his name, although all the other students knew him well, and this made him feel insulted and eager to prove his worth. One of the students approached him and asked in a blatantly disrespectful manner why he was always around Ms. Giselle, and suggested that they might be in a relationship, but Luke replied that he was not obliged to answer. He suggested that if this guy was so upset about the question, maybe he was in love with her himself, which was why he was now shaking with anger, further fueling the conflict. Luca knew what was coming and deliberately emphasized how he could fall in love with such a rude and bad girl like Giselle, because her behavior really did not match his idea of an ideal partner. And so the young man's response was not long in coming, as he immediately rushed into battle to protect his dream, unaware that his aggression could have serious consequences. Luca had been waiting for this for so long that he responded to his attack with lightning speed and didn't even have time to understand what was happening, because his reflexes kicked in automatically, like a real fighter. With lightning speed, he held his hand in his, but he understood that it was shameful to mess with such a weak opponent, because he didn't want to look too aggressive. This guy looked pathetic, and now he understood that there was nothing between Luca and Giselle, because he didn't even think to hide the tears that appeared from anger and insult. Luca calmed down and replied that they didn't want anything from each other. He asked him another question, but he didn't know how to answer because he didn't want to escalate the conflict. However, Luca ignored this and emphasized that he could say a few good words for him to Giselle, so he asked why Giselle had such a bad relationship with Barbara, because he was curious. The unfamiliar guy struggled to explain that things used to be different, because it was all because of the witch's curse, and this made Luca want to know more about this strange situation. At first, he didn't understand who she was, But the guy explained that it was Barbara, because everyone who had contact with her inevitably ended up in incidents with crazy androids, and this intrigued him. He added that even mechanical devices that were known for never breaking down lost control under Barbara's influence, so everyone called it a curse that placed an invisible burden on them. Statistics on such problems were almost impossible to obtain, but Luca suggested that perhaps it was her fault, and Barbara was not to blame, but the guy emphasized that she was doing it on purpose, and that alarmed him. He explained that this was why everyone treated her so cruelly, and that it was unfortunate that she had been given the opportunity to become commander, because it was not for her actions, but for something else that remained unknown. Not far from them, they noticed Barbara standing nearby, trying to talk to someone else, but her behavior seemed strange because she did not seem confident. They saw that she couldn't hold a glass of water in her hands and it was falling to the floor and she was wet, which made them want to help, but they didn't know if they should intervene. Barbara was very disappointed when this happened because she knew exactly what would happen next, and her heart was filled with anxiety because she didn't know how to deal with it. The students who were nearby couldn't help themselves and started laughing at her, doing so deliberately to emphasize that she was clumsy, which only highlighted their cruelty. They laughed at her and emphasized that they could take off her clothes right there if she didn't want her wet clothes to become even more noticeable, but she replied that she would do it herself later when everything calmed down. So they continued to openly mock her and emphasize that she should not refuse such a wonderful service because it was rude of her, and their words sounded increasingly aggressive, causing Barbara to feel afraid. They began to demand that she take off her clothes because they wanted to help her so that her clothes would be clean and fresh. But Barbara felt that this was just bullying. Barbara held on with all her strength, and it was clear that it was difficult for her to remain silent and do nothing, because this was going on constantly, and each of their words hurt her more deeply than she could imagine. Her hands trembled with anger, and the realization that she couldn't change anything because she was facing aristocrats who were far above her, and this feeling of helplessness weighed heavily on her shoulders. So she did nothing, just stood there, not knowing how to find a way out of this situation, because every attempt to say something only made her situation worse. Luca continued to watch closely what was happening, and realized something important. He couldn't leave Barbara alone with these cruel girls, because it would be unfair. He guessed that the same thing must have happened to her on the day he arrived at the dormitory, which is why she was in such a hurry to wash up, wanting to avoid the bullying she was already familiar with. Luca realized that something interesting was happening, and thought to himself that Barbara was very lucky because he was ready to protect her, even if it led to conflict. Because right now he was in a mood where he couldn't stand such refusals, and decided to act quickly and decisively, because his dagger was still in his hands and he felt ready for action. With a well-aimed blow, he knocked the glass of water out of the hands of one of the students and deliberately spilled the water on Barbara, hoping that this would stop their bullying. Luca did not hold back and insisted that they immediately stop bullying her and quickly take their hands off her while they were still intact, because he was not going to tolerate such behavior. The girl who did this was determined and emphasized that he didn't understand what he was doing, because she hadn't had time to say anything, because Luca had already expressed his indignation. He saw the look on her face and realized that she thought very highly of herself and emphasized that they were competing with girls in earnest, even resorting to hitting them in the face, which shocked everyone. Therefore, they had no choice but to leave Barbara and go away. But Luca understood that this would not end there and that they would definitely take revenge because their pride had been wounded. He watched them leave and couldn't understand why they always treated people who were different from them, only because of their origin, because it was completely unfair and cruel of them. Suddenly he heard Barbara call him in a quiet voice, because she was very surprised by his help, and this made him feel that he had made the right choice by getting involved in the conflict. She was impressed by his actions because it was nice when someone saved her from such situations, which had not happened for a long time, and so she sincerely thanked him for it, feeling grateful. Luca looked at her intently and understood that she was thanking him from the bottom of her heart and smiled back at her. Now he was curious if they had become close enough for him to be attacked by the android. And now this new acquaintance at school began to behave strangely after seeing Luca defending Barbara, because he was not used to someone risking themselves for a girl from a lower level. He emphasized that insulting a girl like her would cost him dearly because she could cause a lot of trouble, and this made Luca want to learn more about her true power. Luca didn't believe him and insisted that they just needed to have a serious talk and that he knew what kind of family she came from, so there shouldn't be any problems, because he wasn't afraid of her past and accepted her for who she was. But the guy emphasized that this was only at first glance because the Kanarani family controlled criminals in the lower districts and made a lot of money from it, which made Luca worried. He emphasized that they had probably already started looking for information about him, but Luca was not afraid. On the contrary, He was glad about it because he was bored here anyway and wanted a little adrenaline. He said that it all started when Carlisa's boyfriend was beaten up by Barbara, and now she constantly bullies her, which made Luca feel that it was unfair. Suddenly, Luca realized that someone had been watching them the whole time while they were talking and gathering information, because it could threaten their safety at the academy. He noticed Giselle standing nearby, listening intently and watching what was happening, and her expression showed that she did not approve of what had happened between Luca and Barbara. She was unhappy because Luca had managed to get himself into so much trouble at the academy in such a short time, and this made her fear for his safety. Luca, in turn, emphasized that this boy should just go up and say hello to Giselle because he liked her, and maybe that would help dispel his fears and self-doubt. But he was so shy that he didn't want to approach her at all and said that for now he would watch her from afar, and asked Luca not to say anything about him so as not to attract even more attention. He was in such a hurry to get away that he kicked up all the dust in the hall, and Giselle greeted him with his new friends, trying to pretend that nothing special had happened. Luca replied that he had met Enrico and that he was a very nice and interesting guy, but Giselle insisted that she didn't like him because she felt like he was always around her. Luca realized that he probably had almost no chance because Giselle constantly felt his presence, and this caused him growing anxiety because he did not know how to change the situation. Classes continued at the academy, and the students hurried to their lessons because everyone had their own things to do there, but Luca felt that his thoughts were constantly distracted by the troubles surrounding him. Meanwhile, Luca was summoned to the professor's office, who asked him if he had thrown a knife at one of the academy's students, as such behavior could have serious consequences for his reputation. The professor emphasized that even if it was just a small knife, such things were simply unacceptable here, and he understood that it was sad for him, but asked him to control himself and not repeat this. Luca did not understand why this professor, who was a teacher of the Imperial Guards, was so calm and well-disposed, but he promised not to do it again because he did not want any problem. The professor explained that he was like a wolf among a flock of quiet sheep, and explained that the children who studied here did not study to compete, but to become the best in their field. Luca emphasized that they behaved as if they were not afraid of him at all, and the professor understood why his commander valued him so much, but he stressed that such soldiers were commanded by their own officials. He emphasized that among them, there were even monsters hiding deep inside them, and some of them were even more frightening than he was as a wolf, so Luca should be careful in his actions. He said that youth is always good, but Luca should be wary of encountering these monsters hiding inside these students, as they could be dangerous. Luca understood what he meant because he had been watching the students of this academy for a long time, and realized that some of them did not think about the consequences of their actions at all. However, he was sure that his hunt had begun. But this hunt was not for some monster in this academy, but for something much more important. He was hunting a specific curse that everyone here hated, and that gave him extra motivation to act decisively and not stop until he achieved his goal. So when night fell, he left his room and set out to carry out his plan, knowing that every minute counted and he had to be careful. Behind the gym where they trained, there was a special track, and now he was walking along it to hunt, because this was his only chance to find what he was looking for. He understood that curfew had long since begun, and that everyone had had plenty of time to find out how he had saved Barbara. So, if the rumors were to be believed, the robot would attack him in the near future. So he stopped in the forest and continued to wait patiently for the robot he had heard so much about, because his reputation preceded him, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He heard footsteps behind him but did not rush to turn around because he always loved the unexpected and exciting battles that gave him an adrenaline rush. Behind him, he heard a voice asking if he was Luca, a student of the Imperial Guards, but he did not rush to answer because it made no sense. Then Luca decided to turn around and see who had approached him, and it turned out to be one of the academy students who thought Luca was too small to be an Imperial Guard, which made him laugh. Luca saw other strangers approaching him and asked what they wanted from him, but realized that they were friends of the girl he had recently offended, and they were aggressive. He hoped that an ordinary student of the Imperial Guards would not tell anyone that he had been defeated by ordinary students, as this could negatively affect his reputation at the academy. They began to mock him because they did not believe that he was an Imperial Guard, but Luca remained independent and waited for them to attack so he could show his strength. The largest of them emphasized that he was giving him one last chance to apologize to Carlisa, and then she would forgive him, but Luca replied that he was giving him one last chance to leave on his own 2 feet. He understood that there was no point in losing to those who had never truly competed, which angered the attackers, who did not expect such courage from him. He had powerful mechanical limbs that he used to fight and do what his family did, and this gave him confidence in his ability. Therefore, he was ready to use these limbs to compete with Luca, who was eagerly awaiting such an opportunity, as it was a chance to prove his strength and skill. He decided to attack him using his limbs because he believed he would be invincible, confident in his abilities, but he did not know that Luca was ready to fight back. Luca noticed that he was using implants that were not suitable for his status because he did not know how to use them properly, and this gave Luca an advantage in the fight. Therefore, it was easy for him to dodge such a blow because the attacker did not know how to use what he had, and Luca took advantage of this moment to prepare his counterattack. However, Luca had an excellent mechanical eye, which had always served him well in many competitions and duels, and now it helped him analyze his opponent's movements. Therefore, he stood almost motionless, and just continued to watch the movement of his opponent's limbs, waiting for the right moment to attack, because he knew how to read his opponent's intentions. Suddenly, somewhere far behind the trees, they saw a bright red light rapidly approaching them, which alarmed Luca because he knew it could be dangerous. Surprisingly, the light turned out to be robots called Barbara's Curse, and everyone believed that she controlled them because their behavior was always aggressive and unpredictable. He approached them and asked if they needed help, being polite because he hoped to find common ground with these mechanical creatures. But the attackers did not share his mood and did not expect to see patrols here, which were constantly watching what was happening around them, so they were in a panic. Therefore, they did not rush to flee, because this unexpected encounter could cause them more problems than they could solve, and they emphasized that they would meet again next time when the opportunity arose. Luca continued to watch them and did not understand what was happening at all, because it was strange, and he felt that the situation was getting out of control. He emphasized that only foolish people would fight in front of these robots, so he ordered everyone who had come with him to leave to avoid trouble. But the robot was in no hurry to leave and continued to stubbornly offer his help, which surprised and alarmed Luca, as this was uncharacteristic. He insisted that he could not leave this place, and began to behave strangely and defiantly, which alarmed everyone present, as his behavior was unusual. It was clear that something interesting was happening to him, because he seemed to be struggling with himself somewhere inside, and couldn't decide how to act in this situation. His red light was too bright, and it seemed that he was not in control of his own mind, which caused Luca to fear for his safety. So he continued to move strangely, and suddenly struck one of the bodies standing next to Luca, shocking everyone who was watching. Now everyone else was frightened because they did not expect the robots to act this way since they were programmed differently, and this caused panic among the students. They understood that something strange was happening because the robots were not listening to anyone, not even themselves, and crouched down on the ground preparing to jump, which looked threatening. He jumped up so quickly and broke away from the ground that it was interesting to watch what would happen next, because his movements were extremely fast and aggressive. This novel was strange because he offered help, and at the same time destroyed those who tried to harm him, which put everyone in a difficult position. Therefore, Luca did not understand what to do when he started attacking everyone else who was waiting for him there, because the situation was getting out of control. Now one of the main members of the company waiting for him in the forest was the robot's next target, which caused even more concern for Luca. The robot used all its capabilities to turn him into a stake because its goal was clear, and it had no intention of stopping there. He didn't even have time to react when he was hit by such a burst of fire and force in an instant, and flew far away, hugging the trees, which shocked the witnesses. Luca still stood and watched what was happening, as he did not want to interfere yet, observing the developments from a safe distance. But the robot didn't stop there, and its red fire continued to glow on its mechanical body, making it look even more threatening. Suddenly, the others who were still unharmed began to shout loudly that this was Barbara's curse, and began to believe that it existed, and became very frightened. Luca, who had been watching everything that was happening, couldn't believe how students of such a prestigious academy could believe in some kind of curse, because it was absurd. So he decided to approach the robot himself to make sure that it was not a curse, but just a robot that needed to be fought, and perhaps the reason for its behavior figured out. He approached it and saw that the robot was not in the best condition, but noticed that it was preparing to attack again because its mechanical parts were still working despite the damage. He knew and understood that right now the robot wanted to use all the strength it had left because it understood that this was its last chance to prove its strength in battle against Luca. The robot clearly knew that it had to use everything it had left to fight him, otherwise it would not be able to win, so Luca was ready for any turn of events in this battle. Luca watched his movements and actions closely and realized that this was not a normal system failure, but something much deeper that aroused his curiosity and desire to unravel this mystery. He felt that this was the work of a human being, that someone was controlling what was happening and intimidating others, but now he was more interested in the opportunity to test his strength in battle. But he didn't care, because now he had a chance to train and distract himself from his daily worries, as he always sought new challenges and competition. However, he did not rush and waited for the robot to attack him first, because it was clear that it was going to do just that, and Luca was ready to counterattack. He didn't wait long before attacking, but Luca was only too happy to oblige, as he was intrigued by this academy where unusual events were taking place. However, he did not rush to respond to the robot because he saw that its strength was at its limit and it was not capable of defeating him, so he decided to wait for the best moment. Luca noticed that for the mode in which the robot was operating, its movements were quite precise, and there were no unnecessary movements, which indicated high-quality setting. Therefore, it seemed that the robot was using a well-configured combat program. In addition, its iron claws were strong and helped it in its attacks, which gave it confidence. But no matter how strong it was, Luca was still much stronger, and even the robot couldn't satisfy his need for competition, because he was looking for real opponents. Luca understood that he needed something else that would be truly strong and could arouse his fighting spirit, because he craved new challenges in battle. So when the robot attacked again, Luca was ready to strike back, because his body demanded new competitions and victories that would raise his level. The robot was defeated in this attack, but Luca was in no hurry to retreat, and remained nearby to attack again, because in his eyes burned the fire of struggle and the desire to win. Luca hoped that the robot would be able to show him something different from the ordinary robots that were everywhere in the academy, because he needed new impressions and experiences. He was waiting for the robot to demonstrate some incredible skills that would impress him and motivate him to continue winning, because he strived for perfection. The knight was on their side, so he successfully used it for his attacks, as he was accustomed to using whatever was at hand to achieve his goals. The robot successfully dodged Luca's new attacks, and it seemed that it still had the ability to surprise him with something new and incredible, which made Luca even more curious. It moved quickly through space and changed its position, and Luca understood that it was its mechanical body that allowed it to move so fast, putting him at a disadvantage. After all, its body was completely mechanical, and allowed it to quickly change its location, dodge attacks, and attack itself, which made it a dangerous opponent. But this couldn't go on for long because they had been fighting each other for quite some time, and Luca felt that it would soon end or move to a new level. Even the guys who had decided to threaten him from the start stayed there just to watch what was happening and had no intention of running away yet because they were curious to see how the fight would end. Luca emphasized that if the robot continued to be distracted, it would be no different from the other robots here, and this disappointed him. Therefore, he did not understand that it was necessary to end it all as quickly as possible, because the fight had already dragged on for a long time, and he wanted to get a clear result. Now he looked up at those who had decided to stay and watch him compete with the robot, and then Luca asked if they wanted to continue their conversation, since he had finished his workout. He emphasized that he was now ready to compete with them, because this was not enough to quench his thirst for battle, and he wanted new challenges. But they all ran away so fast that he didn't even have time to see the look on their faces, and they, on the contrary, were in no hurry to return to him, which surprised him. He continued to stand in the same place and suddenly saw a bright light somewhere high above the trees that caught his attention. He heard a sound and realized that ships were approaching him, observing this area, and that the continuation of this evening, which promised to be unusual, was waiting for him. So now he sat on the bench and waited to see what would happen next, because what he had done was incomprehensible to others, and he felt that not only the students but also the academy's teachers were paying attention to him. It was after this incident that he received a request for cooperation in the investigation from the security service located here, which was unexpected for him, as he did not think that his actions would cause such a reaction. After all, the criminal who controlled the robot was definitely inside the academy, and so he had to find everyone who could have done it. Even the director emphasized that he had every right to do so, as there were already victims. Even the investigator emphasized that it could be anyone, so Luca realized that he probably assumed that it could have been one of the aristocrats, and Zillman did not even consider that it could be someone from the lower districts. He explained that it was difficult to bypass the security system and get into the academy's closed network, but Luca didn't get how he, as a regular student, could do the investigation. But Zillman knew he had some fighting skills. Therefore, he added that, given this knowledge, he was confident that Luca would be able to handle the duties of an investigator, and emphasized that he would like to tell him an interesting fact that could help in the investigation. He knew very well that users of this combat technique were under special surveillance and even kept on special lists, so this also applied to those trained in the necessary techniques, which alarmed Luca. Therefore, the question immediately arose as to how he could have ended up on these lists, and he understood that he should ask the person who had taught him, as this could be the key to solving the situation. When he was in the courtyard after talking to the security director, he was deep in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him frantically, which snapped him out of his reverie. Giselle was incredibly angry because she asked what kind of mess he had managed to make here, since his father had asked her to watch him, and she had emphasized that she had warned him to stay away from Barbara. Luca said that he couldn't just stand there and watch several people bully someone because it was not only wrong, but also dangerous for everyone there. Giselle still didn't understand what was going on, or why he was doing this, and she assumed that he would continue to fight, and he emphasized that if they attacked him, he would have no other choice. She sighed heavily because she didn't understand why he was always looking for trouble, but his behavior surprised her because she knew it could lead to serious consequences. Therefore, she decided to try to talk to Carlisa to somehow forget about this situation, and hoped that she would compromise if she asked her personally, as this could help. Luca didn't say anything to her, and couldn't understand why she was trying so hard to come to an agreement with, because she was an aristocrat and could have done nothing at all, leaving the situation unchanged. He regretted that he couldn't use his wonderful mechanical eye to understand people's thoughts and what was deep in their souls, because that could have helped him in this situation. He remembered Giselle's expression and how she hoped that she would compromise if she could negotiate with her and simply ask her to do so, because that could change everything. So he assumed that Giselle was probably confident that she could control this girl who was used to bullying others, and that gave her a sense of power in this situation. He decided to act immediately and emphasized that he agreed with her and wanted them to go to her right now because he didn't want to wait any longer and delay resolving this issue. He smiled and emphasized that he didn't want to end up on the commander's list of people he didn't like and wanted to resolve the situation because it could improve their relationship. He had something he wanted to check for a long time, so he could only smile back at her and wait for her to speak, as his curiosity grew with every passing minute. When they went to her, she emphasized that Barbara had been talking to her boyfriend from the very beginning, which raised new questions for Luca. Luca emphasized that she didn't seem like the type to just stand by and watch, and suggested that maybe she had deliberately sent her boyfriend to her to cause conflict. She looked up at him in surprise and emphasized that she would never do such a thing because it was against her principle, and she could not betray her friends on a whim. He emphasized that the whole situation was like a game of chess, because there was someone behind it all, and they were just ordinary players who were not aware of their actions. Therefore, he explained that if she didn't like something, she always asked her people to harm someone else, because that was exactly what she had done to him, and now he knew her family's rules very well. Luca smiled and emphasized that she just needed an excuse to make fun of Barbara, which made her unhappy and anxious, because it was obvious. It was clear that she was angry and very nervous because it seemed that someone had gotten the better of her, but she continued to deny everything she was told. Giselle wanted to calm her down and urged her to behave more calmly, but she refused to listen to anyone else because she was stubborn. It was quite unexpected to see Giselle in such a state, because with just one look, she made her shut up, and it was impressive because her power of influence was obvious. But she couldn't help herself and pointed out that Giselle was just going to ignore everything she said, because she didn't like how Luca was interfering in their affairs, and she wanted him to leave them alone. Giselle could no longer restrain herself and politely asked Luca to leave because she wanted to talk to her alone, and he had no choice but to leave the room, feeling that it might be important. Luca understood everything correctly, because even before that, he had assumed that there was clearly a certain hierarchy between Giselle and Carlisa. But then the question arose as to why Giselle simply did not order Carlisa to stop and not mock others. He understood that he would be at the academy for several months, and that Giselle could simply wait until he left to resolve the conflict, and he realized that someone was already behind him, controlling the situation. She emphasized that she had warned him just recently, but he didn't listen to her and managed to get into trouble even though he promised not to, and now he found himself in a difficult situation. Luca emphasized that he was just checking the theory that only an aristocrat could control the robot, and that this girl was one of those who hated Barbara, as this could be the key to solving the whole mystery. Giselle was unhappy that he was acting like a detective, and insisted that he mind his own business, but he replied that he had never imagined how investigators would interrogate aristocrats' children in such situations. Luca emphasized that he was not mocking her, but simply stating a fact because he had seen how she listened to her, and Giselle explained that family status was important in their community, and that she was not in a position to ignore her requests. Then Luca decided to say what he thought, and emphasized that perhaps she had deliberately set her up to start mocking Barbara, and from the look on her face, it was clear that she was very surprised by his words. But she quickly pulled herself together, and insisted that she didn't understand what he was talking about. But Luca added that someone who hated Barbara had found a good enough excuse to take advantage of her. However, Giselle was not going to put up with all his words, and insisted that he continue to treat her with respect and watch what he said to her, because it was important for their relationship. But then something happened that Luca could never have imagined. He saw her trembling and, not understanding that it was his technological body that was causing her nervous system to malfunction, became alarmed. She continued to stand there, holding his clothes in her hands, but suddenly let go of him. However, her hands continued to tremble, and Luca realized that something was wrong because her condition caused him concern. Her voice changed, and she apologized profusely for her behavior, emphasizing that she shouldn't have spoken that way because it was out of character for her, and she felt like she was losing control of herself. She decided to leave him and emphasized that if he caused her problems, he should be prepared for the consequences, because she was not going to put up with his antics anymore. Luca watched her walk away and felt that Giselle was still acting suspiciously, so he knew that something was wrong, and this made him anxious. He couldn't understand why he felt such fear in her, because he could still see her hands trembling, and this made him want to find out what was really going on. Now he understood that this time his insight into combat techniques only added to the confusion in his head, because he didn't know how to react to this situation. So he moved on and saw Barbara sitting on a bench and sat down next to her. But he didn't expect what would happen next, because their conversation could lead to new discovery. She sat apart from everyone else as usual and did not talk to anyone, but she handed him her lunchbox and said that she would be glad if he took it, as it was her way of expressing her gratitude. Luca asked her what it all meant, but she replied that he had saved her and that he should consider it a token of her gratitude while she was at the academy, as she was not used to giving things away so easily. She asked if she could cook lunch for him while he was at the academy, as it would help her show her gratitude in some way, but he politely declined, emphasizing that it could cause unnecessary gossip. Barbara sincerely wanted to thank him for risking his life and helping her defend herself from others, so she was genuinely disappointed when he refused to accept her gift. She continued to sit next to him and emphasized that she didn't care what others thought of her behavior, because she was already used to being either ignored or mocked, and it didn't scare her. Luca couldn't understand if she had any feelings for him, so life at the academy seemed increasingly wrong and confusing to him, because he didn't know how to feel about it. So, he decided to ask her directly why she kept trying to meet him, knowing that it would lead to the robots attacking him, and asked if she wanted that to happen. But she was so surprised. Luca understood that she was in no hurry to reveal her true motives, so he needed to put more pressure on her, and emphasized that everyone was bullying her, and that it was Carlsa who was doing it on Giselle's orders. It was on Giselle's orders that she was always running around and wanted to at least say hello, but she gave a rather unexpected answer, and emphasized that she already knew everything, which shocked Luca. So he decided to ask her if she knew why Giselle hated her so much, but she was in no hurry to answer, and still held the box of food in her hands, which raised new questions in his mind. Suddenly, she turned sharply toward him, and said his name quite clearly, and without any fear in her voice, and it was so unexpected that Luca couldn't believe his ears. Now she looked quite strange and emphasized why she should tell him all this, since she had her own secrets, and continued to look at him as if she knew something interesting and secret about both of them. So he wanted to throw her off balance with his behavior and started telling her everything, trying to understand why she was reacting this way, because his questions were totally reasonable and shouldn't have caused such tension. After all, when he was with Barbara, he felt a sense of unease that he couldn't explain, and it made him want to find out more, because he felt that there was something more to it than just ordinary dislike. And suddenly he remembered the words of the professor, who had emphasized that there were monsters among the students who were deep inside them, and now those words echoed in his head like a warning that things could be worse than they seemed. And so he could not have expected that such a small and fragile girl like Barbara could turn out to be this monster, because her appearance did not match what he had heard about her, and this raised even more questions in his mind. So he continued the investigation entrusted to him by the professor, and decided to meet with Carl's boyfriend, hoping that he could shed some light on this confusing situation and help him figure things out. He was her ex-boyfriend, and as it turned out, she was trying to force him to talk to Barbara, because he was not one of those who could openly say no to her, and this threatened their friendship. Luca understood that this ex-boyfriend had neither aristocratic origins nor character, nor abilities, while Carlisa was only using him for her own purposes, and this upset him even more. He asked the professor if he could name the suspect or check him out, but the professor insisted that there should only be a few people involved because they were already taking a big risk, and the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The professor emphasized that he wanted to handcuff the person who thought they could do such a thing, and who would not be punished, because justice must be restored regardless of status. Luca asked if the professor had found any information about Barbara, but he emphasized that she should not be considered guilty because she was of low birth and an ordinary student, and would not be able to break the academy's security system. Luca did not understand why only someone rich could do this, and the professor explained that this was not the case, as it could affect the production and distribution of robots, and sometimes there had even been cases of bribery. He decided to add that, if it would help him, it was important to know that Barbara was financed by the Castoria family, and that this information could be the key to solving everything that was happening at the academy. This was valuable information, and Luca decided to think about it, because it might help him in his investigation, which had become a personal challenge and a matter of honor for him. He was surprised to hear all this because it didn't make any sense, and he couldn't understand what was going on deep inside everyone involved in this story and why everything was so confusing. So he began to understand that the pieces of this puzzle were starting to fit together, but some facts still didn't add up, and this made him want to investigate the matter even further. If he could have questioned Barbara, everything would have ended much sooner, but he had to do everything gradually, and that took time, so he decided to talk to someone else to expand his options. After all, many students study here, and everyone is constantly watching what is happening between the aristocrats and ordinary students, and this created a tense atmosphere that was noticeable to everyone. He understood that there was a struggle going on in the upper class, and it was all to prove their worth to their families, because in this academy, status was everything, and everyone wanted to be at the top. Luca remembered how Eli had told him that aristocrats who lacked talent continued to live as ordinary people, and this made him somewhat anxious about their intentions and means of survival. He quickly found her and could not have imagined that she had such a desperate side to her soul, which manifested itself in her actions and attitude towards those around her. He watched her continue to repair the mechanical arms, and noted that she was doing quite well for a rude girl he had met at first, as she turned out to be talented. So they left, and when she changed her clothes, it became clear who was standing in front of him. But he already knew who was hiding deep inside, because he knew her true nature. Giselle continued to look at him, even as she drank her water, and asked why he had come. She was not upset that he had discovered her secret, but it made her feel slightly uneasy. He smiled and emphasized that he wanted to see her and talk to her, but she didn't believe him, and almost spilled the water she was drinking on him because she couldn't understand why he was so interested in her. She was shocked, and insisted that he must be crazy, but Luca believed that the opposite was true. So she decided to end the conversation, and insisted that he clearly state why he had come, as she had a lot to do. He explained that during the time he had been there, he had managed to carefully observe everything around him and understand how the students who studied there lived their ordinary lives, and this had given him important insights into their lives. He could easily tell when someone was lying to him. Even Luca didn't need to resort to his martial arts skills because his intuition told him the truth. Therefore, he politely asked Giselle to tell him the whole truth, and warned her not to lie to him, as he had received an official request for an investigation from the security service and needed to know everything. Giselle did not show any embarrassment, and emphasized that she did not want to remind him that she was the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guards, which gave her a certain amount of weight, but also responsibility. Luca said that he knew that the Castoria family sponsored Barbara, and suspected that he was using constant bullying to get her expelled from the academy, as this could be part of a larger plan that he did not yet know about. But she continued to deny everything, and explained that he should understand that she was one of the victims of the robot, and emphasized that they had been friends before. But Luca said that they should have looked for a solution to the problem together. Giselle explained that they were not close enough to help each other, and Luca said that security believed the android malfunction was intentional, so they needed to be careful with their conclusions. He emphasized that if one looked at the motives, Giselle was the main suspect in the case, even though she continued to deny everything, because she had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Luca emphasized that criminals often choose to play the role of the victim, and that she had everything she needed to organize this, as she had the knowledge and opportunities that could help her carry out her plans. But she suggested that he had lost his mind and advised him to drop the case, but he reassured her and emphasized that he was not saying this to suspect her, but to understand the truth. Luca explained that if she told him everything she knew, it would help him resolve this delicate matter, which had become a personal challenge for him and required his utmost attention and effort. So while they were talking, they missed the moment when another unexpected guest arrived, which came as a big surprise to them, as neither of them had planned for anyone else to interrupt their conversation. Neither of them expected Barbara to find them so easily, and just stand there watching them talk, because her presence could change the course of their conversation and raise new questions. She was nice and friendly and emphasized that she was worried about him when she couldn't find him in an unfamiliar city where he always was, and this made Luca somewhat suspicious of her intentions. This was more than strange to Luca, because she had been able to discreetly study his daily routine and knew where to find him at certain times of the day, and now he felt a little uncomfortable that he hadn't noticed her attention. So he didn't understand how she knew where to find him, and he hadn't even noticed her following him. So it was extremely strange how he could have missed it, since he was always on his guard. Now her face was completely different from the one he had seen before when she was being bullied, especially in front of Giselle, who seemed to be the leader in this game, and had prevented him from learning the whole truth that he had hoped she would tell him. He didn't want to put up with this any longer, because he wanted to hit her and push her against the wall, because her laughter angered him, and he felt that the situation was getting out of control. Barbara looked disappointed, and didn't understand why Luca was talking to her like that, because she had tried to do everything right, but his reaction was so unexpected, that it shocked her. She emphasized that she liked him because he had saved her in front of everyone else, which had won her affection and given her courage in this difficult situation. Barbara added that if there was a misunderstanding between them, she would like to resolve it with words, but Luca was already unstoppable because he felt he couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't predict what would happen next, but she was very frightened by Luca's actions, as he could no longer tolerate her laughter, and this made her fear for her own safety. The wall behind her shattered into a pile of small pieces that could hardly be called a wall anymore, because Luca had lost control of his emotions, and it was a shock to everyone around him. Giselle, in turn, did not understand what was happening, because in an instant, Luca had turned into a machine, and this shocked her, because she had never seen him in such a state before. He had a serious expression on his face and emphasized that until now, he had considered it all just entertainment, so as not to get bored here, but now he was completely serious, and his words were full of determination. He emphasized that Barbara had underestimated him and his abilities, because he had the ability not only to see what was in front of him, but to look deep inside where true intentions and feelings were hidden. Barbara was frightened and trembling all over, while smoke was coming from the wall, and she didn't know what to do because the situation was getting out of control. She didn't know what to say to him, and continued to cry, so Luca and Giselle watched her closely, trying to figure out how to help her in this critical situation. Suddenly, she changed her expression and replied clearly that she didn't understand what he meant and what he wanted to tell her right now, which raised new questions for Luca. Giselle saw the look on Barbara's face and was just as surprised because she had always known who was hiding behind that mask, but now everything looked different, and she became curious about what was going on. But Barbara was unstoppable and continued on her way, keeping all her secrets deep inside, which made Luca even more suspicious and raised even more questions. She walked past Giselle without paying any attention to what was happening, carrying something strange wrapped in a green tablecloth, which raised even more questions among those present. When she came closer, she simply threw this mysterious object onto the table and did not rush to explain what was going on, as her behavior cast doubt on her intentions and caused concern. She was acting strangely, and it was unclear why she was doing this, but she said she would leave his lunch there and wished him bon appétit, which seemed unusual in this situation. Barbara moved strangely, as if she were walking and dancing at the same time, but her movements were nervous, which made those around her feel uneasy because no one knew what was really going on in her head. She continued to pretend that nothing had happened and simply brought him his lunch. Then, turning her back to him, she headed for the exit, leaving behind an atmosphere of unexplained tension and anxiety. Giselle just stood there watching what was happening, and was very frightened by Barbara's presence, because her behavior seemed rather suspicious and could indicate something more than just friendly communication. She did not expect Barbara to hug her as she passed by, so that Giselle even caught her breath and lost the ability to speak, because it was so unexpected that her emotions got out of control. Barbara leaned toward her strangely and emphasized that she was glad to see her, and that it was so nice to talk, but there was a note of anxiety in her voice that made Giselle uneasy. Giselle could barely contain herself, feeling her breath on her skin and not knowing what to do next, because she didn't want to leave, but staying there was extremely uncomfortable in such a tense atmosphere. Barbara held her in a rather strange way, touching her only with her fingertips, but even that was enough to cause an incredible excitement that overwhelmed Giselle, making her heart beat faster. Barbara walked out the door, but suddenly she turned around and said she would be happy to see them again, and a moment of doubt flashed in her eyes, making Giselle wonder about her true intention. Now they were alone again, and it was clear that Giselle was frightened by what was happening, but she didn't want to tell him everything, because it could lead to even more trouble. Luca looked into Barbara's world and stood confused in one spot, while Giselle could no longer stand on her own 2 feet and simply fell to the floor, her emotions overwhelming her and causing her to lose control. He continued to stand there, but this was only at first glance, because he was beginning to understand what was happening around him, and his thought processes were becoming clearer with every passing second. Everything fell into place, and he understood the true identity of the criminal and the whole nature of the relationship between Giselle and Barbara, which opened up new possibilities for the investigation. So he slowly turned toward Giselle and quietly called her, but she asked him not to ask any more questions, as it would only complicate the situation they were in. She begged him to leave the academy without any questions, because her emotions were so strong that she could no longer bear it. She was exhausted, and simply begged him to do it, because she had no desire to explain what was really going on, but she understood that he already knew everything, and that only made their communication more difficult. Luca kept trying to talk to Giselle about what had happened, and constantly called her, hoping that she would open up to him and tell him about her experiences and fears. But he understood that she was obviously avoiding him after what had happened, and did not want to continue the conversation with him, because her emotional state was so fragile that she needed time to recover. After all, He had told the commander about what had happened that day and decided that it was beyond the scope of his duties, but the answer was obvious, and this only strengthened his conviction. The commander emphasized that he could act as he saw fit and that this matter still belonged to him, so it was strange that no one could resolve the issue without his involvement, since everyone knew his authority. It was interesting that the commander was allowing him to work on a case in which his own daughter was directly involved, but he had to follow orders, and this added to his responsibility. After all, this was his primary role and goal as a future guardian of the Empire, and he was aware that his every move was subject to the strict rules established in this system. Therefore, he continued to carry out the orders he received from his commander and had no right to say no to him, as this would not only be unfriendly, but also dangerous for his career. He was just a puppet in the hands of those who ruled the Empire and had to follow all orders without being able to express his opinion or doubts, and this annoyed him more and more. However, he understood that they were all making plans behind his back, and to be honest, it annoyed him a little, but he kept calling her again and again, hoping for her answer. It was clear that Barbara was behind it all, but as it turned out, no one from the lower floors could control the robots, so he continued his investigation with the Academy commander. That's why he still didn't understand how Barbara could control the robot, and continued to think that maybe it was one of the aristocrats, since they had direct access to the production of these robots, which cast doubt on her role. But he remembered the look on Giselle's face when he pointed out during their last conversation that she was using that girl to torment Barbara, and that seemed extremely suspicious to him. He couldn't help but remember how Barbara had been able to find him so quickly, as he hadn't felt even the slightest hint that someone was following him, which raised even more questions in his mind about her true intentions. And by the way, he noticed in time how she reacted when Barbara approached her and tried to hug her, because it was quite unusual, and he felt that something was wrong in this situation. It was all starting to annoy him because he couldn't find the right answer to this question in order to resolve it as quickly as possible, and it made him feel powerless in this difficult situation. But he still had some guesses, which made the matter much more complicated, and he needed to meet with Giselle, but she again refused to talk to him, which only reinforced his feeling of hopelessness. Suddenly, the answer came from where he least expected it. A recent acquaintance who was in love with Giselle appeared and asked if he had said nice things about him in front of her, which surprised Luca. Luca realized how he could approach Giselle to talk to her, and agreed to say many wonderful things about him, hoping that this would help improve their relationship. So he devised a plan, and together with Enrico, they decided to arrange a meeting for him with her. Meanwhile, Luca stood behind the door and listened, trying to understand if he would achieve what he wanted. Giselle was not happy to see Enrico and immediately decided to tell him straight that she didn't like him, and even emphasized that his presence bothered her, which only emphasized her dissatisfaction with the situation. Enrico felt his heart break in two when she asked him to stay away from her, and he could barely hold back his tears because his feelings were so strong and sincere. Luca could see how quickly Enrico ran away from the meeting place, his heels shining in the distance, and this made him feel a certain sympathy for the guy who was trying to fight for his love. But he was able to achieve his goal and sincerely apologized to him for possibly needing his help in the future, but he would gladly help him, hoping that it would not ruin their friendship. However, he couldn't waste any time, because she was here now, and he could calmly talk to her about everything that had happened and express his thoughts, which had been building up inside him for quite some time. So he slowly approached her from behind and called her, but she understood perfectly well why all this was happening, and her reaction was so predictable that he felt disappointed. She was angry and insisted that she would no longer tolerate it and would tell her father how he was treating her. But Luke insisted that there was no need for that, because everything could be resolved. He told her that he had already told her father everything and that she was involved in the affair, which shocked her greatly because she did not expect him to take such a step. She couldn't believe how he could tell her father everything, and even Giselle didn't understand what he could have told him, because it jeopardized not only their relationship, but also her reputation. Giselle was very angry and began to behave strangely, as if she was losing control and trying to restrain herself, which made Luca worry about her condition. She kept saying that her reputation and her position in the family, everything she had built up over so many years, had been destroyed in an instant, and this made her feel deeply disappointed and hopeless. Therefore, she was very surprised and angry at the same time, and turned sharply to him, emphasizing that all this was happening because of his interference, which made Luca feel guilty for everything that had happened. She added that if he hadn't shown up, none of this would have happened, and that he was to blame for everything that had happened. But she emphasized that it wasn't too late, and that he could tell her everything he knew, and only then would she be able to help him. But she didn't understand what he wanted from her, and emphasized that there was a high probability that he would become a member of her family in the future, and this issue was becoming increasingly difficult for both of them. Now she was even more shocked because she did not expect her father to accept such a choice, and Luca, in turn, emphasized that she should have found it all strange long ago, because the situation was getting out of control. Luca said that although he felt uncomfortable, he was considered one of the best students they had seen in several years, and had recently received a military award, which had given him confidence. He added that if he became a member of her family, his position would be secure, and no matter what Giselle did, he would always be on her side, ready to support her in any situation. She didn't believe him, but he continued that if he could get to the bottom of this matter, his chances of becoming the commander's son would greatly increase, and that could change their future. But she continued to doubt, and was not ready to tell him everything, because it was obvious to the naked eye how her whole body was trembling, which testified to her inner struggle with her emotions. Luca continued to wait for at least a few words from her, but she was in no hurry to tell him the whole truth, although it was obvious that she knew something, and this only emphasized the tension in their conversation. So he grabbed her firmly by the shoulders and looked her straight in the eyes, wanting to force her to tell him the whole truth she had been hiding from others for so long, hoping that it would help her open up. And she told him the whole truth, saying that she was the one controlling the robots, and that this had enabled her to create Barbara's curse, which shocked Luca and made him think about the consequences. Luca was able to find out the whole truth and understand who was behind it all, and why the entire academy was suffering because of Barbara, and this opened up new opportunities for him to investigate. He couldn't come to his senses for a long time, but when he calmed down, he was able to sit down next to Giselle and talk about everything that was happening, because he understood that she needed help and someone to talk to right now. Giselle began to tell him what had happened and emphasized that Barbara was actually her best friend and an extraordinary person, someone she could open up to, which made the situation even more complicated. A few years ago, she became curious about who her family supported, and that was how she first met Barbara. At first, she seemed nice and smart, and that was the beginning of their friendship. Luca felt that these circumstances must have made Giselle cold, and she said that it all started with ordinary jealousy, because a guy started talking to Barbara a lot, and that upset her. She watched Barbara become more and more popular thanks to her cheerful personality and smile, but she didn't want to give her friend to some guy because she was very young at the time and initially just hated him. Giselle created the robot on purpose to teach the guy a lesson and make him leave her friend, but she didn't quite understand when the moment came that such a tragedy occurred that changed everything in their lives. So she uploaded a voice file to the robot with orders to stay away from Barbara, and made the robot follow the boy at night, hoping that this would help her get everything back to normal. He didn't just follow him, he scared him so much that the guy fell down the stairs and had to quit school because of it. Giselle got rid of the robot, but the investigation turned out to be unpredictable. And just when Giselle was really scared, Barbara said there was one good way to do it, and if she became the victim, it could take the suspicion off her, so she willingly became the victim of this curse. Since she had access to the robots at the academy, she built the chip that Barbara gave her, but it is unknown how the robot found her and got out of control, leading to chaos. Luca understood how Barbara's curse came about and why Barbara was so interesting, and Giselle confirmed that from that moment on, she had changed significantly, becoming more withdrawn and cautious. Barbara began to make strange demands and said that in order to carry out the perfect crime, she needed to isolate herself from everyone so that new victims would periodically appear, which caused Giselle anxiety and fear. Luca realized that Giselle had fallen into a trap because Barbara was deliberately manipulating her by spreading this story, which was supposed to die down but in fact only deepened their problem. He understood that it was precisely because of such actions that Barbara was able to keep Giselle close to her so that she could not escape, and this made Luca want to stop this manipulation. Suddenly, he saw that Giselle's expression had changed dramatically, and she now looked strange and frightened, and he realized that something had happened that could threaten their safe existence. Meanwhile, Barbara's voice was ringing in her head, asking why she had told their secret to her husband, and repeating the question over and over, not giving her any peace, which caused even more stress. Barbara was very angry and emphasized that Giselle had betrayed her again, even though she still considered her her best friend, which called their friendship and trust into question. Luca, in turn, did not understand how she managed to hack Giselle's terminal, since it should have had a high level of protection, and this made him think about the possible consequences of such an intrusion. His intuition told him that he should get out of there as quickly as possible because he felt that the sudden sadness was not coming from the terminal but from something much bigger and more dangerous. It was the distinctive sound of an engine rapidly approaching them, and they had to decide what to do right now, because the situation was becoming more tense with every passing second. Giselle was scared as never before and begged Luca to help and save her, because she felt that she could not cope with what was coming at them with all its force. Luca didn't keep her waiting long and grabbed Giselle to avoid what was coming at them with such incredible speed, and his determination gave her hope for salvation. Luca was much stronger and faster because he reacted in time to the danger that appeared out of nowhere, and this gave him an advantage in this critical situation. He decided to hide behind a column in the building and now pondered what to do next, because every step he took could determine their fate. He understood that he was facing a powerful enemy who could harm not only him, but also his commander's daughter, so he had to be careful and think strategically. Giselle was very frightened and clung to Luca because he was her only hope for salvation, and every second of their communication gave her strength and confidence. But that wasn't the worst of it, because during the attack, Luca was injured and was now tearing his clothes to help himself, hoping that it wouldn't interfere with his plans. He was in pain, but he was used to constant pain during his training at the academy, and the method he used was enough to temporarily stop the problem that had arisen. He assumed that it was probably the most powerful combat drone that had attacked him, because it would be easy to deal with during its rapid movement, but it required maximum concentration and strength. However, the injury he had sustained prevented him from doing so, and he only had a regular knife hidden in his pocket, which made him anxious. He understood that it was probably because of what was around him and the built-in chip that no one understood what was happening, so the situation was difficult, and he had to act quickly. But he also knew that no one else could save Giselle, so he had to act immediately, because every moment could be decisive for their lives. Therefore, Luca was determined and ready to act at any moment to save not only his own life, but also Giselle's, because that was the most important thing in this critical situation. Giselle watched closely what was happening and watched Luca's expression as he planned what to do next, because the situation was becoming increasingly tense and required a quick response on their part. He noticed that she was looking at him intently and couldn't understand why she was silent and had such a strange expression on her face, because her eyes betrayed her anxiety and fear of the unknown. She asked him if he was hurt when he was damaged, because he looked as if he was completely unharmed, but he emphasized that he felt discomfort that would not let him rest. While they were talking, the robot began to attack them again, because it was just a machine following orders, and this forced Luca to quickly focus on protecting himself and Giselle. Luca couldn't think of what to do next, because he needed to find out the exact location of these drones in order to find a way to disable them and regain control. So he decided to use his eye to calculate the trajectory and save their lives, hoping that this would help him find a way out of this dangerous situation. He decided to seek help from the ground, which had the necessary knowledge to protect them, because in such circumstances, it was important to have support from all possible sources. Luca decided to act decisively and use cunning to achieve victory, and asked if she had a mirror with her, as it could be the key to their salvation. With the help of a mirror, he could find out where the robot that was constantly attacking them was located, which would give him a chance to react quickly in case of a new attack. He was able to find it to understand which side of the building it was located on, and this opened up opportunities for further action. When Luca caught him, he could attack and disable the robot to save himself and Giselle, because their lives depended on the speed of his actions. So he decided to attack it with his only weapon, a regular knife, hoping that it would be enough to stop the dangerous machine. The robot was an ordinary machine with a special program for destroying enemies, but it did not expect to be attacked with an ordinary knife, and this came as a surprise to it. Therefore, the blow was accurate, and Luki managed to neutralize it with a regular knife, which was a great achievement in this dangerous situation. But he knew that he should not let his guard down, and immediately decided to hide behind another column, as the robot could have had helpers who could cause harm. Luca hoped that he had managed to defeat him, but decided not to take any chances and wait until the allotted time had passed to make sure that everyone was safe. Suddenly, to his surprise, he realized that his mechanical eye was malfunctioning, and he couldn't understand what was happening, as this could indicate serious problems. He noticed that Giselle was behaving strangely and asked her if her communication was working, but she had a strange look on her face and was staring at a single point, which made him uneasy. But she emphasized, coming to her senses, that neither the internal nor the external communication lines were working now, and this complicated their situation in the face of danger. However, she continued to hear Barbara trying to talk to her in her head, and emphasized that she was trying to protect her and couldn't believe why she had betrayed her again. Barbara was in love with Luca, and knew that he could hear her perfectly, emphasizing that she was doing this for both of them, which further complicated the situation and increased the tension. Luca took the communication device from Giselle and listened carefully to what Barbara was saying. She emphasized that she wanted him to hate her even more, which caused him disappointment. But he didn't want to listen to this anymore, because he understood that he was talking to a girl who had lost all her sanity and was now being controlled by some unknown force that frightened him. Barbara decided not to say anything more, and suddenly disconnected from them. Luca emphasized that there was no need to listen to her conversation this time, as it would only complicate the situation. He emphasized that now was not the time to discuss the situation, but it was difficult for him to watch Giselle suffer because she was his friend. Luca understood that they needed to get to a safe place as quickly as possible, because he could endure anything, but now he was not alone, and the responsibility for Giselle lay with him. So together they headed back to the academy to be safe and be able to protect Giselle, as that was their priority in this dangerous situation. They moved slowly and cautiously, because Luca was constantly looking around, waiting for the possible appearance of new robots and ready for any turn of events. When they got closer to the academy, they saw a completely unexpected guest standing there, which surprised and alarmed them. He emphasized that he had arrived at the location, and when he turned around, they immediately recognized him as Felix, a good acquaintance of Luca's, which added new colors and possibilities to the situation. Felix emphasized that he was expecting them here and was glad that they had come, and Luca immediately guessed that this was an order from above, and Felix confirmed that he had once again distinguished himself among everyone else, because he was carrying out his mission. Luca emphasized that he had not been warned about this, and realized that they were talking about the commander's plan and the task he had given them, because he was her father, and this put everyone in a difficult position. Giselle couldn't believe what she was hearing because she never expected her father to decide to get rid of her after all, and this caused her deep disappointment and despair because she had always considered him reliable. Luca realized that she was worried and upset because, as expected, it was difficult for her to accept this, and he tried to find words to calm her down but didn't know how to do it. She was the daughter of the commander of the guards, but she was still just an ordinary girl, and it was not surprising that her feelings were shattered because her own father did not respect her, which was painful. Although she was an aristocrat, he sincerely felt sorry for her because now she was losing a father who, it seemed, should have loved her all her life, but instead, she felt abandoned. Felix looked at them and saw that Luca was wounded and asked how serious it was, because in such a situation it was important to know if he could continue to perform his duties. But Luca was in good spirits, and emphasized that he would definitely see him tomorrow, which meant that everything would be fine, because he believed in his strength and hoped that he would be able to overcome all difficulties. So he decided to give him his weapon right away so that he could defend himself without using his own body for quick movements and not worry about them, because the situation was too dangerous. Suddenly, Felix was contacted via a communication device and began to report on the situation, trying to convey all the information quickly because time was running out. He did not have time to tell everything, because his hand with the communication device was quickly knocked away, and they realized that they had been found, which caused them to panic and want to act immediately. So Luca immediately began to protect Giselle, hiding her behind his own body, because she was still the commander's daughter, and he couldn't let her get hurt. Luca felt that the shot was very close, but they couldn't see it, which surprised him because the guards were supposed to be trained and ready for anything. After all, there was not just one Imperial guard here, but two, and they still couldn't sense the enemy's approach, which meant that the situation was critical. He couldn't understand how experienced Barbara was, doing everything so quietly, and suddenly he heard her address him and offer to talk, which made him wary. Luca understood that if that shot had been fired seriously, everything would have ended very differently, so he needed to talk to her to understand her intentions and plans. He understood that he was now responsible not only for Giselle but also for his friend who had come to her aid, so he had to talk to her to find a way out of this dangerous situation. However, the Imperial guards had other plans, and with just a glance they were able to figure out what to do next, but they had to distract her so she couldn't get away. Luca decided to talk to her and emphasized that she did not know who she was going to talk to, hoping that she would talk to him for a long time, as this would give him time to think. But Barbara insisted that she knew she was talking to Imperial guards, and emphasized that she didn't have much time, so she would speak directly without unnecessary words, which made him anxious. Barbara remained convinced that she was taking on an even worse character, and emphasized that she was talking not only to Luke, but also to Felix, which put them in an even more dangerous situation. Meanwhile, Luke decided not to wait for a convenient moment, and immediately decided to attack, but he saw something he did not expect to see at all, as the situation was extremely tense and dangerous. Luca was very surprised because the robot was very different from those he had seen before, and could not understand how it had managed to capture an Imperial guard, as this was extremely difficult. The robot's entire body was hidden from their eyes, but certain parts of its body continued to appear, and it captured Felix, causing Luca to panic and want to act faster. The robot had a rather strange structure and seemed invisible, but the upper part of the robot was watching them closely, ready to attack at any moment. The robot wanted to attack them again, but continued to wait for the best moment to capture everyone at once, creating a sense of imminent danger. Luca realized that he was facing a robot in a full camouflage suit, and now it was clear why neither Luca nor Felix had been able to spot it, as it was extremely cunning. Now he realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, because they were in a vulnerable position. But unexpectedly, Giselle wanted to stop him. She felt guilty for everything that was happening and wanted to help by going to the robot voluntarily, hoping that this would stop the violence. But Luca wouldn't listen to her and insisted that he was trying to buy them time, explaining that when he gave the signal, she had to run away as fast as she could to save her life. Giselle wanted to argue because it was her fault that she had created this monster who hid behind a mask of sincerity and politeness, and now she felt guilty for potentially harming her loved ones. But Luca would not listen to her and said that there was no time to discuss the matter and that she should do as he said because the situation was critical and required decisive action without delay. Therefore, he continued to carry out his commander's orders, because he was an imperial guard who had to protect the commander's daughter's life, and this placed a great responsibility on him that he could not ignore. The moment came, and he told Giselle that she could run away while he continued to fight the robot, hoping that his sacrifice would not be in vain and that she would be able to escape. She tried to run as fast as she could because she was an ordinary person, unlike Luca, and felt that every second counted, so she focused all her attention on escaping. Luca continued to fight the robots that appeared out of nowhere, and, as promised, bought her time to escape by repelling their attacks with all his strength and determination. He was determined because he knew that completing the task his commander had given him was important and had to be done at any cost, even if it cost him his life. At the same time, he observed how these robots had the ability to move incredibly fast and change their position in space, so he couldn't attack them in time, which caused him to panic. The robot emphasized that it had no great desire to destroy such young people, and Luke began to realize that something strange was happening when suddenly the robot was behind him, ready to attack. It was as if he had entered into a training duel with them, because it did not attack him as hard as it could and urged him to get ready, because it could quickly end his life without any chance. Luca realized that he might not be facing just one of Barbara's mercenaries, but a retired bodyguard whose experience could be decisive in this duel. He had to focus all his attention on this fight, but instead he was distracted by various trifles that jeopardized his chances of victory. Luca knew that the robot, or former Imperial bodyguard, wanted to destroy him quickly and had specific orders to follow, so he had to be careful and strategic. He understood that his next move after possibly defeating him would be to kidnap Giselle as a hostage, which put him in an even more dangerous position. But Luca did not give up and continued his fight, hoping that this would give Giselle enough time to escape to a safer place, because her life was the most important thing to him. Luca understood that he had to come up with something, because the time was quickly approaching when he would run out of strength and would no longer be able to fend off his attacks, which put him in a critical situation. So he forced himself to think about what to do next, because it was very important for his future career and existence, as he could not afford to lose this battle. Luca understood that in this situation, the martial arts he had studied with his instructor could help him, so he gathered his last strength to put them into practice again. This allowed him to notice certain details that he had not noticed before, and to start calculating trajectories in a completely different way, which could give him an advantage in the fight. He was at the limit of his abilities, but he decided not to give up and to continue working to achieve victory, because it was a matter of life and death for both of them. It seemed to him that the way out was very close, and he realized that in order to successfully end this duel in his favor, he had to borrow Felix's sword, as this could be his chance. So he told his friend about it, and got rid of the weapon he had given him at the beginning, and planned his next moves to gain the upper hand in the fight with this dangerous opponent. After all, this weapon proved useless to him during the duel with this guard, who successfully dodged the bullets, and Luca realized that he needed a different approach to achieve success. Therefore, the decision was made almost immediately, and Luca hurried to grab the sword so that he could continue the fight with this guard, because time was running out and he had to act quickly. It was not easy because the sword was not his own, and was not custom-made, which slightly complicated the situation he was in, because he was not used to such a weapon. The guard noticed this and emphasized that he was sharing his sword with him without even looking at it first, which showed his confidence in his abilities. But the guard could also see that Luca possessed an ancient martial art that helped him completely ignore the weapon in his hand. This somewhat stopped the enemy, as he did not expect such a young opponent to possess this technique, but he quickly gathered himself and immediately decided to attack so as not to lose the initiative. His attack was quite strong, and Luca was unable to dodge it in time, as the enemy had a lot of strength and skills that he had probably accumulated over his years of experience, which put him in danger. The guard continued to fight him despite the fact that Luca now had a sword in his hands, which added tension to the battle, as both opponents were ready for anything. Now the guard did not want to kill him because he considered him a valuable soldier who could be used in the future for his own purposes, and this gave Luca some hope that he could survive. Luca realized that the guard's behavior had changed quickly, but he continued to work on his movements and the trajectory of his sword, trying to stay focused and not panic. He realized that the guard had seen his new fighting technique and now knew that he had mastered this art, but he wondered why he had changed his behavior, as it could be dangerous. Luca hoped that perhaps there was still a chance that Giselle had managed to escape, but he couldn't concentrate because of the constant anxiety that was preventing him from focusing on the fight. After all, it was difficult to fight such a criminal, and the guard suddenly stopped and asked him to back off, saying that it was not worth risking his life for someone else, which made Luca think about his actions. Luca had a different point of view and emphasized that the bodyguard probably thought he was a child and thought he was playing ordinary games, but that was not the case, because he was ready to fight to the end to protect Giselle. It was thanks to his high opinion of himself that he began to understand what was happening, because neither his injury, nor his martial arts skills, nor his personality mattered at all in this critical situation. The only thing that mattered to him now, and was worth more than anything else, was that Luca had an enormous reserve of inner energy that allowed him to continue fighting in such difficult conditions. And it was this energy that drove him forward and made him continue the fight again and again, because such self-confidence threw him off balance. But he couldn't stop because it was a matter of life and death. So he held his comrade's sword tightly in his hands and launched a new attack, trying to defeat this warrior, because he knew that every blow could be decisive in this battle. He expended more and more energy on this blow because he understood that he had to act and win this duel at any cost, as it could affect Giselle's fate. The guard continued to admire his level of training at such a young age, and could not believe that he was willing to give his life for an ordinary empire, which made him respect his opponent even more. At the same time, it was difficult for Luki to continue fighting, because he had an injury he had sustained earlier, and now it was bothering him more and more, preventing him from concentrating. But he ignored it and continued the duel because he believed in the Empire and its strength, and hoped that the commander would always be on his side, providing him with the necessary support. The guard emphasized that he should not doubt that he could destroy him, even if he admired his skills and abilities at such a young age, because experience always prevails over youth. Luca, in turn, emphasized that the Empire was irrelevant in this situation because he was acting as he saw fit and would not allow anyone to stop him. He continued to stand guarding the path down which Giselle was fleeing and had no intention of retreating at all, because it was his duty and he could not allow himself to betray her. Luca added that this was now a personal matter, as he had greatly angered him, and now he simply could not leave it unanswered, which gave him additional motivation in battle. The guard was impressed by this response and, surprisingly, began to laugh loudly at him, as he did not expect the young man to be so stubborn and determined in his intentions. He emphasized that he saw a rebel in him and stressed that he was not like a typical citizen of the Empire, and felt that they would meet again soon, which surprised Luca. He decided that he should give his name right away so that he could recognize him later, and emphasized that he was a Republican named Rick Kaiser, which sounded quite proud and confident. Luca rudely asked if he was a criminal, but he emphasized that he could at least call him a resistance fighter. But to Luca, this sounded like nonsense because he did not believe in his ideals. But Rick was surprised by his reaction, and emphasized that his opinion differed from that of his Republic, which made Luca think about his views. It was immediately apparent that the technology available in the Republic was very different from that of the Empire, which called into question the future advantages of both sides. After all, he could use his suit to move freely through the air, which gave him a significant advantage, but Luca was not going to give up without a fight. He slowly approached him, and it seemed as if he was not making any effort at all, which caused Luca some concern, as he did not know what to expect next. Unexpectedly, he changed his speed and quickly moved towards him, preparing to strike, which forced Luca to focus and prepare for defense. This was quite unexpected for Luca, because he had no idea that someone could move so fast, and it frightened him because he didn't know if he could withstand the attack. This well-aimed blow destroyed his mechanical limbs in a matter of seconds, and now he was powerless against this enemy, which made him feel hopeless in this situation. Rick continued to stare at him and did not stop to deliver another blow and attack him to show what he was capable of, because he wanted to demonstrate his strength and skill. Now his limbs no longer belonged to him, and were on the other side of him, making him feel powerless and afraid of what might happen next, because he was at the limit of his abilities. It was quite unusual to watch this Republican separate his limbs from his body with quick and precise movements as if it were a normal routine, and Luca couldn't believe what was happening to him. But Luca showed no signs of pain, even though the man insisted that he should beg for mercy, because in his eyes, there was a determination that would not allow him to give up even in such a critical situation. Surprisingly, Luca continued to smile and look him straight in the eyes, not rushing to say anything, believing that his confidence could impress his opponent and make him think about his own action. This Republican was determined and had an extremely powerful suit that allowed him to move with incredible speed, making him an even more dangerous opponent in this battle. It was difficult for him to hold on, and he was using his last ounce of strength to keep himself alive, as every movement required enormous effort, and he felt his strength leaving it. Rick emphasized that if he somehow managed to stay alive, Luca could say hello to his instructor, as this could be an important moment in their future lives. Rick added that he could also convey that he was doing well and feeling much better than before, which gave Luca some hope that everything might still end well. Luca did not remember what happened next, but he found himself in a hospital run by the Imperial Guard and felt a sense of relief because his life was now safe, although he did not yet know what would happen next. Felix, who was next to him, was badly injured but fortunately alive, and emphasized that his whole body was in severe pain because he had gone through terrible moments. Luca emphasized that he should stop and not move, because it was these movements that provoked the pain he was complaining about, and it was important that he did not worsen his condition. Luca understood that everything that had happened to him and his friend was important for understanding his future fate, and that he was lucky to be alive, as many would not have survived such a battle. After he fell, several guards arrived with Giselle and provided him with assistance, so he was not suffering like Felix, which made him grateful to his comrades. While he was thinking about what had happened and analyzing the situation that might await him in the future, the commander approached their ward, which caused him some concern. Luca hurried to get up, but the commander stopped him and asked him to continue lying down as he was comfortable, because his health was the most important thing in this situation, and he could not take any risks. He approached and sat down next to him, and it was strange to see him talking to his guards in a hospital ward, because usually commanders were so busy that they didn't have time for such conversation. The commander looked closely at Luke, and did not rush to say anything, perhaps wanting to give him time to recover before starting a serious conversation about what had happened. Luca decided to report the situation and said that Soldier Phoenix had fulfilled his duty to the very end and had stayed there until the last moment, because he believed in his mission and had no intention of retreating. But this was obvious to the naked eye, as he was lying next to him and had a special collar around his neck to stabilize it, which indicated the severity of his injuries. The commander said that he was now ready to hear his report and would stay as long as necessary, as it was important to get all the information about the situation at the academy. It took a long time for Luca to recount in detail the entire situation at the academy and how he had carried out his mission, which required great concentration. Luca told him about the Republican he had met and gave him the name he had been given, hoping that this would help the commander understand the importance of this information. The commander emphasized that this was not his real name, and that he was known by a different surname and was the most wanted criminal in the Empire, which caused Luca new concern. Luca honestly admitted that he had never heard of him before, but the commander explained that not all criminals are necessarily written about in the newspapers, especially if they are involved in the Empire's dark affairs, which shocked Luca. Now Luca understood that even the glorious and unquestionable Empire had certain dark secrets that no one ever knew or guessed about, and this made him think about his role in this system. Therefore, he rightly assumed that perhaps he was not dealing with an ordinary criminal, and the commander emphasized that he should reveal all the details of this operation in order to understand the situation. He explained that the operation was called Juliet and had been planned for several years. Its goal was to become one of the leaders of an anti-imperial organization called Revenge, which surprised Luca. Luca did not understand how one could become part of this organization, but the commander explained that it was a strictly isolated organization, and standard methods did not work here because they operated according to their own rules. He explained that the core of this organization had to be neutralized because they had many branches, so the commander explained that the plan had worked and their agent was already in the organization. The commander explained that this agent was none other than Barbara, because Revenge had hired her as a hacker, which raised new questions in Luca's mind about her true intentions and role in this whole story. He added that they had spent a long time training her and trying to attract the enemy's attention, and it had worked, although the commander had not expected her to be so crazy and unpredictable in her actions. Luca couldn't understand how they could sacrifice ordinary people for such a petty operation, as it seemed like heartless manipulation, and he felt outraged by such cruelty. After all, it was not only ordinary people who suffered, but also soldiers who were part of the Empire, and this called into question the morality of all the actions carried out as part of this operation, and his conscience began to torment him. He couldn't even understand how a commander could force his own daughter to take part in this operation and mock her, because it all looked like a game of chess where human life had no value. Therefore, Luca could not help but ask if his daughter knew about this operation, but the commander insisted that she should not know anything, and hinted that it would be better if she never found out in order to protect her. The commander looked at him intently, and emphasized that now he had to truly understand why he was telling him all this, because it could significantly affect his future life and choices. Luca understood that all that remained for him in the future was destruction, and that no achievements could save him from such a miserable end because he felt hopeless. The commander handed him a contract and told him to read it carefully and sign it. Luca felt that this could be a turning point in his life, because everything depended on this document. The commander continued to watch his reaction, and after he had read the document, he welcomed him into his family, because these were adoption papers, which made Luca feel unexpected joy. It seemed that everything should be fine, and Luca should be happy because he had achieved his goal, but inside he still felt anxious and uncertain about what would happen next. The commander informed him that the paperwork would take some time and that some of the current elders were quite attentive to this procedure, which made Luca feel a certain burden of responsibility. Luca received the necessary help at the hospital and was warned that he might feel some discomfort for a while, but he didn't care because his mind was preoccupied with other problems. He simply turned around and walked away because he did not want to be in that place anymore, and told Felix, who did not understand why he was leaving, that it was time for him to act and look for new opportunities for himself. Felix was in a slightly worse condition because his injury was much more serious, and he needed further treatment here, and Luca realized with regret that he could not stay with his friend. He wished him luck because he cared about his future and hoped that everything would be okay, because their friendship was an important part of his life, and he didn't want to lose that support. Luca returned to his training and was already in a special room equipped for this purpose, because he realized that only through hard work would he be able to achieve his goal. He couldn't believe that Barbara turned out to be such a powerful agent who had been on their side all along, and this caused mixed feelings in him, because he didn't know if he could trust her. He still couldn't shake the feeling he always got when he saw her, because she was a spy who belonged to the Empire, and that made him question all his feelings for her. But he remembered very well that her behavior and actions did not seem like a game at all, and that there was clearly something wrong with her. So perhaps she had been created specifically for this operation from the very beginning. Luca trusted his intuition, and he didn't think so at all, because it was impossible to believe that the Empire had created her specifically for this operation, as it contradicted all his ideas about justice. Now he began to analyze his entire past life and realized that he was born in the lower regions of the Empire, but managed to successfully escape from that shelter, which gave him hope for a better future. It was strange that he had been able to meet the instructor and learn this combat method, and now all his actions at the academy seemed strange to him, because he had never thought that this could be part of the plan. He had always thought and hoped that he was acting on his own free will and not on someone else's orders, but now this question began to bother him more and more. Luca hoped that he had managed to pass all the tests and escape his bad genes through his own efforts, but this was not the case, and he felt betrayed by his own hopes. However, he continued to convince himself that he should not give in to his doubts and continue on his path, because only then would he be able to achieve success and realize his dreams. He hoped that these were just his personal thoughts and suspicions, which the commander would refute by telling him all the details to test his loyalty and devotion. He understood that this chance would be unique and decisive in his life, because not only his future depended on it, but also the fate of his comrades and loved ones. Luca was sure that this chance had both advantages and disadvantages, because it was an opportunity to change his life once and for all, but he did not know if he was ready for it. Therefore, he decided to visit his instructor, who was happy to see him after his stay at the academy in another city, because their meeting could be an important step in his development. Luca emphasized that his stay there had been so wonderful that he almost stayed there forever, and the instructor, in turn, regretted that this had happened to Felix, because it was important for everyone. The instructor emphasized that Felix was an excellent student and hoped that everything would be fine for him, as he had always shown initiative, discipline, and respect for all his mentors. Luca looked at the drink he had received from the instructor and studied his own face in the reflection, wondering whether the instructor felt sorry for his friend or whether it was just a game. But he couldn't refuse the tea because it would have been rude and could have aroused unnecessary suspicion or even caused conflict. He thought long and hard about whether to tell him about his conversation with the Republican, but he had no other choice. So he passed on the greeting and emphasized that his friend was fine and that he had not forgotten his friends. The instructor was not surprised at all and only called him by his full name, adding that he was glad to hear that he was doing well, although it was hard to imagine that he could become such a criminal. Luca was surprised that he spoke so casually about him, as if he were an old acquaintance, but the instructor explained that they had worked together in the Imperial Guard, and his reflexes had been trained to do so. The instructor added that he was surprised to see Luca standing in front of him now, because after meeting him, people usually stayed where they were, and emphasized that he did not keep in touch. He explained that he was paid by the Empire, so it was not in his interest to do so, and asked if his student had already told the commander everything, as it could change his future. The instructor did not believe him because he knew very well what might await him as a result of Luca's words, so he immediately asked about the real reason for such concern and the desire to talk about it with him. Luca continued to study him intently and held the drink offered to him in his hands, not rushing to say anything yet, because he wanted to make sure the instructor was being honest. Suddenly, he asked the question that had been on his mind the entire time, because he was curious about what this martial art really was and why it was so important to the Empire. Luca explained that the Empire kept a special list of people who possessed this method, and that was why the Republican had not killed him, because of his unique skill. He was curious to understand how deeply the Empire had penetrated the lives of every person who existed within this structure, and how much they controlled even their thoughts. Now it was the instructor's turn to remain silent, and not rush to answer the question his student was so eagerly awaiting, because it was a question about the very essence of the Empire's power. The instructor put the cup on the table and emphasized that Luca had gotten to the heart of the matter sooner than they could have expected, and now had to know the truth about the history of the Empire. He emphasized that for an ordinary student, he already knew a lot, so he warned him that he had to understand what this meant, and Luca was already beginning to realize the importance of this. The instructor began to explain that many years ago, the first uprising had taken place in the Empire, which was well known to everyone, and it was this uprising that had changed everything, including the very system of martial arts. He emphasized that the leader of this uprising was a former advisor to the Empire who was a great figure and worked on combat theories, control, and special implants. The leader understood that a direct confrontation with the Imperial army was pointless, so he decided to use guerrilla warfare tactics, avoiding casualties and gradually destroying important targets. And that is how he discovered this martial art, which allowed him to harness the hidden powers of the body and direct them towards effective combat against the Empire. That is why this method got its name, and now it is a valuable opportunity for the development of young talents capable of becoming not just soldiers, but true agents of influence. Luca realized that the basis of everything they were taught at the Academy and the Empire was the result of the rebels, although they were constantly told that it was exclusively an imperial tradition. Thanks to this method, the rebel leader was able to resist the Empire and took only those who were suitable for this method, making them leaders in local battles. Luca could not deny that this combat method was perfectly suited to guerrilla warfare, and helped in this, as its techniques were aimed at precision rather than strength. He understood that brain damage was of no importance to guerrilla fighters, as they were not regular troops and needed flexible, variable tactics. Despite all the large-scale purges of the Empire, the rebel leader and his small group always found ways to survive using their connections, intelligence, and cunning. They spread out across the Empire, gathering special materials exclusively for strikes on key targets to inflict maximum damage with minimal losses. They were not afraid of being caught because all they had to do was drop their excess cargo and continue moving toward their goal, changing their location and appearance in a matter of minutes. Luca began to understand the whole picture in the Empire, because the rebels could easily disguise themselves as ordinary citizens and remain undetected for years. But practitioners of this martial art could compete without the help of technological implants, remaining invisible to checks and not arousing the suspicion of the guards. Luca understood why the Republican had given him a chance to live, because it became clear why the Empire kept a separate list of practitioners of this martial art. They were more valuable than they seemed at first glance. He asked how the Empire had managed to find the leader of these rebels, but the instructor explained that it was quite simple. They destroyed anyone who aroused even the slightest suspicion of treason. Luca was shocked because it meant that the Empire didn't care who was a rebel and who was just a regular person. All they cared about was their own safety and control. The instructor continued, saying that according to rumors, many areas had been turned into deserts, and even martial arts masters had not been able to escape a brutal end. Luca understood that this was probably secret information from the Empire's history, but the instructor explained that it was more of a story that was not told, unless one searched for it deliberately and deeply in the archives. After all, the betrayal of a key figure in the Imperial Army was a painful fact that the Empire never wanted to admit publicly, as it would undermine trust in the entire system. Now it was surprising to realize that the instructor of the Imperial Guards who trained them had the ability to master this martial art, which was considered forbidden and dangerous. Luca was impressed, but did not know how to react to the story he had just learned, and emphasized that the commander had sent him here on an important and secret mission. The instructor emphasized that he already knew what the mission was, and suggested that the commander most likely suspected him of having ties to the rebels, even if there was no evidence. It was strange to see him just sitting there smiling, emphasizing that Luca had guessed everything correctly from the very beginning, even before the official request. The instructor explained that the commander had probably been working for a long time to find evidence of his connection with the former leader of the uprising, as this would be a huge victory for him. After all, it would give him a wonderful opportunity to immediately join the ranks of the highest Imperial Guards and secure a privileged life that many only dream of. But Luca had a different opinion on the matter and insisted that he did not believe that the instructor had no connection with these people, because there was something too confident and opaque about his behavior. The instructor simply disagreed with him and added that the commander thought otherwise, then advised him to look for traces of his past somewhere on the lower floors of the old academy building. The instructor added that this could help him advance his career, but Luca couldn't understand how anyone could be so calm with constant suspicions surrounding them. Now Luca's brain was working even faster because he didn't even know his own commander's past, and that added even more questions to the overall picture of the situation. So it was interesting to see how much he really knew, and whether he had already predicted all this when he sent Luca to the instructor in the first place. So the guy decided to reveal the truth to him. The instructor did not expect any other reaction from his student, but continued to stand and watch silently as he walked away, finally saying that he would be happy to see him again sometime. Luca hurried away from the instructor because the number of thoughts swirling in his head was overwhelming. Everything seemed confusing and unclear. The behavior of these two people seemed strange to him because he did not understand how to act in this situation, as he was now faced with an extremely difficult moral choice. He quickly ran away from the instructor and stopped in a part of the academy that he knew well from childhood, as he had spent many hours here training and studying. Luca needed a moment to collect his thoughts, so he leaned his back against a nearby wall and continued to think about everything he had heard and seen that day. It seemed to him that both the commander and the instructor considered him an ordinary boy who could be manipulated in different directions, using him as an obedient tool. Luca understood that for the commander, he was just a means by which he and the instructor could obtain information about each other while hiding their true intentions. Luca couldn't understand how much longer he would have to walk this dangerous path, because the instructor was becoming more and more mysterious, and he wanted to find out who he really was. He began to search for information about the former leader of the uprising, but could find nothing in official sources, and was already thinking of giving up when something compelled him to keep going. So he decided to follow his instructor's advice and search for the past in the past, because he had to take every opportunity to find out the whole truth. He understood that in order to learn more about the instructor, he would have to go to the lower floors of the academy, and he decided to do so without delay. The thought kept spinning in his head that the commander of the Imperial Guards was using him, suspecting the instructor of treason, while the instructor himself was silently playing his game, remaining calm. The words the instructor had said about looking for information on the lower floors were intriguing. Why he had said that, and what he hoped to achieve, remained a mystery. Luca understood that this might be a trap, and that the instructor deliberately wanted him to return to the lower areas, where there might still be remnants of the rebels, in order to eliminate him without leaving any traces of suspicion. But he couldn't argue with the fact that maybe the instructor was just testing him and was part of some grand plan that none of the ordinary students even suspected. Luca decided that he would no longer allow himself to be manipulated and would not let himself be controlled so easily. But now it was too late. He had to prepare to search for his former instructor. After all, he understood that he could become easy prey for those who were actually hiding something. So he had to prepare not only his body, but also his mind to withstand any psychological pressure. But first, he decided to visit his commander and report on his conversation with the instructor, emphasizing that the latter was clearly trying to manipulate the situation for a specific purpose. The commander suggested that the Republican who had attacked Luca could have been carrying out an unofficial task related to the instructor, which could explain their possible collusion. Luca understood that he was not being touched because there was no direct evidence at the moment, but decided not to ask unnecessary questions if there were reasons why he could not know the whole truth right now. The commander was impressed by the loyalty of his future son, and emphasized that he was telling him these things only because he trusted him deeply and believed in his ability to act independently. He added that the order to start this investigation came from much higher up than the Imperial Guards because they believed that the instructor could lead them to the rebels. Luca couldn't understand why such an important position had been given to him, but the commander explained that the instructor had threatened to leave if he didn't get it, and that his talent was obvious. The commander asked if he had provided all the necessary information that could help Luca get his bearings and draw the right conclusions in this difficult and tense situation. But Luca continued to silently observe the commander's facial expressions, trying to read his emotions, which were almost imperceptible, as if carefully hidden behind a mask. He emphasized that he had been observing the instructor for a long time and had not noticed any weaknesses in him. He was overly cautious, always reserved, and never spoke about his true intention. However, the commander did not want to listen, and emphasized that Luca should not complain because he was the only one capable of completing this mission, which was why it had been entrusted to him. After all, over the past few decades, they had given the instructor many students, but no one had come as close to him as Luca, so it was obvious that he liked him. Luca was impressed that the commander had noticed such a subtle detail, and did not want to further exacerbate the conflict that could arise from an unfortunate word or the wrong question. He kept himself under control as much as possible, because even the slightest movement or emotion could betray his inner turmoil and create the wrong impression. But Luca had a strong inner core, and stated directly that he needed significantly more authority than a regular student if he was to act effectively and without restrictions. Therefore, the commander decided to take him on a short trip without revealing all the details, and they set off together on a ship, leaving the academy behind for a few days. From the very beginning of the journey, they were silent, watching each other's movements closely, as if trying to understand who would speak first or break the silence. The commander asked if Luca was nervous, watching his eyes and body movements, because in such missions even small details can reveal a person's true mood. However, Luca decided to tell the truth and said that he was a little nervous, because it would be dishonest to say otherwise, especially when the situation required maximum concentration. He reported that he had already handed over the list of necessary powers, including permission to move between the upper and lower areas, and extended access to restricted areas. He emphasized that he now had official permission to carry a weapon while conducting the investigation, and could use special methods if necessary. Most importantly, he had gained access to a high-level database, which was more than enough to begin a real search for the truth that everyone was trying to hide. But even that might not be enough, because at any moment he could be removed from the list, so he had to use every minute to get as much information as possible. He understood that such activities were not the dream of an Imperial Guard, but he did not want to spend his life doing dirty work, especially after what he had learned recently. The commander emphasized that he was speaking to him frankly, and explained that he had received this order from above, adding that if orders came to cover up the case, he would do so together with him. However, he decided to support Luca and promised that he would do everything in his power to protect him, regardless of how events unfolded. He added that this was precisely why he had taken Luca into his family, because he wanted to protect him like his own son and give him a chance to live his life not as a tool, but as a human being. He gave him a special document confirming his involvement in the case, and Luca held it in his hands, watching the commander's reaction closely, noticing the slightest changes in his expression. Therefore, his future life was completely in the hands of the commander of the Imperial Guards, even though Luca did not like such formalities, considering them just part of a game he did not want to play. The commander emphasized that since Luca had become a member of the family, he should call him father, but Luca replied that it would be better to give him instructions on how to behave in front of others, and that all orders would be obeyed without question. The commander was impressed by his student's modesty and directness, but he skillfully hid his surprise, keeping a stern calm on his face, as if such answers were heard every day. He replied that Luca could behave as usual because his naturalness would be a good example for other children, but Luca did not quite understand what the commander meant by this. Luca still did not understand what the commander had in mind this time, but for the sake of his own safety, he decided to endure all the inconveniences and simply wait for further instructions. As he continued to ponder the rapid changes in his life and tried to come up with a plan of action, one of the crew members announced that the ship had almost reached its destination. The ship began a rapid descent, and they approached the location that had been designated as the arrival point, with the commander sitting calmly and watching the landscape below. The commander looked unusually anxious, and admitted that he still could not get used to the view in front of him, even though he had visited this place many times over the years. Now Luca finally understood that they had arrived at the commander's home, and the commander confirmed his guess, noting that this was where he had spent his entire childhood and gone through important stages of his development. Luca looked out the ship's window and saw something incredible, a grandiose building with a huge number of details that instantly caught his attention and aroused his genuine interest. The ship continued to descend gradually, and they were getting closer and closer to the surface, where they were waiting to be taken inside and perhaps introduced to the rest of the family. The mansion where the commander lived was extremely grand, and it was obvious that a family with noble roots lived here, preserving traditions and valuing luxury and order in everything. Each room was impressive in its luxury, demonstrating refined taste and impeccable style, evidence that this family had wealth, influence, and a long history of power. But the commander decided not to introduce him to the others right away, explaining that after a long journey, Luke needed to rest, and that he had already prepared a separate room for him. He said he would tell the others about Luca a little later, while Luca decided to watch what was happening in the courtyard from the window of his new room. After observing, he saw that all the members of the family treated the head of the clan with respect, and grew tired, just thinking that now he too had to be among them. But he understood well that he was not better than them. He was weaker, and therefore had to listen to the stronger ones if he wanted to survive and achieve his own goals in this difficult environment. He couldn't believe that the life he had once only imagined in his dreams while living in shelters had now become a reality, albeit not quite as he had imagined it before. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and guests entered without invitation, among them Giselle, who said that he had become part of the family after all, and that now everything would change. Standing before him was Giselle, the girl with whom he had recently studied at another academy, and meeting her was so unexpected that he could barely contain his surprise. Giselle unexpectedly apologized for her behavior during their last meeting, admitting that her emotions had gotten the better of her, but that this was no excuse for her inappropriate actions. Luca assured her that he did not hold a grudge, and added that anyone could have been confused in a similar situation, so he had long since put it behind him and did not consider her guilty of anything serious. She admitted that she had recently visited Felix in the hospital, but was disappointed and upset that he did not recognize her, as if their entire history had disappeared forever. Luca said that she should not feel guilty because Felix was doing his duty as an imperial guard, and he just wanted to reassure her, even though he did not understand everything himself. He explained that he always tells the truth and is not prone to paying attention to emotions, but Giselle suddenly said that he now reminds her of a blue flame, strong, bright, and whole. She added that he had hidden his needles, an obvious reference to his usual aloofness, and asked if he remembered what they had talked about during their last conversation. Without waiting for an answer, she declared that she would keep her word and support him when he became a member of her family, because that was what she had promised then, and she had no intention of changing her mind. Luca replied that he had told her the truth then, and was now ready to make an agreement with her because her current behavior was much better than anything he had seen before. Her actions were more in line with the imperial aristocracy, and in response, she assured him that she would share important information with him as a token of her gratitude for his support and honesty. She understood perfectly well that her father had not told Luca any important details, because he was one of those people who did not pay attention to trifles, even if they might offend or frighten someone. So she took out her personal hologram device and showed him the faces of her family members, emphasizing that he should be especially wary of her two older brothers, because they were unpredictable. She explained that his appearance caused them great anxiety, which easily turned into anger, although Luca couldn't understand why, since he wasn't their biological brother and wasn't claiming any inheritance. But Giselle explained that their family was military and her older brothers had serious flaws, so it was he, a newcomer with potential, who could be the ideal candidate for the role of the next head of the family. At the same time, she warned him that this was a dangerous situation because, not being a biological son, Luca would automatically be perceived as a threat, and his brothers would try to eliminate him by any means possible. She continued to describe the nuances of family dynamics, but did not expect Luca to suddenly ask her, "And what position do you occupy in this strange hierarchy?" This surprised her a little. Luca did not understand why Giselle was not interested in becoming the head of the family, since she was intelligent and strong, but she just shrugged and said that she should not discuss it with him. This topic was obviously painful for her, and she quietly replied that she had no desire to rule the family, but if someone tried to destroy her or her loved ones, she would not stand aside. She added that her future was not in family feuds because she had other plans, but Luca insisted that a unique opportunity was opening up for her that should not be ignored. Luca smiled slightly and, looking her in the eyes, said, "It's not just me talking now, it's your older brother," which confused her even more and made her think about their relationship. Her face was filled with emotions ranging from surprise to confusion, because she did not expect this ordinary student from the academy to turn into a person who threatened the stability within her family. Giselle was struck by his words and stared silently into his eyes for a few seconds, then realized it was a joke, and suddenly laughed loudly, as if releasing the tension. Her laughter was sincere, loud, and joyful, echoing throughout the room and causing even the guards outside the door to look at each other in surprise, as they had not heard her laugh so heartily in a long time. She still couldn't believe that Luca seriously intended to support her at this critical moment, and this unexpected concern sincerely impressed her, although she had never expected such an attitude. Luca explained that he would keep his promise, but warned her that if she ever turned against him, he would not hesitate, because in the war for truth, he always chose his own path. They shook hands, sealing an agreement that was more like an alliance between two equal allies who, although from different worlds, now counted on each other in critical moments. Giselle smiled at him and called him brother, but immediately added that it was the first and last time she would do so, as she had no intention of repeating such sentimentality in the future. Luca just nodded slightly, and replied that he was not surprised at all because he had never expected her to call him brother all the time. He was simply not used to such forms of relationship. Time passed, and the moment came when Luca had to appear before the commander's entire family. Although he was a little nervous, he understood that there was no other way, because this was an important step in his mission. He was well aware that he had a slight advantage, being acquainted with Giselle, and there was even an agreement between them that gave him a chance to get support from at least one side if necessary. All the family members gathered in the large hall, sitting at a long table to meet the new member of the family, and the atmosphere was quite tense, though restrained. Giselle entered first, looking closely at everyone sitting at the table, as if reading all their signals, and Luca followed her calmly and confidently, although his heart was beating faster. Luca immediately noticed how closely the others were watching him, especially those sitting closer to the head of the table, as they were the most influential and could become his allies or enemies. The two brothers who were vying for the role of commander's successor watched Luca silently, without saying a word, but their eyes betrayed that they had already begun to play against him in their hearts. In addition to the brothers, another figure was watching him closely, Ava, the commander's wife. Although she was silent, her gaze was piercing, and revealed her inner assessment of his every move. She was a sophisticated, influential woman who remained calm, looked at him slightly condescendingly, and said that she had heard enough about him and would see if he lived up to his words. Luca understood that she probably hated him, even though she did not show it openly, and this coldness on her part was entirely predictable given her position and influence in the family. Ava showed him where to sit until the head of the family arrived, and Luca respectfully replied that he would obey her as if she were his mother, and he meant it sincerely. She cautiously warned him not to draw unnecessary attention to himself, because she knew her husband's character, and was sure that he would not defend him if a conflict arose. And just at that moment, when the silence lingered a little, heavy footsteps sounded in the hall, and the commander, who was also the head of the family, entered, and everyone immediately stopped talking and rose from their seats. He had a rather strange expression on his face, but it was impossible to tell exactly what he was thinking. Without looking at anyone, he calmly said that it was time to start dinner, because everyone was already gathered. So when the whole family gathered at the table, several members took turns thanking the defender of humanity and father of the nation, thanks to whom they were able to sit together at the same table today. The first emperor was considered the protector and founder of the nation, and everyone present knew of their duty to honor his memory, because it was thanks to him that this mighty empire existed. Even the head of the family showed deep respect for his emperor, believing that it was only thanks to his wisdom that the family could sit together today as one in peace and harmony. After the ceremony of honor was over, everyone carefully began their dinner, observing the silent etiquette and closely watching the atmosphere in the room, which was becoming more tense with every passing minute. Most of those present cast curious glances at the newcomer, Luca, about whom they had heard a lot, but only now had the opportunity to see him with their own eyes and form an impression. Luca did not share their joy and solemnity, but he did not show it openly, only watching intently as events unfolded, carefully noting the behavior of everyone at the table. He understood that all eyes were inevitably on him, because he was a new and unfamiliar element in the large hierarchy of this family, and everyone was trying to assess him. A few minutes before dinner, Luke managed to tell Giselle that her older brothers were clearly afraid of him, because they saw him as a rival for the inheritance, and not just a casual guest. Giselle agreed with him and noted that their behavior was not surprising, because the brothers had probably already gathered all the available information about him to determine the level of threat he posed. The eldest brother, Nicholas, had deliberately refused any implants, choosing the path of a bureaucrat, and already had influential connections in the government that could help him become the successor. His brother Jeff was less educated but an ideal soldier, supported by a significant part of the family because he embodied discipline, strength, and the traditional image of a leader. Luca realized that his presence at this table was already a challenge, and Giselle warned him that his brothers might humiliate him by bringing up the past to undermine his authority. Therefore, he behaved as cautiously as possible, following all the rules as Giselle had advised, although he could see how closely his every word and movement was being watched. He was familiar with aristocratic etiquette, but suspected that his commander, now his adoptive father, wanted something completely different from him, perhaps something unwritten. Now he was no longer just a commander to him, but almost a father, albeit not a biological one. But Luca still habitually called him commander in his thoughts, which seemed a little strange. Luca did not take his eyes off the family, but he paid particular attention to the man he now had to consider his father, who sat silently, concentrating and seemingly thinking about something. And although everything inside him was tense, Luca told himself that he would do everything possible to live up to his new father's expectations, even if it meant going against his nature. Although Giselle felt a little strange in this situation, she behaved confidently, as she had been accustomed to such dinners since childhood, and knew when it was better to remain silent and when to intervene. Luca decided that now was the moment to take the first step, not to run away, but to attract attention and show that he was not afraid of challenges. The other members of the family were just waiting for this because they wanted to find even the slightest excuse to laugh at his mistakes, especially if he broke even one rule of etiquette. But Luca did it on purpose. He deliberately broke a minor tradition to see who would be the first to lose their temper and use it as an excuse for conflict during dinner. One of his brothers, Jeff, stood up abruptly and said with feigned respect that he didn't want to start the evening with criticism, but he had no choice and had to say something. He stated that Luke's behavior was unacceptable and, although he did not know how he had been raised, he hoped that he at least understood where the line between respect and insolence lay. Jeff fell into the trap set by Luca because he himself provoked the conflict and drew attention to himself while Nicholas silently watched and analyzed the situation. Now it became clear to Luca that Nicholas was his real rival because he did not act directly, but allowed his brother to get involved in the conflict so that he could later take advantage of his weakness. Jeff continued to hint that even if his father had accepted Luca into the family, it meant nothing, but he did not have time to finish because Luca confidently stated that he already had something to be proud of. Luca firmly emphasized that he had awards that Jeff would never receive, and that in a short period of time he had earned more than someone who was simply born into the right family. Some of those present at the table couldn't help but smile or even laugh because they understood that Luke wasn't just responding, he was clearly showing that he wasn't afraid and was ready to fight. It was obvious that Luca had emerged victorious in this first verbal battle, and Jeff and those who had openly supported him did not like it. So he decided not to wait any longer and wanted to challenge him to a real duel to prove his superiority. But Luca was not afraid because he emphasized that he had been trained under the supervision of a legendary combat commander from the First Army. This was almost the last straw for Jeff. He reached for his weapon to officially challenge Luke, even though they were sitting at the same table with all their relatives at a family dinner. But at that moment, Nicholas decided to intervene and clearly stated that they should immediately stop this quarrel because it was clear to everyone that it would not help resolve the conflict, but only worsen the situation. Jeff tried to justify himself, saying that he only wanted to give some advice to the new member of the family, as an older brother, but his words sounded false and did not convince the others at the table. However, it was clear to everyone that Luca was well-mannered and knew the rules of behavior, so Jeff's comments seemed more like an attempt to throw him off balance out of jealousy. Everyone understood that Luca had done this deliberately to test Jeff. He was provoking him not out of ignorance, but as part of a strategy to identify his brother's weaknesses. Luca calmly continued his dinner, enjoying the taste of the exquisite dishes as if nothing had happened, his face remaining impassive, like a mask of calm. Apologizing casually, he said that it was his mistake, that he sometimes forgets himself, as it is not the first time he has been in the company of aristocrats, but rarely in such a tense circle. He added that he was nervous because it was his first time attending such an important family gathering, and that it meant a lot to him, even though he didn't show it. Jeff sat with his fists clenched, trembling with rage, but he couldn't do anything because of the presence of others, and this powerlessness further damaged his authority. Then Nicholas suddenly asked Luke if it was true that he had received a medal in the shape of a sword, and noted that this was quite a serious achievement for a student, even though he himself was not a military man. Luca shrugged and replied that it was a common award among those who had completed basic academy training, and Nicholas smiled and noted that now Luca could pursue this path with peace of mind. Both began to gently tease Jeff, and although they did so politely, the atmosphere became unbearable for him, and he could barely restrain himself from exploding in front of everyone. Nicholas calmly continued his dinner, emphasizing that he believed in his brother's abilities and had no doubt that he would achieve great things, but that he should not lose his dignity. Jeff responded by emphasizing that their father was a famous commander, and that was why he dreamed of the day when he could take part in a real battle to prove his worth. Nicholas replied that he understood his desire, but urged him not to read too much into simple words, as arguments often arise from misinterpretation. Luca watched this scene with interest, feeling as if he were not in a family, but in the political arena, where every step mattered and every word could be fatal. He could see that beneath the surface of the dinner, there was an old conflict that had been brewing between the brothers for years, and was now beginning to break through like a crack in a rock. But that didn't matter to Luca. He understood that he had been invited into the family for precisely this complex role, and that he would have to learn to navigate this chaos. Deep down, he smiled because he knew he had just won the first round, even though he didn't show anything on the outside, maintaining complete concentration as he had been taught at the academy. It was Eva's intervention that stopped the conflict. She looked sternly at everyone and, saying only a few words, returned the atmosphere to a more traditional dinner. She went out to the guests and officially announced that his name was now Lucas, and that from now on he should be called that in the family circle, in accordance with aristocratic traditions. Lucas noticed that after that, numerous friends and allies of the family began to approach him, greeting him, although he did not even have time to remember most of their names due to the excessive attention. After the wave of congratulations, he was able to talk to Giselle, and she admitted, albeit cautiously, that she was impressed by his ability to control the situation and hinted at Nicholas's resemblance to his father. Thus ended the first day with the family. The obligatory dinner, meeting everyone, and the first tests were behind him, so Lucas was able to go to his room to rest. But he didn't expect to be able to sleep because the scene at the table had been a real spectacle that had impressed even him, a seasoned student from the lower levels. Soon his father came to see him, saying that he knew he was still awake because he himself could not sleep after dinner and had decided to talk to him one-on-one. The commander apologized for the late visit, but emphasized that he should always remain neutral, at least outwardly, because it was important for the balance of power in the family. Despite these words, it was clear that he was satisfied, as his eyes shone with ironic respect because he saw which of his sons was actually capable of resisting and playing by the family rules. It was a strange scene. The former commander and now father simply sat in his chair, staring at the fire in the fireplace and silent, as if weighing his thoughts before his next move. But Luca did not want to share his admiration for strong drinks, so he calmly refused, explaining that martial arts were enough for him and that he needed to stay in shape every day for the sake of his service. The commander decided to continue the conversation and advised that sometimes excessive correctness is harmful because true humanity is not perfection, but the ability to make mistakes and remain sincere. Luca did not quite understand why he needed this humanity, but the commander added that it was precisely such honest, inflexible people who were destroyed first because they could not adapt to the new order. Luca couldn't fully understand what the commander meant, but decided not to delve deeper, saying that it was a festive evening and it was better to think about his family rather than dark philosophical topics. The commander then advised him to find a peaceful hobby that was not related to fighting and violence, because even soldiers sometimes need rest, otherwise they can break down inside. Luca was impressed because he had never seen the commander so warm, almost fatherly, and when he put his hand on his shoulder, it felt completely new and even a little strange. But the commander did not stay long. He got up, wished him a good night, and left, leaving Luca alone so that he could rest after an emotionally exhausting first day. Luca remained alone and continued to ponder his father's words, trying to understand what exactly he wanted to convey, because for Luca it was something new to hear such things from such a person. It was already difficult enough for him to constantly train his body and improve his technique, and the thought of additional classes that would take up his time seemed like an unnecessary burden. He didn't want to become like instructor Eli, who always hesitated when making decisions because of his emotion. Luca believed that a soldier must act quickly, decisively, and without inner doubts. But if that wasn't the case, then why did the commander come to him and say things that sounded more like warning, or even an attempt to change his vision of a warrior's career? Only later did Luke realize that the commander had come not as a commander, but as a father, a simple man with his own weaknesses, who was trying to establish a connection through simple conversation. It seemed strange to listen to advice that had no strategic value, did not train strength, did not prepare for battle. It was something new, more like parental care. The next day, Lucas had to go to the lower floors because he wanted to learn more about his instructor, so exploring the house did not cause him much enthusiasm or interest. But Giselle offered her help. She decided to show him around the house and show him everything that might be interesting, because the family home had many secrets. She led him to a large warehouse where there was something so unexpected and impressive that Lucas froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. It was a specialized weapons warehouse, not just a room, but an entire complex where equipment, armor, and suits belonging to the family commander himself were stored. There were rows of combat suits, technical modules, holographic screen modifiers, and devices, all of which were part of the family's arsenal, collected over decades. Luca was surprised when Giselle admitted that this was partly her territory. He did not expect her to be so deeply involved in technical and combat matters, which did not match her appearance. Giselle explained that in their family, women were responsible for weapons, their maintenance, and servicing, because only women could be completely trusted with the preservation of true power. Luca couldn't believe that even Ava was involved in this, with her grace, calmness, and outward gentleness. It seemed impossible, but it was yet another discovery about this family. Giselle said that Eva still took care of her father's body, and although Luca thought it was strange, she assured him that this practice was an ancient tradition with a deep meaning. After all, Only through this tradition could one see the true level of trust between spouses and be convinced of the sincerity of their bond. It was a test that weak unions could not pass. While Giselle was talking about all these things, she didn't notice that Luca had stopped and was looking closely at one of the items lying deeper in the hangar. It had clearly caught his attention. He froze, watching the object that was placed among the others. It was not just a weapon, but something that made him feel reverence, as if he were looking at a living creature. Luca looked closely at the fighter's suit. It was massive, shiny, reinforced with external shields, and it seemed that every element of it was designed for absolute dominance in battle. He noticed that the right arm was more massive than the left, with additional layers of metal, and it looked like it was deliberately designed for hand-to-hand combat or enhanced striking power. It became clear to him that this modification gave a great advantage in close combat, because it allowed the wearer to concentrate their strength on a single point. It was the perfect weapon for one-on-one combat. Giselle noticed that he lingered near this piece of armor, and explained that they kept dozens of unique items here because each piece had its own history and meaning. She said that this suit was special, named Scylla, and belonged to Agatha, the founder of their family, who created the first combat tradition and introduced women into the military culture of the family. She explained that now it was an antique that weighed very little compared to the other weapons, but for the family, it was a relic because there were no other models like it left, and it was the only reminder of the ancient craftsmanship. Luca carefully examined the armor, which had been created specifically for one person, and could not understand how long ago it had been made, because even now it looked frightening and impressive. So he decided to remember this moment as one of the most vivid, because observing things from the past that were of great importance to the modern generation was truly exciting. Then they set off with the commander to a deserted place. Luke didn't quite understand where they were going, but he suspected that something important or even dangerous lay ahead. The commander explained that they were going to the elders, those who deliberately avoided contact with others because they should not influence matters directly, although they were important advisors to the family. Luca agreed because he believed that the head of the family should not be a puppet, but that the experience and wisdom of the elders could really help make the right decisions at the most important moments. They approached an incredible building in the middle of the forest. It was decorated with intricate symbols and completely hidden among the trees, as if deliberately designed to keep its secrets safe. The commander explained that there were not many elders, as few lived long enough to attain such status, because here, age equaled experience, and experience was their main value and strength. Luca asked if there were those who opposed his adoption, but the commander reassured him, saying that they were few and did not have a decisive influence on the decision. The commander explained that some of them simply remained silent without expressing their position, but in this environment, silence is interpreted as consent unless otherwise stated. Therefore, the elders' decisions are usually unanimous, but even if someone expresses disagreement, it does not lead to conflict, as their role is only advisory, not prescriptive. Luca was surprised by how the elders' decision-making system worked, but he did not express his thoughts, just silently following the commander without distracting him. The commander added that although the structure seemed ancient and fragile, it was actually very strong, having been built to withstand the passage of time, and had survived many storms and conflicts. Luca climbed the long stairs and felt a little tense. He sensed a strange atmosphere, as if the entire space was saturated with memories, silence, and inexpressible respect. They walked through endless corridors that seemed like a labyrinth, and each step echoed off the walls like an echo, speaking of the eternity of this place that lived its own life. There was a dim light around them, barely illuminating the space, but Luca could see objects near the walls, each of which held a secret or a memory of distant times. They reached a massive door, and the commander knocked 3 times. This was a signal, and someone inside responded, and the door slowly opened to welcome the guests. Luca was nervous because this was his first meeting with the elders. The very fact that he had been invited to such a conversation was a sign of recognition of his importance and potential. The hall where the elders sat was not impressive in terms of wealth. On the contrary, it was simple but bright, and the chairs they sat in looked ancient and symbolic. One of the elders addressed the commander by name, but another remarked that formalities should be observed and that he should be addressed as Sir, even though the commander himself said that he was just a grandson here. Luca was shocked to learn that one of the elders was his commander's grandfather, but he could not clearly see the elders' faces because they were completely covered with dark cloaks. The commander announced Lucas's name and explained that he had come with him to consult about his future in the family, and asked permission to discuss it openly in front of everyone. The elders watched Lucas silently until one of them said that he had heard about him and suggested that he would be able to survive at any cost, even if he had to cross the line. One of the elders called him closer, addressing him by name. It was an unusual display of friendliness that made Lucas feel both excited and slightly wary. Luca couldn't ignore such a direct invitation, so he began to approach cautiously, trying to remain calm and not show his inner tension, which was growing with every step. But the elder asked him to come closer, saying that the distance was still too great for them to see each other, feel each other's presence, and understand who they were dealing with. Luca was very nervous because he didn't know how to act. He wanted to run away, but he gathered his willpower and, without stopping, took a few more steps forward toward the center of the hall. Even when he got closer, Luke couldn't see the elder's face. The cloak was too thick, and the fabric completely hid any emotions, which could have been either threatening or kind. And then something unexpected happened. The elder placed his hand on Luca's cheek and said softly that he was still a child, and that in this cruel world, his main goal was to survive despite all the trials. He added that in order to survive, he must learn not to be fascinated by the outside world, but to completely absorb it, even if it means sacrificing himself and losing a part of himself. Luca understood that he must be referring to future difficulties that he could not yet see, but which would inevitably appear on his path, and that he must be prepared for them in advance without fear. He was surprised by this request and did not understand why it was said to him, but he promised that he would try to fulfill this request despite his doubts and fears. The elder let him go and emphasized that he could step away so that everyone else could see who was standing before them, and whether he was truly capable of taking on the burden that would fall on his shoulders. He stood before them, and they all watched closely, observing what was happening around them. But they did not rush to say anything, as if they were testing whether he could withstand the silent judgment of the court. One elder said that they were done and could now move on to another matter, but another elder asked if they should ask Lucas to leave to avoid any fuss. Lucas didn't need to be told twice and understood the request the first time, already turning to leave because he felt that there was nothing more to be said and that perhaps they didn't trust him. But suddenly the commander stopped him with his hand and insisted that he must stay, and it sounded more like an order that could not be ignored than a request. Luca did not understand what the commander's purpose was in allowing him to listen to everything they were going to discuss with the elders, and whether this was a test of his loyalty. The elder emphasized that if the commander had decided so, then Lucas could stay, and they could continue their conversation despite his presence and the possible consequences. The conversation lasted quite a long time, because it was late at night when they were able to leave the building where the elders lived, who seemed completely different in the darkness. Lucas did not understand what was happening at all, and just continued to walk alongside the commander, because he now had many questions for him, but did not know when and how best to ask them, because he did not want to break the silence. Therefore he could not resist and asked why the commander had not allowed him to leave earlier when they started talking about important tasks, because such behavior seemed quite strange and mysterious to him. But the commander did not want to rush to answer this question, and only smiled, emphasizing that he had to find the answer to this question himself by going his own way and drawing the necessary conclusions. Luca did not understand anything at all and remained standing at the gate of the building, while the commander walked away without explaining anything, leaving him feeling confused and anxious because of the mysteriousness of the situation. The days passed gradually, and the last day of his stay in the main house of his new family arrived, which he had already begun to perceive as part of himself, despite all the difficulties he had to endure. These days were difficult for him, and turned out to be completely different from what he had expected, but he was able to say goodbye to this place, feeling both pain and hope that new challenges lay ahead. So there was only one thing left to do. He had to leave. But something interesting happened that changed his plans and made him think that things might not turn out the way he had imagined. Nicholas's son appeared before him holding a gun and asked if he could escape a bullet because his father had told him about it, and now he wanted to test all those words in practice without fear of the consequences. So he was curious to find out if it was true, and now he was ready to test it, holding the gun tightly in his hands and looking straight into the eyes of the man who had become his new uncle, trying to be brave. Luca smiled and warned him that he was now his uncle, but he just smiled back and emphasized that he was born on the lower floors and was not used to being afraid of anything. Luca warned him that if he didn't put the gun away, he would get a beating so bad he wouldn't even be able to sit down, because he wouldn't tolerate such a senseless and dangerous attitude towards his own life and those around him. But the boy was quite stubborn, and decided not to listen to what his new uncle was saying. He still planned to pull the trigger because he wanted to show that he was stronger and would not submit to anyone. Luca realized that this child knew a lot from his father, and that he would not be able to stop him because he was so determined and desperate that even words could not change his intentions. So he had to dodge the bullet that was flying at him because he simply had no other choice, and understood that every second could decide his fate, so his movement was lightning fast and precise at that moment. But the boy deliberately fired in the other direction, because he knew what he would get for his antics, and wondered why Luca didn't dodge himself, even though he was ready for danger, but remained calm. Luca knew that the kid wouldn't hit his target, but he also knew that this kid was crazy because he wanted to try again without fear of the consequences, thereby challenging everyone around him. But Luca did not listen to him and sent him on an incredible walk down the stairs because he was tired of it all and wanted him to think about his actions and understand their consequences. Now the little boy looked up at him from below, bitter tears streaming down his face, because the realization of his defeat and the understanding of what he had gone through hit him painfully and sadly. Luca asked him to run to his father and tell him everything that had happened, because he believed that only the truth could change their future and stop the senseless confrontation. Luca even warned him that he could tell his father that his new uncle had tried to kill him and had held his own gun in his hand, so everything depended on how the boy decided to tell the story. At that moment, Nicholas suddenly appeared, interested in his son's condition. He had probably already figured out what was going on and rushed to check everything himself because he felt that the situation was getting out of control. The boy was an incredible actor and cried with such fervor, creating a real drama that made everyone around him feel even more concerned. Nicholas quickly ran up to his son, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and his loud cries echoed throughout the room, attracting the attention of everyone present, while his father tried to understand what had really happened. Luca noticed that all the maids in the house were also watching the scene with a certain excitement and agitation, their eyes filled with curiosity and anxiety, unable to look away. Meanwhile, the little boy tried to tell his father what had happened, but his crying was so loud that his words came out confused and unclear, and his father had to listen carefully between sobs to try to understand. Nicholas politely asked his son to explain what was going on, because he was beginning to understand who was standing in front of him, and that this situation had a deeper meaning than just a child's tantrum or misunderstanding. But Luke decided to explain what had really happened. He had only wanted to teach the little boy to respect his elders and behave properly in difficult situations, although the result had been more emotional than he had anticipated. He emphasized that he hoped there would be no more such incidents in the future, but Nicholas couldn't believe that his son could take a gun and point it at someone else. It seemed dangerous and unacceptable to him. Nicholas was shocked by what he heard and turned his attention to his son, who was still crying behind his back. This caused him to feel a mixture of emotions, ranging from concern to confusion about the whole situation. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he emphasized that he seemed to be beginning to understand what was happening. The situation took on a deeper meaning, and it became clear to Nicholas that this was more than just a simple quarrel. But Luke didn't want to listen to his explanation, insisting that even his actions could have serious negative consequences, and although it was normal for them to change the situation, it was now impossible. Fate was taking its course. Nicholas remained calm and suggested talking to Luca alone, without the presence of others, so that they could discuss all the issues openly and without unnecessary witnesses, which added tension to their conversation. They went to a separate room, and Luke had no choice but to follow him, as he understood that the conversation would be important and possibly crucial for their future lives and family relationships. When they entered, Nicholas did not rush to start talking. He sat down at the table and remained silent for a long time while Luke watched him, trying to understand what was going on in his head, as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. It was strange to see him just walk up to the table and sit down calmly, looking at Lucas without showing any signs of anxiety or anger. This cast doubt on everything that had happened before. Nicholas began a strange conversation, warning that it might seem like there was a serious conflict between them, but in reality everything was more complicated and had a different subtext that needed to be examined carefully. Luca admitted that he had used his son so that no one would suspect him in the conversation, and Nicholas was surprised at how quickly he had uncovered this trick, but at the same time emphasized that the child could have been seriously hurt by such a game. But Nicholas added that he could easily create new children, and that now they had to discuss completely different issues, more serious and important ones concerning the future of the family and their union. He explained that sometimes you have to sacrifice small things, although Luca couldn't understand how his own son could be just a small thing to him in such a big game for power. Therefore, Luca decided not to continue the argument, and said that such a position was unacceptable to him, but Nicholas stopped him, emphasizing that he knew about the union with Giselle and all the intricacies of the matter. Nicholas explained that Giselle did not know all the details, and that there was now a real possibility that Jose would become the next head of the family, which changed the entire power dynamic and called their plans into question. He was well aware that this could cost him his personal life, so this topic became extremely important and interesting to him, because not only power but also the safety of all participants depended on it. Luca decided to stay and listen to everything because he wanted to know what Nicholas was going to say next, and how it would affect their future, because a lot depended on it. Nicholas explained that it might not be obvious now, but when the elections came, his brother would have a better chance of winning, and if he became the head of the family, he would get rid of all obstacles, including Lucas. Nicholas understood well that he did not have the incredible power of their father, so he was not concerned about his own fate, but he knew that Jose did not have enough power to lead the family effectively. Luca understood that Jose lacked the resources and influence to force Nicholas and all the other family members to listen to him, but he couldn't understand why Nicholas was so confident that they would lose this fight. Nicholas explained that there are many reasons why relatives prefer the military, especially those who follow in their father's footsteps, and this gives candidates with military experience a serious advantage. He added that there were those who wanted to see a strong leader at the head of the family, but it was unclear who exactly, as everyone was hiding their true thoughts, making it difficult to predict how events would unfold. It was interesting to observe how the family was divided in half, with some not wanting to see such a strong leader as a commander at the helm, which indicates complex internal conflicts and different interests within the family. It turned out that what Luca saw was the true face of the family, and not all of its members knew how multifaceted and versatile their father was, which raised new questions and doubts. After all, the last time the commander came to him, he seemed like a simple man who sincerely cared about the future of his sons, and this created a feeling of trust that now it was necessary to act cautiously. Luca decided to ask the commander what he wanted from him, and Nicholas emphasized that he was simply pretending to be an enemy to increase his authority in the family and strengthen his position. Luca couldn't understand this turn of events, but Nicholas explained that his relatives wanted to see a strong leader at the head of the family who was capable of defeating Lucas, as he was considered the main rival in the struggle for power. But Luca couldn't understand how Nicholas could sacrifice his own son and realize that Giselle was right. He was like his father, and that made the situation even more complicated and dangerous for everyone. Luca decided to support Nicholas's proposal, but thought to himself that maybe he could become strong enough to lead the family himself and change the course of this struggle, which gave him inner confidence. But Nicholas senses this and says that if he had such intentions, he would not hesitate, adding that he will definitely need an advisor to help him manage the family and support him in difficult decisions. Luca just laughed at his words because he thought it was a good idea and noticed that Nicholas was now speaking sincerely, without any hidden motives, which was rare in their complex political game. He thought that when he lived on the lower floors, he believed that they had a carefree life, but it turned out that each of them had their own problems, worries, and difficulties that he had not even guessed about before. Nicholas added that he would try to help Lucas, and emphasized that he had a strong position among the highest officials, which could be useful in resolving any issues that might arise in the future. He said that if Lucas wanted to remain loyal, he could tell Giselle everything they had discussed, because honesty and openness would be important for their future cooperation and mutual understanding. As he was leaving, Nicholas emphasized that no matter how strong and talented Luca was, he would still need the recognition of one of his brothers, otherwise he would not be able to maintain power over everyone. Luca was left alone with his thoughts, and could not understand what to do next, because the rivalry within the family seemed too complicated, and every decision could have unpredictable consequences. Luca returned with all these thoughts in his head, because he had never been able to understand why aristocrats competed so fiercely, but now he knew that each of them had their own personal ambitions and fears that drove their actions. They gradually approached the academy so that Luca could continue his studies, but the atmosphere remained tense because he still did not understand everything that was happening, and new challenges awaited him ahead. They flew together with his father, but each was busy with their own affairs, because these few days had been eventful, leaving many questions and challenges that required immediate attention from both sides. Luca received a special document confirming his family ties and looked at it silently, realizing that the responsibility for the future now lay with him, and that this was only the beginning of a difficult journey. He often looked up at his father, who was busy even during the flight, because he had important matters to attend to that had accumulated during his absence, and now he was preparing to deal with them. His father continued to work, ignoring his son, who obviously had many questions, but did not dare to ask them, because he still saw him as his commander and leader, whom he had to trust completely. His father looked up and asked if Luca was interested in his work, but he replied in the negative and explained that he was currently more interested in other issues related to the future of his family and his personal ambitions. Luca noticed that from the moment they got into the car, the commander had not stopped or rested at all. He wondered if such intense work was the norm in the life of their family's commander. After all, when he lived in the main house, he tried to live up to his father's expectations, but now it was difficult for him to understand what his father really wanted and how to meet those expectations. The commander was both the head of the family and a father, managing 7 family members, keeping them together, and trying to maintain power, which was an extremely difficult task and a source of constant stress. But when Luca saw him in the room, he realized that he was very different from the commander of the Imperial Guards he had known before, and now he had more questions than answers. Luca understood well that there were still many secrets he did not yet know, but he wanted to find out because it could radically change his understanding of his family and its future. He knew and understood that everyone had something they hid from others, and would always try not to show it to anyone, because weakness was dangerous in their world, and keeping secrets was a necessity. But Luca couldn't talk openly with his father because he was still his commander and leader, and the relationship between them was a complex mixture of respect, fear, and undisclosed closeness. They continued to move forward because they had to return to the academy and continue their work, preparing for new challenges and possible changes in their family life and the world around them. However, Luca realized that they had turned in a different direction, one he did not yet understand, which caused him anxiety and a desire to find out the truth as soon as possible. His father reassured him, saying that there was no need to worry because everything was going according to the plan he had expected and prepared in advance, which gave Lucas some confidence in their future. He explained that their vehicle had been deliberately sabotaged according to someone's plan, and suggested that terrorists might already be waiting for them at their destination, which made the situation even more tense and dangerous. The commander added that help would arrive in a few minutes, so they had to hold on until then, remaining alert and ready for the unexpected, as the enemies could act quickly and ruthlessly. Luca realized that he needed to prepare to go outside as quickly as possible, and took a weapon from his father so that he could defend himself, because there was no room for error now, and this made him tense. But the commander explained that Luca should not leave the car so quickly, because he would be easy prey, so he had to act wisely, be patient, and wait for the right moment to make the right move. Luca couldn't imagine that his commander knew anything about these hacker attacks, and now he was impressed by how multifaceted and experienced he was, a man who thought far ahead. Now he understood that, obviously, with such a position, you need to be able to do much more than just compete, because management requires an understanding of complex strategies and control over the smallest details. Suddenly, he heard his father decide to destroy the control panel to stop them somehow, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and that every action could save someone's life. He explained that they were now moving by inertia, but there was no need to worry because a special gel would activate during the fall, so everything should be fine, and this was their only chance for a safe landing. And they began to fall rapidly, and Luca had no choice but to answer the question his father had decided to ask him, because right now it was important to stay focused and calm. The commander decided to ask him at that very moment how he saw the whole situation from his point of view, trying to understand Luca's thoughts and his attitude to the events that were rapidly unfolding around them. Luca understood that he had now become bait and was continuing to do things that seemed pointless at first glance, because his main task was to distract the enemies so that the others could act. And now, the commander confirmed that this was true, because Barbara had to earn the trust of the terrorists, and she was doing it for them in order to infiltrate deeper and gather information that could change the course of events in their struggle. Luca did not expect to meet Barbara again so soon, but he had no choice because it was part of the plan, which, as usual, he did not know about, and now he had to act quickly and carefully. So they continued to descend rapidly and pick up speed in the air, hoping that the gel would save them and help them avoid serious injury or an accident, because every moment was precious. Their landing was not as soft as they had expected, but it was noticeable from the side because the impact was quite strong, and everyone around immediately turned their attention to them. The car was badly damaged, but the gel worked as the commander had expected, and they were still intact, which gave hope for a successful completion of the operation, despite the difficulties that lay ahead. So they were able to break the car doors to get out and face the danger that awaited them there, because the enemies were already ready to attack and were waiting for the right moment to strike. Luca was covered in gel, but fortunately he was unharmed and able to calmly get out of the car, sensing that many trials and difficult decisions lay ahead. He knew he was with the commander, but he hoped that they would be able to hold out until help arrived, because there was nowhere to hide here and any mistake could be fatal. He noticed his father appear nearby, but couldn't understand how he could have chosen such an inconvenient city for a forced landing, as there were many buildings and open spaces. The commander added that they had seen them fall, so Luca had to be ready because they would arrive soon, and they would have to react quickly to give the enemies no chance of success in this confrontation. Luca continued to watch the horizon, and as expected, the terrorists soon appeared and used the attack on the car to get to them, so they had to be ready for the worst and act quickly. The commander continued to look around, waiting for those who were about to attack them, because they knew that every minute could be decisive in this battle for survival. He had a mechanical body and vision that helped him see and feel much more than ordinary people, which gave him a significant advantage in battle and allowed him to predict the movements of his enemies. Therefore, The attackers quickly found their location using their system and were now preparing to attack them, coordinating their actions and using the latest technology for maximum efficiency. They received coordinates from various locations and found them on the map to indicate the location for their ship, preparing for a quick attack that could decide the outcome of the entire operation in a matter of minutes. For its part, the Empire was monitoring the situation and noticed how many terrorists were moving in their direction with weapons, which could lead to a large-scale conflict that had to be avoided. They all had a lot of weapons and were ready to attack. They just needed to get to the location before help arrived, so the terrorists hurried and acted decisively, leaving no chance for negotiation. The commander was waiting for them, holding his weapon in his hands, and only added in a calm voice that the weather was good, trying to remain cool-headed and raise morale among his allies. Thanks to this, he could see clearly and spotted the attackers moving toward them, which gave him hope that they could successfully repel the attack and save the lives of everyone present. He did not wait for them to attack and decided to strike first, as he had considerable experience in such combat, which allowed him to be one step ahead of his enemies. His weapon was sturdy because he had his own warehouse with the best equipment and knew all its nuances perfectly, which allowed him to always be confident in the reliability of his equipment during any operation. His shots were extremely accurate because he had trained for years, honing his skills in numerous training sessions and competitions, which made him virtually invincible in battle and a reliable defender. The commander held his weapon confidently in his hands, continuing to attack something invisible that was about to appear, as if he could predict his enemy's every move and give him no chance for surprise. From the outside, it seemed as if his shots were flying into an invisible place somewhere far ahead, creating the illusion that he was fighting a ghost that could appear at any moment and threaten everyone. After his accurate shots, large craters remained on the ground, testifying to the power of his weapon and the fact that his blows were so strong that they caused real explosions. Luca realized that his commander was not just preparing for the attack that awaited them in the coming hours, but was deliberately using the situation to train and demonstrate his strength. He had become bait because he could handle the enemies on his own, and now he was using this moment to train, adding that his son should watch closely because few had seen him in battle so close up. It became clear that the commander had extremely powerful abilities, as it was no coincidence that he had held this position for years, earning the respect of even his strongest enemies and allies. It was noticeable that he used various methods to defeat his enemies, including special equipment that he always carried with him and which complemented his tactics, making his blows even more powerful. He added that many attackers had survived his first attack, which surprised even him, as he had not expected his enemies to be so resilient and willing to fight. The commander said that in a few seconds, Luca would be able to see his opponents, but for now, he should just watch and learn, understanding how skillfully he was managing the situation and preparing for battle. It was difficult to describe the emotions Luca felt as he watched the commander fight and attack with precision, demonstrating incredible agility, courage, and composure even in the most tense moments. Therefore, Luca decided to prepare for defense, holding his weapon in his hands, while the commander continued his relentless attack, as if trying to exhaust his opponent and prepare the field for further action. Luca began to hear screams and smell the metallic scent of smoke that was barely perceptible from a distance, but he could not understand how the commander was able to hit his target even out of sight and with such accuracy. He assumed that the commander was using satellite coordinates and received an affirmative answer, confirming that the latest technology and special equipment were used for such tasks. As commander of the Imperial Guard, he was provided with a special military satellite for personal use, but Luke did not understand how such exclusive methods could be available to only one person, causing both envy and respect. In addition, such control systems use powerful computers capable of analyzing and processing data in real time, which significantly increases the effectiveness of combat operations and control over the situation. It was clear that the Empire had personal tactical weapons of the highest level, and Luca realized the full strength and power of his commander, which he possessed and used in battle. He noticed the bullets flying towards him, and was ready to quickly deal with them, demonstrating incredible reflexes and knowledge of defense systems, which greatly increased his chances of survival in this dangerous situation. So he quickly dodged the bullet flying straight at him, because he also had powerful defense systems, and knew how to use them at the most critical moments, which had saved his life many times in dangerous encounters. Now their competition was over, and they watched the horizon, because there were few left, but they were all dangerous, and the battle was not over yet. New trials awaited them ahead. They couldn't see anyone yet, because the dust was high in the air and prevented them from seeing properly, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty about who would appear on the battlefield and when. Finally, those who were preparing to attack them appeared, and their numbers were quite large, which caused even greater anxiety because everyone understood that a difficult and bloody battle lay ahead, where not everyone would survive. Their commander emphasized that they should forget about the guy standing next to them, because he was the main target of the attackers, and all the enemy's resources were focused on destroying him. The attackers were ready to attack the commanders because he seemed like an easy target to them, which strengthened their determination and aggression, but the commander remained calm and focused, preparing for the next move. They used weapons that Luca had never seen before and could not understand how they worked, but this did not prevent him from thinking ahead, assessing the situation, and looking for weaknesses in the enemy's tactics as he prepared for the encounter. The attackers were well prepared and had fire support from above, which significantly increased their chances of victory, as such support was difficult to overcome and threatened even the best warriors. But the commander had the advantages of rank and extensive experience, which allowed him to compete even with enemies in armored suits, overcoming difficulties and emerging from battle with minimal losses. He added that Luca should just try to survive and save his life, even though the order was vague and not entirely clear, which is often a sign of unclear teamwork. But the commander emphasized that to reach the top, one must be able to understand even such vague orders, because in the future, situations will be more complicated and will require flexibility and quick thinking from everyone. He continued to explain, holding his weapon and waiting for an attack from the armored vehicles among the attackers, ready for any surprises and quick action in this tense situation. It seemed that the commander was always ready for such situations, as he had been in them many times before, had vast experience, and knew well what to do in critical moments, giving the enemy no chance. The commander explained that there are many bad leaders in the world, but as a soldier, he understands that every order is important and not subject to discussion, because only strict execution leads to victory and the preservation of life. Luca decided to act on his own because he understood the order completely differently and continued to attack without waiting for instructions, as his intuition told him that now was the time to show his skills and strength. He paid attention to the nearest enemies because their suits seemed strange and unusual, which could indicate new technologies or dangerous tactical techniques that had to be neutralized first. The commander continued the duel, dodging the bullets flying in his direction and skillfully using his own weapon, demonstrating not only his skills, but also incredible endurance, giving his opponents no chance. No one here expected to encounter such a powerful opponent, but they had no choice because they had also received orders and had to carry them out, even if it meant risking their own lives. They were easy prey for him because he had trained for years and could defeat enemies even with his eyes closed, using his instincts and experience, which made him almost invincible. But his eyes were open as never before, and he saw more than they could imagine, not only what was happening, but also every movement of his enemies, their intentions, and the weak points in their defense. He was a cunning leader and fought unconventionally, not letting his opponents understand what was happening, misleading them, which significantly increased his chances of success in battle and minimized risks. Dodging bullets with incredible speed, it seemed as if he did not know in advance what would happen, but in fact, his every move was calculated and timely, demonstrating amazing skill. His gaze seemed scattered as if in a fog, but he was not just looking with his eyes, but with some other sense, as if he could know what was happening behind him and predict his enemy's actions before they took a step. The commander was incredibly powerful because he used many techniques at once, which allowed him to fight all his opponents at once without losing control of the situation and maintaining his advantage. This did not prevent him from thinking about his next moves, because behind him stood a young soldier who did not have enough experience in such battles, and the commander had to protect him, teaching and defending him. Luca watched his father with fascination, because it was incredible to see how he fought, and how quickly the attackers fell to the ground one after another, realizing how powerful their commander was. He remembered the order to just watch, but the situation was such that it was practically impossible to do so. The desire to intervene and help was too strong and natural for him. Luca understood that the commander probably didn't care what was happening around him, because he could accidentally hurt even his own men, but this cold-bloodedness was part of the strategy and a requirement of martial arts. He noticed that the attackers were unusual because they knew exactly who they were attacking, and were well prepared, having studied their targets thoroughly and armed with modern technology and tactics. Therefore, Luca decided not to stand and watch, but to try to attack in order to test his strength in practice and learn how to fight enemies in real combat, not just in theory. He had many mechanical parts in his own body, which helped him accurately calculate the trajectory of his enemy's movements, increasing his chances of accurate strikes and quick reactions, even in the most difficult situations. Luca watched those who stood before them and planned how to destroy each of them, combining the strategies and techniques he had learned from his father while preparing for a difficult battle. All the attackers were determined and had their own goals, which they sought to achieve at any cost, regardless of the dangers that awaited them at every turn in this bloody confrontation. Luca was already fighting not one opponent but several at once, and saw them raise their weapons at him, realizing that they also perceived him as a strong and dangerous enemy. It seemed as if a child was holding the weapon, but his face was angry, as if the future of all humanity depended on this moment, which gave him terrible determination and dangerous strength. Luca held his weapon at the ready, knowing that being able to wield different types of weapons at the same time was the key to survival and success in this fight, where enemies were many and dangerous. He used all the weapons at his disposal to continue the fight and defend his life, not stopping for a moment and trying not to give his opponents any chance to advance. Bullets flew just a few centimeters from the attackers, but they dodged them with amazing agility, which cast doubt on their real abilities and raised many questions. Luca understood that these attackers were dodging bullets without even looking at them, which was strange, but it testified to their mastery of martial arts and training that not everyone could surpass. It was difficult for him to compete at this level without implants, which they obviously did not have, and he knew that such skills were only available to those who had mastered the technique, although there was a certain difference between them. He knew that only those who had mastered this technique were capable of such feats, but there was still a certain difference between him and his enemies that could affect the outcome of the battle and the strategy for further action in difficult situations. Therefore, he felt that he needed to try something to test his guess, and at that moment, he decided to implement a plan that could give him an advantage or shed light on his opponent's capabilities. He decided to use the sword he was holding to continue fighting his enemies and test his guesses about their weaknesses, while demonstrating his skill and determination in battle. This helped him because he was skilled in combat and could predict his opponent's next moves and knew what techniques to use to gain the upper hand without giving him a chance. His attack worked because he was able to hit one of the enemies who was using this martial art, and it seemed that he was on the verge of defeat, completely immobilized by the powerful blow. His entire body seemed paralyzed, and he could not resist until Luca delivered the decisive blow that ended the duel and effectively ended the fight with this dangerous enemy. Luca understood that it was enough to grab the enemy just once to lower his concentration, throw him off balance, and thus gain the key advantage that helped him win in this situation. But if this opponent had been more experienced in the use of combat techniques, he could have hurt Luca. Fortunately, this did not happen, and Luca managed to maintain the initiative and end the fight in his favor. When he finished with this enemy, he decided to check on his commander, and was shocked by what he saw, because the scene around him was not at all what he had expected and evoked strong emotions. He realized that the commander did not need his help, as there were numerous bodies lying around him that would never come back to life, and this cruel reality testified to the scale and severity of the battle. Then Luca asked if it was all over and saw in the commander's eyes a calmness, and at the same time anxiety that suggested that new trials and dangers lay ahead. The commander added that a Republican whom Luca had fought was waiting for him nearby and was probably planning to kill him if he was wounded, which posed a serious threat to their lives. Luca wondered if they should set up an ambush to capture this Republican, as this could be a strategic advantage and help stop further enemy attacks. But the commander waved his hand and explained that even if they caught the Republican, it would not help destroy the terrorists, because Barbara, who was among them, could do something dangerous, so they had to be careful. Luca understood that the Empire's command could replace anyone at any moment, and that even he was just a cog in the wheel, like the commander, who together played an important role in the overall strategy. The commander decided to explain to Luca that the Empire had a special way of thinking, and saw itself as a mechanism where every detail was irreplaceable, but at the same time, each performed its role in the larger system without being independent. He added that in the Empire, only one key detail is irreplaceable, one that influences the entire course of events and determines the future of everyone who is part of this great system. They noticed a ship approaching them, a sign that what they had been waiting for so long had arrived and could change the course of events in this tense situation. The commander decided not to explain the details about this irreplaceable element, but hinted that Luca should figure out for himself who it was and prepare for the new challenges that were approaching. Luca watched the approaching ship closely, as it was the first time he had seen such a thing, and it aroused his curiosity and amazement, mixing feelings of fear and hope. The commander explained that protecting this irreplaceable part would require great effort and resources, as the enemies would certainly not stop, and they would have to fight for the safety of this key part of the empire. Luca understood that it would not matter how many like him or the commander would die for this part, because there was only one goal: to preserve this part and the entire empire intact. Therefore, he realized that his efforts might be in vain, and that he was still just a replacement part in the great machine of the empire, even though he dreamed of more. After returning home with the commander, everyone already knew about the attack and now watched Luca closely, analyzing his behavior and future steps in this complex and dangerous world. Luca was not surprised by this because he understood that now he would be paying much more attention to him, since he had become a member of a well-known family, and his actions could have a great impact on current events. He had a special document confirming his status, and everyone already knew this incredible news, which made him famous and increased his level of responsibility to his family and society. Everyone was surprised and wanted to know how he had managed to achieve such a level, even if the commander had decided to accept him into his family, which became the subject of numerous conversations and rumors. They remembered that the commander had always treated Luca well, but becoming his son was something incredible and unexpected that changed the young soldier's fate forever. It looked strange on the outside, but inside, Luca was torn in half, trying to understand if he could live up to expectations and find his place in this complex world. Others began to openly mock and despise him, creating difficult conditions for his development. And it seemed that Luca's initial plan was wrong because finding refuge in a famous family did not help. It turned out that hiding behind a famous surname would not help him avoid criticism and trials, and now he would have to prove his worth through his own actions rather than his family name. Because he turned out to be completely useless, and this hurt him much more than he could have expected, because mistakes often have unpredictable consequences that can significantly affect one's future life. Luca understood that he would soon have to pay a high price for joining the family and carrying out a dangerous task related to exposing an instructor who had become a threat to everyone around him. But until then, he had to do everything in his power to stay there, hold his position, and prove his usefulness, because losing trust now would mean serious problems in the future. After all, everyone around him was just waiting for the moment to attack him, and these attackers were no exception. They were eager to take advantage of any weakness to deliver a crushing blow. He remembered that lunch when he used all his strength and martial arts skills, which almost cost him his life, and realized that every battle leaves deep scars on the body and soul. He trained constantly, and it seemed that the training would never end because he had to be ready for any challenge, as there was simply no time for weakness in this world. He perfected his body, which needed more and more attention as his responsibilities grew, and every move could be crucial in difficult situations and dangerous missions. In addition, he decided to use the new implants that were offered to him and constantly updated them, mastering various techniques to stay one step ahead of his enemies and increase his chances of survival. And now, with less than a year left before graduation, he began to understand many things that had previously seemed incomprehensible to him and became more confident in his abilities and future. He still hadn't gone down to the lower districts of the city, putting it off for a long time, even though he knew it was only a matter of time and that he couldn't avoid it forever. But he couldn't wait any longer because the time had come to carry out the task his commander had entrusted to him, and much of his future career and life would depend on the quality of his actions. He realized that he would soon become a full-fledged Imperial Guard, and that during this time he had changed greatly, becoming stronger not only physically, but also morally and psychologically. However, the thought of his new family's constant surveillance remained in his mind, and he could not shake the feeling that he was being watched closely, which added to the pressure. Even when he was on vacation, he constantly thought about how to proceed in order to build a successful career and prove to everyone that he deserved trust and respect. One day, he accidentally overheard two students talking about his friend Eli, who seemed to be hiding his ambitions behind a smile, which aroused Luca's curiosity. He asked what had happened in Eli's family, and the students told him that Eli had ruined his brother and was now considered the main contender for the role of head of the family, which shocked Luca. Luca understood that Eli was probably undergoing psychological evaluation and had returned after a long stay at home to prepare for new challenges in the family. But Luca couldn't believe what he heard because he remembered well that Eli never wanted to be someone who cared about his career or position in the family, and now everything had changed dramatically. Luca remembered when he last saw Eli and how he reacted to his actions with Lillian, which seemed to be a turning point in their relationship and in Eli's life in general. After all, The end of Lillian's life had probably affected Eli deeply, and he still couldn't forgive him. Now it seemed that he was losing everything he had, gradually destroying his own life. Luca understood that Eli was aware of all this, but was destroying everything with his own hands, allowing negative feelings and mistakes to consume him completely, which made Luca feel sad and sympathetic. So he continued to sit on the steps and wait for Eli to appear, because he knew roughly where he was and wanted to talk to him to find out everything for himself and understand his true intentions. Suddenly he heard Eli's voice, which sounded so familiar and calm at the same time, and this made Luca feel excited and hopeful that everything could work out. He raised his head with admiration and watched closely the person standing in front of him, trying to catch every movement and read the true emotions in his friend's eyes. Eli had changed during this time. Now he looked interesting and more like an aristocrat than before, which indicated internal transformations and a new status in society. He said he was happy that Luke was waiting for him on the day of his return, but emphasized that he already knew about his involvement with his new family, which came as a surprise to Luke. Eli asked him to wait while he left his things, and assured him that he was glad to see him, which created an atmosphere of trust and intention to renew their friendship, although many questions remained. Luca hoped that his friend had not changed much, and although he was not surprised by his behavior, he still wanted them to become close friends again, as they had been before. So they left the academy and went to a quieter place where they could talk calmly and sort out all the misunderstandings, revealing the truth to each other and their plans for the future. Luca immediately asked if it was true what Eli had done to his brother, and if he really planned to become the head of the family, as this could radically change their relationship and affect their future. Eli explained that it was an official duel, and that his brother had always been simple and easily provoked, which led to a conflict that he could not control, even though he wanted to keep the peace in the family. Luca couldn't understand how he could have provoked his brother, and Eli explained that he had simply taken his girlfriend, who quickly chose him, and that this was the trigger that set off a chain of unpleasant events and quarrels between them. But Eli added that he felt sorry for his brother, although Luca did not expect such an act from him, which completely changed their relationship and called into question everything they had had up to that point. Eli, in turn, asked how Luca was doing now, because he knew that Luca had become part of a famous family, and assumed that they would not have taken him in so easily, as it required strength and cunning. Luca explained that his life had always been difficult, and that now almost nothing had changed. He was like walking on a tightrope without fear, trying to maintain a balance between various threats and challenges. Eli emphasized that even the best acrobats sometimes fall, but that doesn't mean they leave the arena. They just learn to get up and continue fighting for their dreams and goals regardless of the difficulties. So he continued to watch Luca closely, and did not rush to say anything to him, because important words must be chosen carefully so as not to cause unnecessary pain or misunderstanding. But it was clear that he wanted to say something important, and was choosing words that could mark the beginning of a new stage in their relationship, perhaps even a renewal of their friendship. He stood up and emphasized that he was not going to run away anymore, because it could not go on like this, and that it was time to take responsibility for his actions and move forward despite his fears and doubts. Luca asked if all this was because of that woman, and eagerly awaited his friend's answer because he wanted to understand the real reasons for the conflict that had divided them for so long. Eli explained that in order to fix the problems in his family, he had to become its head, or if he had grievances against the empire, he had to rise to a position that would allow him to change the system and influence events. Luca listened to him and did not understand whether this was really the Eli he knew before, or a completely different person changed by life and circumstances, who craved power and control. After all, Luca knew and understood that Eli had always been capable of anything, and if he decided to do something, he would undoubtedly achieve his goal despite any obstacle. But Luke added that although he was ready, there was nothing to say about it, because he himself was not in a position to compete for power or influence, as he had his own difficulties and challenges. He was happy about Eli's return, and understood that in order to become the head of the family, he would have to work much harder than he had. But Eli asked him a similar question that made him think. Luca was impressed by Eli's insight, and Eli returned to him, extending his hand as a sign of reconciliation and the beginning of a new phase in their relationship, filled with trust. Eli understood that both of them needed to work harder to achieve their long-planned goals, and that without effort and mutual support, nothing would work out, because the path would be difficult and thorny. Therefore, Eli explained that this was why he was in the Imperial Guard, and continued to hold Luke's hand, demonstrating his readiness for joint action and support in the future. Luca realized that his friend had definitely returned, and shook his hand firmly, accepting his help and promise of support, which was important after a long separation and misunderstanding. Eli helped him up and explained that now, there was only one thing left for Luke and Eli to do. They had to hold on to this rope with all their might, because the fate of their family and their lives depended on their unity and strength. As if to prove the seriousness of his words, the next day Eli voluntarily decided to go on a mission to destroy the local monsters on the planet, demonstrating his willingness to take responsibility and risks. Luca decided that he had to continue with his tasks and set off for where he had long ago intended to go, knowing that his future and the safety of his family depended on it. There he was met by a familiar smell and the heavy, hot air of the industrial zone, which reminded him of the harsh realities of life in this city and all the difficulties he would still have to endure. He decided to visit an old acquaintance with whom he had established a good relationship in the past, hoping for support and understanding that he might need in difficult times. Luca understood that he could be persecuted in this city, but he was not afraid of this at all because he was ready for anything, even unexpected attacks and dangers at every turn. He expected to be robbed, but that didn't stop him, and he continued to move forward even though he saw suspicious people gathering behind him, ready to attack. One of them tried to steal his weapon, hoping for an easy win, but Luca reacted quickly and left him without a hand before he could even think about it, demonstrating his skill and determination. The man ran away so fast that it was unclear whether he was scared or just shocked, and this gave Luca even more confidence that his training and experience were not in vain in this cruel world. Luca understood that this was even more reminiscent of the poverty he had seen here before, and that every day here was a struggle for survival, where the weak were quickly destroyed and the strong only grew stronger. He kept calling Gabriel, but he ignored his calls, and Luca didn't understand what had happened because he had hoped for help and support, but was left alone with his problem. When he found Gabriel, he did not expect to see him in such a state, exhausted, wounded, and weak, looking as if his life was about to end, and this caused Luca deep disappointment and doubt. He was disappointed because he had really hoped to see him, as he was his old friend who had once helped him in the most difficult times, but now it seemed that their paths had seriously diverged. He assumed that Gabriel had left this life because now he lay before him completely motionless, as if lost forever, and Luke could not believe that everything had changed so quickly. However, he insisted that this was impossible because he saw the faint movements of his friend's limbs, which were a weak but important sign of life and hope for recovery, which instilled a little optimism. Gabriel was able to get up and say that he would never give up first, and that their struggle would continue, even with heavy losses, but hope remained alive in their hearts. But to understand what had happened, it was necessary to go back in time to the moment when Luca went downstairs, where it all began, and where the secrets that changed everything forever were hidden. He slowly descended, constantly thinking about the future that awaited him, and the past that the instructor was hiding in this place, because many secrets could change his understanding of the situation. He couldn't understand why everything was happening so strangely and how the big picture didn't fit together, because there were many dark, unresolved issues in his memory that prevented him from moving forward. However, he decided to use the services of a master who created a special weapon for him that would help him learn about the new implant and give him an advantage in future battles and difficult situations. This master was known for his ability to create incredible things that were always a pleasure to use in practice, and his creations were valued for their reliability and effectiveness in the most difficult combat conditions. Therefore, he asked Luca how he liked his work, and whether he liked his new weapon, and was impressed because he could feel how his new limb moved, which greatly expanded his combat capabilities and strength. Luca was pleasantly surprised because it seemed as if this weapon had been created specifically according to his wishes and needs, taking into account all his weaknesses and trying to compensate for them in the best possible way. He decided to name the sword Crucis, which in the ancient language means misfortune or the end, because it was a weapon that would bring defeat to his enemies and an end to any threats. The master explained that the weapon he had just fired was called Ruina, which means destruction, and that this weapon had great power but required respect and careful handling. The master warned that this weapon was female and must be protected and loved, so Luke promised to use it wisely and not allow it to harm himself or those who did not deserve it. Now the master was sure that he had done his job in the best possible way and could safely move on, because his creation was now in safe hands and ready for future challenges. Luca understood that he would probably have to fight opponents who were much stronger than him, and at such moments, this weapon would be indispensable, as it could turn the tide of battle in his favor. He understood perfectly well that in such critical moments, he would need to improvise and use the combat techniques he had already mastered, and this could give him an advantage over his enemies. It was then that this weapon would be his support, and he had to learn how to use it, because it was a gift from a famous master to the entire empire, and its power could solve many problems. Now that he was able to visit Gabriel in the hospital, he could talk to him normally about what had happened and hear the whole truth firsthand, which was important for both of them. He felt sorry for Gabriel because now he was having problems with his body again and was injured, which made Luca feel deep sympathy and a desire to help him recover. Luca learned that Gabriel had suffered serious injuries and realized that these were not just injuries. They had not tried to kill him, but had tried to do everything to break his will and deprive him of his strength. So he asked Gabriel what had happened, and Gabriel replied that he had been warned because things were unstable in those parts, and the situation was escalating in preparation for a major battle. Luca didn't understand why this was happening, because he wasn't a member of the gang, and that's why, as Gabriel said, it happened, because when the struggle for power begins, those who are neutral suffer. He explained that he had been attacked first and didn't even know who it was, so Luca suggested that maybe he should join the gang after all, because he wouldn't live long in such danger. Gabriel explained that it was better to simply leave this life than to work for his enemies, and Luca was surprised by this view, so he asked why he had been looking for him, since he hadn't been here for several months. Luca wanted Gabriel to be okay and told him that he had one thing to do here, hoping that it would help him return to a normal life. He warned him that he would return tomorrow at the same time and advised him to take a lot of painkillers and wait for him so they could continue their conversation and resolve all the issues that remained unresolved. Gabriel didn't understand what was going on and warned him that he had recently undergone surgery, trying to stop Luca from leaving so they could talk more and come to an understanding before they went any further. But Luca did not stop and went on his way because he had to complete a task he had been given long ago, one that could change his whole life and destiny, despite all the difficulties and dangers. He followed all the news that was currently available on this floor and watched closely what was happening around him, trying to notice even the smallest details that could help solve the mysteries and understand the situation. He saw many people passing by him and paying no attention to him, but Luca had quite a lot of information about them in his network, which made his observations valuable and important for further action. After all, the hospital where Gabriel was lying was heavily guarded, and he hoped that this would allow his friend to recover properly and that his enemies would not dare to harm him or disrupt his treatment. Now Luca decided to act decisively and remembered everything he knew about the instructor, because he had to find answers to questions that had been bothering him for a long time and had not given him peace for many days and nights. He remembered his words that he knew the former head of the Colosseum well, whom they had visited together, and set off there, as it was the best option to find out something useful and uncover new details of the case. Luca regretted not knowing what the instructor had been doing in the lower districts, as then he might have been able to find some information to continue his search and move further along the path to the truth and the solution to the problem. Luca did not understand what the instructor could have found in such a city, because there had never been any prospects for development here, only poverty, hopelessness, and a constant struggle for survival, which was frightening and depressing. So he stood on top of one of the buildings and watched what was happening around him, because life here was much slower than in the mountains, and everything seemed frozen in time, with no movement forward. This place instilled a lack of dreams, and any desire to develop further or have a better future. It seemed to trap people in an eternal cycle of poverty and hopelessness, which saddened Luca. So he continued to wander around this place, completely ignoring what was happening around him, trying to understand the logic of his instructor and what made him come back here again and again. He constantly asked himself what there was to do here, and why the instructor kept coming back, sometimes even taking him with him, even though the place was completely unfriendly and hopeless. After all, this city was home to ordinary people who were not living but surviving, unable to escape to better conditions, which created an atmosphere of constant struggle for a piece of bread and simple pleasures. Unexpectedly for himself, he came back to the place he had promised himself he would never return to. But now the past had caught up with him, and it was impossible to escape the memories and pain. He remembered how he used to be in this place, sitting alone on the other side of the playground, planning how he would live his life, dreaming of a better future that seemed unattainable and distant. Luca didn't even notice how he had come to this neighborhood where he had spent his entire childhood, and now everything seemed so familiar, and yet so foreign, because so much had changed, but the pain remained. So he stood again in front of this playground, which hadn't changed at all, remaining the same scary and lonely silent witness to past events and childhood dreams that never came true. He decided not to stop and to keep going, because he had to complete his commander's task, which required determination and strength, despite the pain and memories that wanted to hold him back. Now his aimless wandering around the city gave him the opportunity to observe certain interesting events, which were watched not only by him, but also by others like him who sought change and justice. He saw how the former director of the orphanage where he grew up was once again making deals and selling food intended for children, betraying their trust and taking advantage of their weakness and defenselessness. All the children looked out of the windows and understood what was happening, but they could not change anything because they knew that they would always be hungry, and this became a painful and hopeless reality for them. The little children did not yet understand what was happening, but those who were older looked completely different, yet they knew they were too weak to change anything, and accepted their fate, albeit with pain in their hearts. Luca understood that even after so many years, nothing had changed in these places, and even the world itself had not changed. It remained cruel and indifferent to those who needed help the most. He understood that if he didn't interfere with what the director was doing right now, it wouldn't help, because the problem was much deeper and required complex solutions and time. After all, he knew that in the best-case scenario, the children here would only go hungry for a few months, and then everything would return to the same vicious cycle of poverty and betrayal. But he couldn't stand by and watch, and he was already heading in their direction, which caused strong discontent among the locals who didn't want change and thought that Luca was just another person who wanted to disturb their peace. They decided that he was just another resident of this town and began to threaten him, trying to chase him away. But Luca felt a wave of indignation and a desire to fight for justice growing inside him. He couldn't even imagine that such changes could cost so much effort, but it was now possible, with his abilities and the strength he had gained along with his new weapon and experience. So, without thinking twice, he took out his new weapon and saw that the buyer had decided to do the same, preparing for a fight that could solve many problems with a single blow. But Luca had extremely strong limbs that allowed him to deflect bullets using them as a shield, which made him practically invincible and forced his enemies to think about the seriousness of the situation. The buyer was greatly impressed, as the bullet simply bounced off his hand and fell to the ground, demonstrating Luca's strength and his ability to overcome any threats that stood in his way. So he realized that he was dealing with an unusual person and decided not to mess with him because the risk was too great. So he quickly left the place to avoid unnecessary conflicts and problems with this stranger. The director even managed to remember who was standing in front of him, but he didn't have time to say anything else because he received a powerful blow to the lower jaw that knocked him off balance and prevented him from answering any questions or objections. Luca asked how he could still be doing this, as he should have already saved enough money to leave this business. But it seemed that greed or other reasons were keeping him here, forcing him to risk his own life. The director couldn't believe what was happening and began to justify himself, saying that he had always treated him well and even gave him more food than everyone else, trying to justify his behavior and earn forgiveness. Luca said that it had nothing to do with food, and that he was only concerned about the fact that his head was still on his shoulders, which meant that he could still be held accountable for his actions and change what was happening in this place. He began to beg him to forgive him and emphasized that he was wrong, admitted his bad behavior, and asked what he wanted from him, trying to come to an agreement and find common ground in this tense situation. Luca explained that he had come here by accident and that such behavior had angered him, but he was not looking for an apology. However, the director promised that he would not do so again, because until now, none of his students had ever returned to him alive. Luca explained that no one had been able to stop him until now, but it was thanks to the director that he was able to become who he is now, a strong and confident warrior who strives for justice. And now he saw before him not only happy little pupils, but also adults who understood that when they were fed, at least for a while, they could dream of a better life and move forward without fear of hunger and betrayal. Finally, he told the director to feed the children tomorrow so that they would not want to eat anymore, so that at least for a while their need would disappear, and they could feel the warmth and care that they had lacked so much before. So he decided to leave this place and go further in search of answers to his questions, because he knew that new discoveries awaited him ahead and he must make every effort to understand the whole truth. He promised that he would return to Gabriel, and he did, because now he was waiting for his help. And they set off together, preparing for new trials that required them to join forces and work together. Luca warned him not to complain about his situation because he was a strong warrior and simply could not be in such a state, so he needed to focus on his treatment and future battles, not on dubious excuses. But Gabriel continued to insist that he had recently suffered serious injuries, but Luca warned him that otherwise he could hurt him even more, so he should take care of himself and not take unnecessary risks. So they decided to go to the Colosseum together, because that was where Gabriel needed help, as he knew the place well, its hidden passages and weak points, which could save them at a critical moment. No one expected to see Gabriel there, as everyone knew he was wounded and all his fights had been cancelled. So his appearance was met with surprise and suspicion, as no one had expected such a turn of events. Gabriel did not expect the rumors to reach them so quickly, and said that he needed the chief, explaining that it was necessary for the guest who had come with him, because the situation required quick and decisive action. Gabriel explained that this was the same good enemy who had fought here long ago, and the assistant immediately guessed and remembered who it was, because his name was known to everyone within these walls. So he was glad to see him, and told the next guard that distinguished guests had arrived, which cheered everyone up, because such meetings did not happen often, and promised something important. They were let in without any problems because they remembered how Luke had visited here last time with his instructor, so there was no doubt about their respect and right to be there. This time, Aleph was much friendlier, and immediately said that he knew about Gabriel's injury and asked how he was feeling, showing concern and understanding, which is important in such difficult situations. Luca noticed that everyone was asking about his condition and concluded that he was valued here, but Gabriel explained that he had his reasons for still being alive and that it was related to certain secrets and plans. Aleph was happy to see a good fighter, but Luca asked him to call him by his first name and wondered why the instructor had not come with him this time, since he usually did not leave his comrade alone. Luca explained that he was here today on personal business and said that he wanted to discuss the details without the guards present because the subject was too delicate and required confidentiality. However, the owner of the Colosseum refused and explained that there was no force that could protect him completely, so he always had to have protection behind him. Otherwise, he would be defenseless against his enemies. He added that those behind him did not understand anything and were merely fulfilling their role as protectors, so to him they were nothing more than mannequins whom he did not trust completely. Aleph added that no matter who he was now, Luca must remain on the ground, keep his wits about him, and added that he respected his teacher, but would not forgive him for his insolence and disobedience. Luca took this as a challenge and continued to smile intently at him, as if to say that he was ready to accept any test and prove his strength. But the old man stubbornly continued to call him a good soldier and refused to listen, as if mocking him, although in reality it was a sign of respect, albeit expressed in a harsh manner that irritated Luca. Luca warned him once again that he had his own name, and preferred to be called that, because for him it was a matter of dignity and self-respect, which he did not intend to lose even in the most difficult situations. So once again, their conversation began with weapons and promised to be incredibly interesting and tense for both sides, as each was ready to use any means necessary to achieve their goal in this difficult game. Luca was ready for any turn of events and decided to call Gabriel with him, as he was needed to watch the door, keep an eye out for possible threats, and prevent the enemies from taking them by surprise. The same situation that had occurred last time repeated itself, but it was clear that it was impossible to come to a different agreement, so they had to look for a solution that would satisfy all parties, at least partially. Therefore, Luca continued to insist on his position and prepared to find out the truth from the director about what was really going on, because the silence only reinforced his suspicions and forced him to act decisively. Now Gabriel was also involved in this struggle, but he could not act otherwise, because he owed his life to Luca, so supporting his friend was a matter of honor and a necessity in this dangerous situation. Luca had become much stronger and tougher since the last time he had been here, and even the ceiling began to crack from his strength, which showed how much he had changed during this time and become a real fighter. He was ready to attack the guards because he needed to discuss important issues and get answers that only the director of this place could give him, because without that, there was no point in moving on and searching for the truth. Therefore, he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal and use the knowledge he had gained for his future, because he understood that this was a chance to change not only his life, but also the fate of many others. But Gabriel warned him that they had to move quickly because help was on the way, which the order would not be able to stop, so there was almost no time left to think, and they had to act immediately. Luca understood him without a word and continued his actions without even explaining anything, because the trust between them was so strong that each understood the other's intentions without words. The guards tried to protect their employer, but it was now clear that success was on their side, and they would inevitably lose this battle because Luca and Gabriel were acting in unison and with great skill. But they did not want to give up so easily and kept their weapons in their hands, although it was clear how nervous they were, because they understood that the situation was dangerous and uncertain, and the outcome depended on their every move. It was difficult for them to resist such a strong opponent, who easily dodged their bullets and even managed to attack, showing remarkable agility and skill in combat, which was both impressive and frightening at the same time. Luca quickly used their weapons against them, and now they were wounded because they could not cope with an opponent who not only defended himself, but also delivered devastating blows in return. The director did not even realize when his guards ended up on the floor, and did not even have time to think about what to do next, as the situation was developing too quickly and was spiraling out of control. He realized that his guards would not help him in any case, and that he had to accept the conditions that had been offered to him earlier, because resistance only worsened his situation and threatened his safety. After what happened, Gabriel was able to regain consciousness and return to the hospital to receive proper care, as his injuries were serious and required skilled treatment. He tried to recover as quickly as possible because his future depended on it, as did his ability to protect himself in future encounters where weakness could cost him his life. Gabriel went to his master, who always helped him in difficult situations, joking that his joints bothered him especially when it rained, which brought a smile even in difficult moments. She asked him how long it had been since he had waterproofed his home, as external conditions could be the cause of the problems, and recommended that he take the necessary steps to avoid further complications. Luca, meanwhile, was nearby and believed that the deal with the director was beneficial because he had achieved his goal and obtained important information that could change the course of events and influence the future. The influence of his family, of which he was a member, helped him and proved to be even more useful than Luca could have expected, because support from within opened up new opportunities and resources. When the director decided to check who he was in the database, he was very surprised to learn that Luke was the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, which gave him special status and importance. Therefore, he rightly assumed that he should listen to him, because the risk he was taking would be justified, and asked what information he wanted to find in this case, in order to assess the importance of the task. He remembered very well how the instructor had explained during their previous meeting that he knew the previous director well, but did not intend to blame the current one for his demise, so Luca asked to find out more about the former director. This was important for understanding what had happened in the instructor's past, as he was directly involved in the events that were now affecting the entire situation and Luca's future. After that, Aleph asked Luca for a recommendation for the future to become his protege, and now it was possible because Luca had enough influence and power to make such a promise and open new horizons. Because in a year, when Luca came of age, he would have the right to recruit people for himself, and during that time he would have to demonstrate his abilities so he could make such a promise, which marked the beginning of a new stage in his life. Therefore, he carefully studied the information sent to him by Aleph and heard how Gabriel was receiving the necessary help for his injured joints, because without health there was no chance of success in future battles. But his master emphasized that even the best models can develop defects over time, especially if he competes in the rain, which increases the risks and affects the durability of the equipment, so he must be careful. She added that it was necessary to change the waterproofing at least once every 6 months, but Gabriel explained that this was too expensive for him, and that so far everything had been working somehow, albeit with certain problems that were tolerable for the time being. She explained that without proper care, the functionality gradually deteriorates, and over time, the production capacity decreases, which reduces efficiency and endangers the health of the body as a whole. She added that even with good care, it could still be damaged, but Luca was tired of listening to this, and promised to pay for a complete repair of his body, including the unfortunate waterproofing, to avoid further problems. Now she was happy, and explained that it was a pleasure to deal with him because he had become not only a better customer, but also a true friend who appreciated her work and cared about his health. But Gabriel did not share his opinion, and advised him to spend the money on improving his health instead, as there were always more effective methods of treatment available. However, Luca insisted that she was a professional, and that she should trust her. She asked if he liked the cookies he was eating and added that she had baked them herself with the best ingredients to cheer him up during this difficult time in their lives. She casually added that the cookies were baked in an industrial oven, but that this would not affect their taste because it was not only the equipment that mattered, but also the love and care put into each piece. So Luca was able to study the records and determined that after the new director arrived, everyone who had been close to the previous director had mysteriously been killed or disappeared without a trace, which aroused suspicion and alarm. Gabriel asked for some cookies even though he was already an adult, and Luca thought that maybe one of those people was still alive and he had to meet them to find out the truth. It turned out to be a man named Ken, who is now alive and in a mental hospital because his condition is questionable, but Luca was ready to do anything to restore justice and find answers. But this was quite difficult to do in the current circumstances, so Luke had to use certain tricks and caution to help him get there unnoticed, and remain unnoticed by the guard. He managed to get into the hospital, but it was so loud and obvious that everyone around must have heard him arrive, and now he had to be prepared for any consequences and surprises. After all, he had destroyed the wall with a car, but he had no other choice to get there because time was against him, and every minute could cost him important information, or the life of one of his allies. He didn't want to do it, but it was a necessary measure that could ensure him unhindered access inside, and now all that remained was to act quickly and smoothly, not giving his enemies a chance to react. He decided to take Gabriel with him, who was again complaining that he had not fully recovered, but Luca asked if he had any additional organs or devices that he might not know about that were important for the mission. Luca understood that they knew he was coming because they had fired at them, and he remembered that the attackers were dressed like bandits, which could mean that the enemy was preparing for another battle. so he asked Gabriel if this could be related to the recent attack on him, and didn't understand how Luke had managed to notice all the details even in such a tense and dangerous situation. Luca understood that even if he had hidden something, Gabriel would have found out, but no one else should know about his appearance, so his actions had to be as cautious and thoughtful as possible. Suddenly he was called and told that they knew about his connection with the director of the Colosseum, because he was openly ignoring their warning, which was jeopardizing their plans and increasing the tension between the parties. However, Luca did not listen to them and emphasized that he had no agreements with anyone and was acting solely according to his own plan and desires, because that was the only way to achieve real results and maintain control over the situation. Therefore, they informed him that they were well aware of Gabriel's movements and did not intend to stop at one attack, so Luca realized that something strange was going on and that he had to find out why he was being hunted. Now he decided to capture these people and asked Gabriel if he had any other weapon, because his own could destroy enemies with a single shot, and he wanted to prepare for a serious conflict without leaving any chance for the enemy. But he didn't realize how powerful and strong his weapon was, so he had no other choice but to give it to Gabriel, knowing that this was the only way they could survive in this ruthless fight. But the stranger warned him that Gabriel had chosen the wrong side, and that a man named Sister sends him greetings, hinting at the danger that awaits those who stand in the way of their opponents. He continued to mock them, emphasizing that only a monkey with a gun could shoot so accurately, highlighting their worthlessness and failure in an attempt to sow doubt and fear in the hearts of his enemies. Luca continued his work, as he had long known how to act in this situation, because he wanted to capture them alive to learn more and use the information for further action. But they decided not to wait in ambush and gathered to attack them, preparing for a fierce battle in which none of the participants planned to give up without a fight. They had powerful weapons, which they were now using, and several bullets flew in their direction, but this did not bother Luca at all, because he had incredible skills and could deal with such a threat. After all, he had incredible skills and destroyed the bullets flying in his direction with his own bullets, demonstrating exceptional reaction and accuracy that made him practically invincible in this battle. However, the incoming bullets were not only destroyed but also passed through his own, which continued their movement, striking the enemies and forcing them to retreat before his strength and skill. Therefore, the attackers did not initially understand what was happening and simply watched from their cover, trying to make sense of the unusual events unfolding before their eyes, not daring to intervene. They did not understand who was in front of them and could not do anything because his shots were much more accurate and faster than theirs, so the enemies were forced to hide, unable to offer any resistance. It only took him a few shots to completely destroy them and remind them who was in front of them, forcing his enemies to realize that they were dealing with someone extremely dangerous and professional. Meanwhile, Gabriel couldn't believe his ears, because the sister who had sent him greetings was an interesting person in his life and had a significant influence on his past and present. Meanwhile, the driver of the car reported that help was on its way, but he was in no hurry to get out of the car because he was worried for his life, realizing that the situation around him was escalating and could be dangerous. Luca said that they were long overdue, so he should cancel the contract with the security company because he could handle it himself and didn't need anyone's help, especially if it involved risk. Gabriel continued to gather information and asked if they meant Martina and why they were pursuing him, since he had refused to join their gang, which, in his opinion, should have ended any interest in him. But he explained that he couldn't be so naive because his sister wasn't just looking for him, she loved him, and that feeling made her actions much more persistent and even dangerous for both of them. Gabriel realized that this was not about becoming a personal bodyguard, but about completely different responsibilities that could change his life and jeopardize his freedom and safety. So he told her that she was unhappy that he had immediately turned to other people for help and had already planned how to cure him so that he would return to her under her control with no choice. Now Luca understood what was going on and looked at Gabriel, asking the others to tell the woman that he would visit her soon to find out all the details and settle the matter once and for all. Luca warned that he did not want any more attacks and explained that he was an expert, but knew very well that women's hurt feelings were much worse than men's, so it was not worth playing with her feeling. He couldn't believe that someone had fallen in love with him, and this woman, who was the boss of a gang and had a lot of money, aroused his curiosity, so he couldn't lie that he didn't want to know more about her. Now they were forced to return to the hospital, as Gabriel had become a regular visitor there, and circumstances forced them to continue their research and search for important information about the past. Luca was able to achieve his goal and visit the last remaining person from the former director's past, hoping that this man would help uncover long-hidden secrets and put everything in its place. He was in a separate ward, just sitting on his bed, completely uninterested in what was going on around him, his back turned to the entrance, as if locked in his own world and indifferent to the outside. Therefore, they were able to enter his room freely and without hindrance, but he paid no attention to them, continuing to remain silent and unresponsive to the presence of the guests who had so much expectation for this meeting. Luca expected him to react in some way to their arrival, but he just sat there silently, as if his consciousness was somewhere far away and no words or actions could stir him or interest him. So he decided to call him by name, hoping for at least some kind of reaction, because he understood that without feedback, this dialogue would be futile, and the time and chances for resolving the problem would be lost. But it was obvious that he was completely unresponsive to their words and paid no attention to what was happening around him, as if his mind and body had long since disconnected from reality and the outside world. They approached him and decided to help him by trying to get his attention with their hands, hoping to somehow bring him back to reality and restore his connection with the outside world. The only thing they could notice was how he looked at them, but he did not react in any way, and continued to sit staring at the same spot, as if lost in his thoughts or in a deep trance. Luca decided that he had to start a conversation somehow, so he introduced himself and explained that he had several important questions about the former arena director, hoping to pique his interest and at least get the situation moving. But he realized that the current director's people had intimidated Ken, and now there was no hope for any constructive conversation or help from him because fear and oppression reigned over him. He understood that if he moved so slowly, he would not be able to get closer to solving the mystery of the former director, and Gabriel confirmed that the man in front of them was broken, so they needed to look for other methods of influence. Therefore, Luca suggested trying the recovery method used on security guards after brain injuries and attempting to return Ken to his normal state through gradual mental recovery. After all, he noticed that Ken must have been good at fighting, especially since he liked knives, as this was what he was famous for, and this skill could help awaken his true self. So he held his own knife in his hand and gave it to the boy, watching his reaction, but Gabriel warned him that it would be a waste of time and unlikely to produce the desired result. But Luca didn't listen to him because he wanted to try all possible methods to achieve his goal and saw a spark of life in Ken's eyes that gave him hope for success in this difficult task. So he decided to attack Ken unexpectedly, and it was incredibly interesting to watch how he immediately reacted and defended himself, which was a sign that his spirit and skills were not completely lost. After all, his body perfectly remembered the skills he had acquired over many years of training, constantly improving his mastery, thanks to which even in stressful situations he could quickly and accurately react to danger. His neurons worked together to form the connections necessary to restore consciousness and understanding of who he was, helping his brain gradually return to normal functioning and control over his body. Luca realized that his methods were working and continued to attack using various tactics. Unexpectedly, Ken began to react, defending himself and showing signs of returning to normal. His neurons glowed, gradually recovering and creating new, stronger connections that he so desperately needed to regain consciousness, memory, and the ability to function fully in this world. It was clear that his gaze was coming back to life, that he was regaining consciousness, which was slowly returning to him, as if light was breaking through the darkness and illuminating his mind and body again. He recovered and was even able to attack Luca, but it was a bad idea because Luca easily repelled all attacks while closely watching the recovery process and deciding what to do next. Ken was able to say something intelligible and thanked him for bringing him back from the dark place where he had been for so long. He began to realize that life could be changed and that he could start fighting again. So he was able to respond normally to Luca's questions and asked him why he had come, what was bothering him, and what had prompted this unexpected visit at such a difficult time for him. Gabriel couldn't understand how he had managed to bring Ken back to his senses so quickly, as the process had stimulated his muscle memory, activating his brain and mind, which had previously seemed lost forever. The former arena director had some really talented people working for him, and right now, information about him was extremely valuable to Luca and could change the course of their case. But his protege did not want to share the information just like that, and Luke promised to help him leave this place because he actually had the power and resources to free Ken from these shackles. At first, Ken didn't trust Luca and watched him suspiciously, but he realized that he was dealing with an unusual person and simply waited to see what plan he had for their joint struggle and liberation. Luca asked if Gabriel had a separate room in his house because Ken now needed help, and a safe place where he could slowly recover and avoid the dangers lurking outside. Luca reassured Ken that it would only be for a few days, and then they would find him a safe place among their people and create a gang that he could lead and protect himself in the future. Gabriel had no idea what was going on and was clearly against the plan, but Luca joked that if he refused, he would easily find someone else who could become the leader and take responsibility. Luca explained that he needed his own people in the area and understood that Gabriel couldn't handle it alone, so he would need a whole gang that could control the situation and protect their interests. Therefore, he hoped for the support of these guys and helped them as much as he could because he really wanted to change their lives for the better, give them a chance for a new start, and the opportunity to defend their dignity. Ken came to his senses and said that they didn't have much time, because others might arrive soon, possibly enemies or dangerous people who could ruin all their plans. So he decided that he could trust him and began to tell him about the events of the past that were key to understanding the situation, and Luke realized that he was close to the truth. Ken said that the former director had a longtime friend who supported him, but this person was not public, so only a few close people knew about him, and this information was important. Luca understood that he was now using Gabriel, and realized that he needed a gang in the lower districts to have support and control over this dangerous environment where chaos and lawlessness reigned. That was exactly what his instructor had done in the past, with the help of the former director. He had tried to create his own gang to gain influence and control over the territory, using people for his own purposes. By hiring locals in the lower sector, the instructor created his own executors for secret missions. And no one could guess about this because everything happened in the shadows, far from the eyes and attention of others. So now Luca wasn't just following in his footsteps. He was acting just like the instructor had in the past, trying to regain control and find strong people to create a powerful group. But Luca understood that the instructor would remain out of his reach, and this only complicated his task, increasing the difficulty and the need for even greater effort and wisdom. So he returned to the academy and went to the security database room, hoping to find information there that would help him piece together the whole picture and shed light on the past. He tried to find enough information to piece together all the facts and create a complete picture that would explain what was happening now and how to proceed. He traced the period when the instructor began training the guards, which coincided with the fall of the former director, providing important clues for the investigation and future actions. However, he was unable to discover the instructor's goals, motives, and plans, so he realized that he would have to make even more effort to help his new acquaintance recover so that he could assist in this difficult matter. If, for example, he completed his mission and left, would Gabriel be able to keep the gang together so that it did not gradually fall apart, as had happened with the instructor, leaving many without support? After all, despite the difficult tasks, he left him, and it couldn't be said that he did anything wrong, but it was thanks to this that the former director was able to achieve significant success, although it had ambiguous consequences for everyone. The instructor was just trying to maintain a balance in this complex web of interests that were intertwined, creating difficult situations where everyone was striving for their own goals and unwilling to compromise. Luca realized that the instructor was trying to preserve his own safety zone and remembered their conversation about the advantages of any relationship between people, where everyone acted for their own survival and interests. Therefore, Luca understood why the instructor was ready to lose anyone without hesitation, because in this world, survival depended on toughness and the ability to make difficult decisions without regret. Now he understood that the stronger a person became, the more unprincipled they became, ready to do anything to preserve themselves and achieve their goals, forgetting about moral constraints. This was truly the only way not to lose oneself amid the chaos and everything that was happening around, where every step could be the last, and it was important to maintain inner stability. And now he asked himself who he would be at this stage of his life, and who he planned to become in the future, because his future actions and the course of his destiny depended on it. The instructor was impressed by his abilities, and how quickly he understood the whole truth and the reasons why all this was happening, assessing his intelligence and inner strength. He noticed how quickly Luca was able to learn the basics of martial arts, and the instructor considered him someone who could become a great example for other students and followers. Therefore, the instructor emphasized that they could now move on to the next stage of their relationship, where the training would become even more serious and the workouts more difficult and effective. Luca decided to stay and continue training under his guidance because there were many opportunities ahead that needed to be improved in order to become a true master and be ready for challenges. They returned to the special training ground and Luca continued his training, watching closely as the instructor drank his drink and thought about the next steps in their training. The instructor explained that he did not expect Luca to reach such a high level so quickly, which was considered one of the highest in their city, and that it was impressive and encouraging. He added that having reached this level, Luca could now teach others this art, because in the past, such people were always evaluated, and only the best were given the right to become mentors. However, after recent events, this practice had lost its meaning and was no longer followed because the world had changed and everyone had started to act according to other, more pragmatic and strict rules. Luca understood well that he had not come here for empty talk, because he had never done anything just for the sake of it, and therefore his motives had always been clear and purposeful. Therefore, the instructor understood that Luca wanted to compete with him, and told him that it was time to get to know him well enough not to ask obvious questions and to prepare for the fight. The instructor was well aware that the body remembers everything much faster than the brain, and that this has always been and will always be the case, so training and repetition are the keys to success and mastery. Luca understood that even as a master of this martial art, the instructor's body had its limits, and therefore physical limitations had to be taken into account during the fight. He realized that it would be difficult to defeat the instructor with standard prosthetics, and hoped that this training would be truly interesting and bring out his maximum potential. Suddenly, he noticed that the instructor was not wasting any time and had already made some improvements that gave him a clear advantage, enhancing his fighting abilities and chances of victory. After all, he had spent all this time researching and improving his prosthetics to be ready for the fight with Luca and not give him a chance using the latest technology. He was ready for the duel and warned Luca that if he didn't want to spend the next few weeks in bed, he would have to protect his head and body well, because the blows would be strong and merciless. Luca realized that the instructor had unusual prosthetics, and it wasn't just an impression. He could clearly see that his right limb had been replaced with a combat model with a complex shape and functions that were significantly different from the usual ones. At the same time, he understood that using such technology with a damaged nervous system was risky and could have serious consequences, especially in the event of injury or overload. But Luca had new prostheses that he had recently received and was ready to continue the duel with the instructor because he knew that he might not get another chance like this in his life. So he politely thanked him for his advice and was already determined to continue the fight, fully prepared for the trials and new challenges that lay ahead. Now they stood in the arena and were in no hurry to start the fight, watching each other's movements closely, trying to predict the next move and find weak spots. The instructor remained calm, and it was difficult to understand what emotions were prevailing in his mind, but his eyes showed confidence and deep concentration on the upcoming fight. Therefore, Luca decided that there was no point in waiting any longer and that he had to attack right now, because he could stand still for a long time, but he couldn't afford to waste time, especially in such an important situation. A lot of time had passed since the start of their fight, and it was obvious that the light that had been somewhere high above was now directly above their heads, brightly illuminating their every move in the arena. Luca lost again and now lay on the floor watching the bright lights of the training hall, feeling disappointed and realizing that he still had a lot of work to do. He understood that his full-force attack had been repelled with just one hand by the instructor, even though it seemed to him that he had a clear advantage, but this was only an illusion refuted by the experienced master. Therefore, he assumed that the instructor could see the future, because he could not understand how this was happening, although the instructor explained that if he had such abilities, he would not be standing in front of him now, but would be far away. He explained that this martial art was not meant to be learned, but to be taught, adding that he had already learned to expand his senses and see the world in different colors, but his brain still did not work as it should. Therefore, he advised Luca to make more use of his abilities and emphasized that they would continue their lessons another time, because now he had to go home to rest and prepare for the next training session. Luca stood and watched what was happening to him, but he couldn't say or change anything because it was necessity that drove him forward, despite all the defeats and failures. He remembered his new acquaintance from the hospital and what life had done to him, so he decided not to tempt fate in this way and not to do anything rash that could cost him dearly. He understood that he had to deal with this on his own, because without doing so, he would not be able to move forward, and therefore this defeat was a real and important part of his development and personal growth. It was clear that the instructor was tired and could barely stand on his feet, stubbornly refusing any help because his pride and character would not allow him to accept support from others. Luca decided not to leave him alone and supported him, emphasizing that the instructor could always count on him and get help if he needed it, because friendship and support are important in any situation. Then the instructor smiled and assured him that he would always remember his words, and Luca smiled back, feeling that their bond had become stronger and more genuine despite all the trials they had faced. So they left the training hall together, and Luca continued to support the instructor because he needed it now, and their mutual trust only grew with each step. Luca understood that the person who knew everything was right there beside him, but he couldn't get any information out of him because the instructor always kept his thoughts to himself. Even if the instructor said something, Luca wouldn't believe him because he now understood that it was always necessary to maintain emotional distance and not reveal everything to another person. He supported the instructor all the way to his office, while the instructor asked him why he didn't have a girlfriend, because until he became completely mechanical, he could take advantage of his human condition. These conversations were meaningless, but Luca understood that there was a fragile bond between them, and he didn't regret anything because every word strengthened their relationship. They both understood perfectly well that sooner or later they would have to break this connection, and that moment would inevitably come because life imposes its own conditions that cannot be avoided. But if it came to that, Luca hoped that he would not have to do it in the future, because parting and breaking ties are always difficult and painful. He didn't want to destroy his instructor because it was beyond his capabilities and understanding and contradicted everything he had learned and now valued most.